test， 應該啱啱開始第一陣間，唔知個畫面怪怪地，我校下先。佢哋差唔多。佢哋應該遲咗開始，我諗本身應該11點嘅，咁但係咧依家得個撈字。咁啊，暫時有咩問題咧問咗先，咁睇下賽事開始我就未必答到咁多，趁依家得閒。咁啊，今次做咩職業？你講我返咩工啊？我係喺火炭，即係屋企人開廠嘅，我喺火炭幫手做嘢，打雜。咁啊，今次賽事應該係 Larry 第一次打 AOE4 比賽啦。咁同埋另外好似話又請咗個 AOE3 最勁嘅玩家過嚟打。唔知因為佢本身呢個賽事咧係即係個教授咧係好似係 AOE3 開始教啊。咁啊，所以咧佢就請咗啲老友過嚟順便打 AOE4。同埋咧，我見官方咧已經準備搞呢個 AOM 賽事添，即係我自己覺得啦 ，AOM 咧應該係今年有機會出 DE 版嘅，即係機會比較大。咁因為你諗下咧，上年係 AOE4 啊嘛，再上年就係 AOE3 DE， 再上年咧就係 AOE2 DE 版，咁所以咧今年咧。即係如果照翻嚟推斷咧，應該係 AOM DE 版會幾大機會出，到時睇下會唔會玩先。其實 Hera 今次打 AOE4， 我唔知呢個賽事佢有啲咩成績咧。
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you guys are hearing me clearly, hearing me loudly. Let me know if you are in the chat by getting some hype in there. I don't know about you, Mito, but I am looking forward to this first game this evening. We have got Viper going up against Leary.
Oh yeah, I'm super excited for today.
手速唔夠快，可以點樣練啊？首先你要明確知道自己要做啲咩先啦，最緊要。即係你要諗清諗楚自己要做啲咩，最優先做啲乜，然之後你就要去第一時間去做咗嗰樣嘢先，就唔好一邊打一邊諗。通常咧一邊打一邊諗嘅人咧係打得最，即係手速係最慢。賽事11點開始，我通常都係呢個時間，即係如果開咗咧就通常都會講比賽，如果唔開嘅話咧就大家等片㗎啦。
I know Leary hasn't been playing AOE4 for too long, but do you think we could see anything special out of him today?
手速呢樣嘢好複雜嘅，即係唔係個個人都會咁快嘅，但係咧就通常咧可以係靠即係點講好咧？應該係做一啲取捨咯，即係邊啲你要優先做，邊啲唔好做。咁樣嘅話咧，你手速就算慢咧，都係問題唔大嘅。即係有啲，即係好多人都唔係話手速一定快噶嘛，即係有啲玩家係特別慢。咁慢咧，自然有佢哋慢嘅方法去玩啦。咁但係咧，通常慢嘅人咧，佢哋個腦筋咧係好清晰，佢哋會知道自己要做啲乜嘢，同埋有啲咩咧可以省略唔做咧，佢哋就盡量唔做嘅。
Yeah, that's a really good point. Obviously, yeah. I think that's
不過嗰個即係嗰個 level 咧，嗰個水平咧係你要對個遊戲理解係比其他人更加之高一兩個層次先做到。即係如果你個腦筋唔係太靈活咧，咁咪可以靠用手嚟到，即係用手控快啲去彌補翻啦。即係 RTS 大約都係咁樣 AOE， 但係有啲 game 咧係完全唔得嘅，即係有啲 game 咧無論你點樣理解得快都好咧，你隻手唔夠快咧就會打得好渣。即係其中一隻 game 咧應該係 StarCraft 嚟。StarCraft 咧係一隻咧你隻手太慢咧，基本上都唔使玩隻 game。咁而 AOE 呢啲咧可以係叫做放慢少少，但係咧就可以靠戰術補救啦，即係可以咁樣講。係啊，隨便玩，除非你好想打職業啊，即係你好想練到好勁啊。你想練到好勁嘅話，我可以俾多啲意見嘅。但係如果你話純粹想玩到 OOKK 咁樣，即係唔使太勁又唔好太渣咁樣，即係咁嘅話咧，你就唯有做啲取捨，睇下邊啲要控嘅嘢，你就盡量控；唔使控嘅時候就盡量唔好控。但係呢個要即係打多啲，即係攞經驗。即係好似 AOE2 咁啦，即係最手速唔快嘅人咧，就應該係 Tarteau 同埋 Mr. Yo 嚟嘅。佢哋呢兩個人手速係超慢嘅，咁但係咧就佢哋依然可以打到 top 嘅，即係代表咧佢哋對遊戲嘅理解咧係即係代替咗手速呢樣嘢。其實都好難學啊呢啲，但係咧如果你想練勁咧，好多時候都係睇佢哋玩嘅，即係好多人都係問佢哋嘢，即係問下佢哋究竟點樣理解啊，點樣打啊，咁啊參考下佢哋啲諗法啊，即係你見好多人都係睇佢哋嚟學噶啦，因為手速呢啲嘢就冇乜特別好學嘅，因為基本上有啲可能係少少天生嘅，即係冇乜地方可以參考啊，即係唔係話快就快呢啲。咁啊 AOE4 咧，你話有咩邊啲人手速快咧？應該係 Lina 啦、Viper 啦，可能 Marine Law 啦。咁基本上呢啲都係手速比較快。咁但係其他人咧，佢哋係稍微慢少少，但係就唔係話差好遠。咁但係咧，如果你問我邊個真係對隻遊戲理解得超好，但係手速超慢咧？如果要我講，我真係唔係好知道有邊個特別慢。但 AOE2 咧就好明顯嘅，即係得兩個人特別慢嘅，即係 Tarteau 同埋 Mr. Yo。但係 AOE4 咧，我諗唔到邊個，即係特別慢嘅話。咁但係 AOE4 又唔係話真係超多嘢控，咁所以暫時可能睇唔出手速快有啲咩着數。
an option. But yeah, it definitely seems highly likely that it's going to be a French mirror.
嗱，咁但係咧，今次佢哋第一場賽事咧就係 Viper 同埋 Leary 啦，基本上兩個人都係手速快嘅。咁而 Leary 咧應該係 AOE2 入邊手速最快嗰個人嚟。
Until that map happens, so that sort of wipes it out for you. That leaves you with English and
咁啊，比較全面嘅玩家嚟啊！我諗佢嘅即係基本能力咧，仲勁過 Viper 嘅，即係 Leary， 但係 AOE2 嗰邊咯。AOE4 咧就因為係佢第一次打比賽啦，所以我唔知道佢打到如何啦。但係暫時我知佢咧係大約有1600分左右。係啊 ，LTS 真係要係咁練嘅，同埋多線呢樣嘢咧，唔係即係唔係話你想做就做，因為你要知道自己想即係點講好咧，你知道個情況做啲乜嘢係比較令到你有優勢，你先要會去做噶嘛。即係你唔係話求其想打多線就打多線，咁好多時候咧，啲人咧即係就算佢真係咁打多線嘅，但係你見到佢哋多線有陣時係冇用嘅。即係咁送啲兵去死，但係就乜都打唔到嘢。咁啊，所以咧好複雜嘅呢啲 game。睇下先啊 ，Leary 係揀咗法國啦，咁啊，然之後 Viper 係蒙古嘅。嗱，咁啊，如果大家有睇到呢個 Beastie Cutie 嘅片咧，咁基本上你都知道咧，就係以前嘅法國咧係比蒙古黑嘅。咁我以前亦都係大約係咁樣講啊，類似。但係咧，依家呢個版本咧係調轉咗嘅。蒙古咧有少少比即係法國撳住嚟砌，講咁耐都未開始，佢哋遲咗開波啊！一開始冇計嘅，同埋咧比賽咧係因為係線上噶啦，咁所以咧就佢哋一開始咧係要選地圖啦，同埋去我唔知有冇得 ban 文明啊，即係 BO3 嘅話，係因為比賽咧唔係話你兩個人坐定定就可以即刻打嘅，因為佢哋要揀地圖啦。佢哋要揀文明啦，要揀啲咩地圖要 ban 啦，咁要嘥少少時間。咁啊，同埋咧賽事開始嘅時候咧，佢哋都要 set 呢個5分鐘延遲啦，咁啊避免對手及機嘅。其實5分鐘咧係差唔多嘅個時間，因為太耐嘅話咧就令到個賽事進行唔到，即係太遲。但係如果太快嘅話咧，就有機會俾人及機嘅。咁所以咧，佢哋會 set 呢個大約係5分鐘延遲啦。其實唔使咁耐嘅，講真。咁但係咧就確保公平嘅呢樣嘢。咁所以咧就算佢哋依家開始緊咧，我哋都要等5分鐘。早睇下今日會打到幾點先，我諗應該都係5、6點嘅可能。其實我都唔係好想成日通頂，所以一次半次都 OK 嘅，即係如果連續幾日嘅話咧，我就有啲辛苦。2打2冇計啊！2打2其實都幾考技術嘅，即係3打3、4打4咧，反而係睇下夾隊友。但係2打2通常都係同1打1有啲似，即係睇技術嘅。即係個隊友如果太廢咧，真係冇計嘅。睇下先啊，咁啊右上角係 Viper 啦，咁啊應該賽事係開始咗40秒左右噶啦，咁啊佢哋追緊進度嘅。蒙古依家有啲蝕底啦，就係佢正常打嘅時候咧，如果佢哋即係佢正常打佢少咗啲木材，搞到佢開局好慢咯。依家即係蒙古嘅問題，所以你見到好多人咧一開始都係打咗塔攻先，因為塔攻可以拖延對手啦。咁自己升得慢都冇所謂。咁但係咧，蒙古如果你話真係要正常打，完全唔打騷擾，完全唔打快攻嘅話咧，其實蒙古有啲蝕底嘅，即係呢個文明有啲廢，即係前期。睇下先，點解佢賽事開咗個畫面，然之後又轉翻過嚟？佢唔知係咪個界面 set 得未，即係未 set 好啊？哦，咁啊。加咗個插件。睇下先啊，咁啊左下角咧就係 Leary 啦，咁暫時你見到應該係 player 個畫面 佢哋冇 set， 即係佢哋應該 set 得唔好啊個 UI， 即係冇咗個名，咁啊比分都冇咗。咁啊 set UI set 得唔好啊。又 set 多次。咁啊，佢呢個插件咧係應該用翻之前嗰個 M4C 嗰個插件啊。咁但係咧暫時有少少技術問題啊，所以你見到佢哋係咁轉個畫面，但係 OK 嘅。咁啊前期冇咩特別嘢發生嘅話咧，就應該唔會 miss 到啲乜嘢，即係由得佢慢慢 set 啦，唯有。咁啊，以我所知咧，唯一做到喺 game 入邊都有呢個 UI 嘅咧，應該都係得 StarCraft 嘅。AOE2 咧係用佢哋嗰個 Capture H 嘅程式啦。咁啊 AOE4 咧應該都係用類似嘅嘢嚟到實現呢個比賽界面。
Oh jeez! All right, we got a tough one ahead.
咁啊，用插件就要夾噶啦，即係有陣時有啲暗病咧，電腦呢啲嘢。
My partner bought a juice. Normally she would get like a multi-V, without carrot, but today we've got carrot in this one. What's your opinion on carrot, Mido?
Carrots in general or carrot juice?
Carrot juice. Let's go carrot juice, because carrots in general.
係啊，蒙古咧上到去城堡時代咧，因為佢黃金1.5倍啦，同埋你留少少石頭嘅話，你基本上都可以叫做慳唔少資源出兵啦。其實我都唔係太中意佢喺封建時代打，但係城堡時代都 OK 嘅，可以接受。即係強度都足夠嘅城堡時代，但係有啲單調咯。即係打法冇咩選擇。咁啊，睇下 Viper 點先。咁啊，聽聞咧 Viper 咧喺 AOE2 咧輸咗俾 Mr. Yo 啊，應該係唔知8強定係4強賽事。咁但係咧，以我所知咧 ，Mr. Yo 都已經係有，好似係開始花緊時間去練 AOE4，但係咧暫時水平麻麻地。不過比賽有打嘅，我見佢。咁啊，呢個比賽咧之前仲有一個 qualify 噶嘛，有2日噶嘛。咁啊 ，Mr. Yo 有打嘅，但係咧就好似贏咗一輪，第2輪輸咗，然之後就冇咗啦。出咗局。I'm gonna cast this game whether I've got a screen to cast it on or not.
We will get there. Do not worry. But don't worry. I promise you guys that Lidicore is currently
銀樹我覺得風險太大啊，不過風險大就回報大。先啊，佢仲喺度搞緊個界面啊，開始未啊？又失敗咗，佢哋搞個 UI 搞唔掂啊
！It's us again. Oh, Mido, we're back. We're back.
We are back.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess we're just gonna chill out.
嗱，咁喺呢個比賽咧，第一場一定係阿拉伯嘅，咁然之後咧就係敗者選圖啦。
I can think. What we might do in the meantime. I'm gonna load up my
咁啊，敗者選圖，所以你見到咧，佢哋自己有張嘅 home map 噶啦，已經咁啊，右手邊嗰度顯示咗出嚟。咁啊 ，Viper 咧就係 high field 啦，咁啊，而 Leary 咧就係呢個咩啊 ？Lippenny。
Give me a second here. I'm sure you can hear.
點解佢哋唔直播之前就試一試個 UI 先？即係開咗台先喺度試。不過好彩係啱啱開始，所以。
Alright, we're looking good, ladies and gentlemen. You guys will be able to see that. We're gonna leave it right there. I can pull it back behind. Hold on.
咁啊，之前咧有人投訴咧就係嗱，大家都知咧 M4C 嘅觀看數唔係好多啦。咁好多人喺度投訴咧，就係關乎於隻 game 入邊點解咧冇一個即係類似係直播嘅即係程式啦叫做即係因為咧即係譬如大家有玩過 Dota 咧，你會知道佢哋入 game 之後咧個界面咧有得即係譬如有大賽咧，佢會喺嗰度直播埋。 咁啊 AOE 2係冇嘅，咁StarCraft 好似都冇。咁但係咧，好多人咧建議咧就係點解唔喺隻 game 入邊咧，即係個主畫面咧就顯示咗個直播出嚟，咁大家一開 game 就可以睇比賽。
Welcome to game number 1 of the Viper versus Leary. We've gone through a little bit of a difficult
因為開放地圖啊，冇計啊，即係其實我覺得太封閉都幾悶啊。同埋有啲人就係唔太中意打封閉地圖啊，即係會冇咗佢哋嗰個即係都係手速嘅嘢啦。有陣時，即係開放地圖咧，手速係食得緊要過你打嗰啲乜嘢，即係圍死晒咁樣，然之後種田噶嘛。睇下先啦，咁啊佢哋放棄咗搞個界面啦，咁啊直接係用翻 game 入邊嗰個就算數啦。咁啊右上角係 Viper 啦，咁啊用嘅係蒙古啦，佢個黃金喺側邊啊，咁啊所以咧就可以慳一個蒙古包嘅至少。咁啊然之後咧就，咦都係攞少少木材拎嚟 gen 啲羊出嚟啊！咁啊 Leary 呢邊咧，佢就暫時打到1600，差唔多1700嘅，其實都 OK 嘅啦個水平已經。咁但係咧好明顯肯定係唔及呢個 Viper 啦。咁但係有得一戰嘅，咁啊有陣時好難講啊呢啲嘢。咁因為咧我自己覺得啦，即係喺呢隻 game 入邊咧，即係譬如你係一個1009分嘅玩家咧，其實你係有機會輸俾1700嘅。咁啊而一個1700嘅玩家咧，亦都有機會輸俾1400、1500嘅，即係大約係咁樣。咁啊，所以佢哋兩個人咧雖然有水平差距啦，但係可以打一打試一試，即係 BO3 呢啲，即係輸嘅機會都唔細。
So the second scout really makes a lot of sense. In addition, you get the flexibility of being able to scout your opponent a little bit more freely, find out what's
咁啊，更何況咧喺雙方水平差距，仲有一個文明嘅 counter 啦，即係用得 OK 嘅話咧 ，Leary 係有得贏。咁啊，呢個咩啊？你話個石太遠啊？我覺得 OK 嘅，可以。因為你啲羊咧，佢雖然話要行過去好遠啊，但係問題就係你慢慢食緊噶嘛，所以佢行得慢都冇所謂。依家木材係主流，我淨係知道之前啲人咧點都會起一個嘅，但係依家啲人咧就好似越起越多咁樣，即係可能有啲新理解。因為你起咗出嚟咧，你都要，即係你又要使木材啦去伐木啦。咁但係可能係比佢封建時代嗰陣舒服啲咯，因為佢哋依家咧唔會加斥候嘅話咧就都 OK 嘅。但係我覺得有陣時咧加斥候去揾路咧比較好少少。咁你見到 Leary 咧係雙斥嘅，喺個地圖上面都望到嘅。咁啊雙斥嘅話咧，你可以探路探得快少少。咁等你可以係知道個地圖上面啲資源分配係點樣啦，即係啲遺跡係咩位啦。咁啊啲黃金啊，即係又或者啲木材喺咩位置啊。咁啊呢樣嘢咧係比較即係有利於打呢個中期後期嘅。咁而且可以揾多少少羊。睇下先啊，咁啊 Viper 唔打快攻嘅話咧，其實應該係法國比較着數少少。因為咧法國咧有陣時以前咧最痛苦就係處理呢個蒙古嘅快攻啊嘛，即係就算依家咧佢哋研究咗一個風快轉呢個打工兵加斥候去破呢個塔咧，其實都要浪費少少資源去做啲無謂嘢。所以有陣時我覺得咧，雖然塔攻冇以前嗰個威力咁大咧，但係有陣時都係必要嘅。
Okay, yeah, I think that's a pretty decent move. But Leary now reaching the second age.
睇下先啦，咁啊依家潮流興係全部都係升呢個族輪噶啦，咁啊所以基本上你見到個魔方之後咧就，等先，Leary 係升嘅專業斥候喎，居然。
who's come back in and he has informed us
咁啊，以前 Marine Law 咧係打咗一場咧，就係類似係咁樣嘅，但係咧佢係靠前面壓制完之後先至開始轉兵嘅，咁然之後先至打專業斥候。咁啊，譬如係加個射箭場咧，或者加個軍營啦，咁然之後就靠呢個地標出呢個斥候。咁但係咧就比較少見咧，就係直接打嘅，即係以前嘅版本會比較見得多，但係依家呢個版本居然係直接先打專業斥候，即係有少少係咪舒服得滯嘅 Viper 俾佢？睇下先啊 ，Viper 加咗個射箭場咯，即係越嚟越依家啲諗法咧越嚟越神奇。即係你要知道咧，就係個法國會打馬嘅，咁正常你係咪應該加軍營咧？但係佢又唔係喎，佢係直接先打個射箭場出嚟，佢係想打蒙古特騎定係打咩
？So like the Mangudai can kind of kite them forever as they can shoot while they're moving and stuff like that. Also gives you a lot of harassment potential.
Yeah, and we now see
打咩？係喎，真係蒙古特騎喎。係即係大家咧有陣時咧諗下就係人哋起呢啲嘢出嚟究竟做啲咩？咁會對你之後點樣應對有啲幫助。睇下先啊，呢度係3個牧場。咁喺呢個時候咧 ，Leary 咧係一定要加射箭場，如果唔係嘅話咧，佢處理唔到呢個蒙古特騎啦。咁啊，蒙古特騎咧可以邊打邊攻擊嘅，咁啊基本上係冇延遲嘅。咁啊打特騎，咁啊比較少見，但係特騎其實有啲廢嘅，但係可以叫做陰一陰人嘅，即係譬如 Leary 呢啲咧，佢玩 AOE4 玩得唔多嘅話咧，佢有機會係處理得唔係太好嘅話咧。咁有一個奇效啦，可以。咁啊 ，Leary 要轉兵噶啦，咁啊打馬係唔掂嘅，即係完全追唔到嘅。咁不過唔緊要嘅，咁啊雙方手速都足夠嘅，即係 Viper 呢啲咧，佢控蒙古特其實冇問題。咁但係 Leary 咧，佢轉打工兵咧，咁佢手速都足夠嘅，所以基本上亦都係冇問題。咁但係識轉兵咧，就唔好死打騎。但係我唔知佢有冇見過呢個情況啊！即係最慘就係，即係如果 Leary 玩 AOE4 玩得少咧，佢唔識處理，即係有啲凄涼。咁啊，他走唔走得甩啦？識轉工兵 OK， 即係識，即係至少識玩嘅，即係我最擔心就係佢唔識玩，即係練咗1-2個月嘅話，即係佢處理唔到好多嘢，但係好似都跟得幾貼，即係個打法。
Just in downtime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch us over. Hopefully this works, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize in advance if it doesn't. Give me a second here. All right, here we go.
等陣先啊，因為佢哋個畫面又喺度 set 緊嘢，然之後又停低唔喐。
We're trying to switch it over back to the we're trying to switch it back over to the main broadcast。
轉咗工兵，咁啊差唔多啦，已經係幾安全，同埋佢本身係升咗專業斥候嘅，所以咧佢。
Alright, there we go. We're back in.
哦，佢終於轉咗個界面，搞咁耐。但係我暫時未見佢執任何鹿喎。指出金馬唔 work 㗎，即係打普通人嘅話就 OK， 打勁人嘅話唔 work 㗎。因為你淨係打金馬咧，你係生存唔到啊。唔識玩嘅人咧，佢會俾你封建過渡咗，然之後咧，你就可以狂爆馬咧去屈死人嘅。但係咧喺封建時代咧，即係如果識玩嘅蒙古咧，佢係唔會俾你咁舒服㗎。即係呢個係點樣處理嗰個問題。睇下先啊，咁啊斥候望到啦，但係就唔知係咪知道人哋已經執鹿啦。
And now Viper even trying to go up to the castle age.
即係Viper已經升緊城堡時代啦。
It's been happening quite a fair bit with the Mongols. It's just almost impossible to actually do some early damage to them. It's only after they get more than 20 villagers that you can actually do damage to them. Because they can't.
練習嘅話就冇所謂嘅，即係大家唔好啦，成日見到人哋練習邊個打贏邊個就好似即係好似發現新大陸咁樣啦。 其實所有嘅人咧練習嘅時候咧，基本上都係求其玩。
Viper's even feeling comfortable enough to go for these towers, but he's losing a villager on the wood line. 2 villagers actually go down. That's a really nice pickup for Leary.
咁啊唔錯啊，咁啊撻咗隻村民。
Villager on the front line also goes down. So Viper trying to do a little bit of an advanced push with those outposts. One of the things Viper loves to do when he's playing as the Mongols.
咁啊 Leary 咧都係升咗城堡時代啦，咁啊時間唔係差太遠啦。咁蒙古特騎就係一個問題啦，去到呢即係依家呢個時候。咁啊蒙古特騎咧係開始打唔到正面。
In the production queue any second.
但係我唔知佢會唔會之後轉兵咧。咁啊，蒙古特騎打正面係好廢嘅呢個單位。如果俾個法國咧，真係好舒服咁樣上咗城堡時代咧，你如果唔轉兵咧，人哋就係咁衝你 TC， 即係佢啲兵死咗都冇所謂。咁然之後咧就係咁逃你村嘅，咁你基本上咧就好難發展嘅。
Yeah, that will be interesting to see how it unfolds. So, going into an infantry-based composition here, what are your thoughts on that? Because one of the things that we typically see.
花棚唔知計劃緊啲乜嘢，即係依家我見佢連村民血量都升埋，咁然之後咧就升咗轉長槍兵。即係咩？長槍加蒙古特騎，但係你長槍兵已經俾工兵黑噶咯，咁然之後蒙古特騎都係俾工兵黑噶，即係你出個咁嘅組合。咁啊 Leary 咧升咗城堡時代之後咧，就將工兵都升級咗噶啦。暫時佢嗰個組合係相當之唔錯。即係我覺得長槍同埋蒙古特騎咧要處理工兵都係處理唔到。即係其實仲要運步兵，即係唔係好明啊！佢嗰個組合係打咩諗住？即係有陣時咧運兵呢樣嘢咧就係越簡單反而越有效。即係你樣樣都想做咧，就反而有啲問題。即係尤其是你近戰運遠程，你已經要升好多嘢，咁然之後又要升埋個長槍兵。咁啊 Leary 咧係分咗去側翼咧，咁啊殺咗3隻村，咁而且咧 Viper 因為見到個黃金幾近啦，咁所以咧佢就將個 TC 移後咗少少，離開個黃金，然之後擺一個地標喺度嘅。咁但係咧佢就冇加呢個。戰塔保護自己啲村啦。咁啊，村民數已經係43對34啊。咁啊，本身咧已經係法國出村快少少。咁啊，然之後蒙古仲要俾人剁咗至少4-5村，即係連埋伐木嗰邊。睇下先啦，加咗個輕頭，佢係想打一波啦，已經諗住。
In the game is that improves.
咁我哋嚟睇下 work 唔 work 啦。
So at the moment you can see that Leary is really starting to pull ahead when it comes to the villager count. He's up 45.
有冇轉兵？咁啊 Leary 係暫時未見佢有啲咩老炮啦。咁啊得騎兵同工兵嘅啫。咁呢個組合咧，如果要打一個運埋攻城單位嘅蒙古咧，可能控兵會比較難少少，因為佢本身有長槍。而且 AOE4啊，佢冇咁容易殺嘅，其實啲攻城單位。nice。咁啊，見到蒙古特騎咧，見到工兵基本上得個跑字嘅啫，即係你冇嘢可以做到啊。咁然之後先送一波，呢度有啲大鑊咁樣。即係部隊數係17對23，我覺得 Leary 今鋪打得幾穩陣啊。有啲大鑊，講真。睇下先啦，咁啊先過嚟壓咗呢個法國嘅黃金位啦，但係因為後邊都有黃金嘅，所以基本上你壓咗呢個位之後咧，佢可以係調位走啊，即係唔喺度掘咯。睇下先，佢老炮都唔加，其實可能係一個好嘅選擇嚟。有啲人咧會選擇直接加老炮，但係問題就係、如果對方嘅兵唔係太多嘅話咧，即係佢可以靠呢個騎兵衝入去直接打攻城單位就唔需要老炮，但係拖得耐嘅話有啲麻煩，即係尤其是如果部隊越嚟越多嘅時候咧，騎兵反而冇辦法秒殺嘅，即係冇辦法秒殺啲輕頭，咁啊有啲濕滯到時。So he's not in a lot of trouble just yet. He's just going to bide his time, set up that military, and then try to snipe these siege weapons. 係先，佢想包抄啊，忍唔住。得唔得啊？呢度
We can see those knight numbers now
我
beginning
覺
to
得
increase
如果
for
對面
Leary
數
as
量
well.
即係啲兵開始多咧，你就好難包啦。即係如果係依家呢個時候咧，可能仲可以試一試嘅。
At this point in time, I think Viper's going to be particularly careful of overinvesting in siege because obviously with
佢最緊要咧就係開始切開 Viper 後面嘅部隊先，即係唔可以俾佢上嚟。咁你見到 Leary 咧都喺度嘗試做緊類似嘅嘢啦嚇。咁孤立咗 Viper 呢一波兵之後咧，佢就可以諗辦法慢慢儲多少少兵去處理。但係佢啲部隊數依家係27對33啦已經。
He's really looking prepared. We'll take a look at the guild hall. I'm curious what resources it's actually got on it. We see the villagers potentially going to
係咪加緊路炮啊？我見到呢度係 Siege Workshop 嚟啊，好似，但係有少少似。
So that is a huge amount of food. What do you think he's planning?
有啲濕滯。蒙古呢個時候其實都幾強勢嘅，即係如果你冇兵克住佢啲兵咧，就仲濕滯。咁啊，興頭已經去到3步啦。加弩炮，有啲麻煩。咁啊，蒙古可以雙倍兵啦，而且黃金又多，即係呢個時候咧，其實應該要繼續騷擾呢個蒙古，然之後屋企咧係即係劈低捱住先。
Now those mangonels really looking to do some damage here. Still yet to add any real siege here in the form of, building.
咁但係好難處理啊。
No trebuchets at this stage, but the
咁啊，地標都俾人搞緊啦，已經。
Pretty effectively against those buildings.
Yeah, it's definitely a slow push, but it's one where
分兩隻騎兵都好過冇。我覺得分兵係必要嘅，但係兩隻可能唔係太大威力。哇！呢度啲工兵，即係俾人嗨到死幾隻。其實佢有知啊，但係啲錢使唔盡，即係仲有800幾食物，有100幾木材，咁啊黃金唔夠，咁啊地標俾人打爆咗之後咧，佢可能出唔到騎添。
And they're investing it into siege that they're making right now. And so you get a very quick turnaround. Whereas
有啲濕滯呢個時候。
chop the wood, but then he's got to wait.
睇下先啊，蒙古已經喺度轉緊路炮去保護個興頭啦。咁啊，3個興頭點處理啊？佢拆你建築物仲要有錢攞。哇 ！Leary 去到1800食物啦，已經佢冇建築物起嘢。等先，小心小心，有冇控兵啊？等先，佢忍唔住衝啊！呢個時候衝就太遲啊！如果早少少，前幾分鐘開始嘗試下嘅話，我覺得都 OK 嘅。但係依家對面部隊越嚟越多啊！得唔得啊？咁啊，部隊44對23肯定係唔夠啊，好明顯。唔得啊，咁樣打唔掂，大鑊啦！咁啊，工兵咧比佢想象中嘅輸出太慢啦，佢清唔到前排嗰啲嘢，咁然之後後面仲有老兵同埋有興頭，即係啲騎兵又上唔到去，即係處理唔到完全。佢依家要諗辦法使晒啲錢先，但係佢冇建築物啊。啊，先佢差唔到嗰啲工程單位 ，AOE4呢啲太硬淨。因為咧 AOE4嘅騎兵咧拆工程單位係用火把拆，佢唔係好似 AOE2咁樣咧就咁劈落去就扣幾多就扣幾多。
Viper with men at arms sitting on that wood line. You can see the villager count still relatively high for Leary, though it is dropping down 54, 53, now down to 52, 51 villagers. So he is losing villagers very quickly.
其實佢應該要俾啲壓力蒙古咧，咁等佢可以喺屋企留低啲兵咧，咁分開咗兩邊，然之後你再處理呢一波會比較容易啲。即係唔可以咧，俾個蒙古咁舒服咧，屋企喺度慢慢自己發展。
Now a little bit of a movement over towards the east side of the map. Viper potentially looking for any
睇先啊，咁啊後面加咗2個馬房啦，咁然之後加埋個地標。佢最緊要使晒啲錢先呢個時候，即係留低啲錢，然之後死咗就仲慘。咁啊，部隊數係40對15啦，已經去到。咁啊呢一鋪咧，佢用唔到騎兵嗰個靈活性。即係幾乎冇乜做過嘢，頭啦，咁啊，第一鋪。Turns out the Age of Empires 2 skills do indeed transfer across 咁啊打得太正路啦，所以就好正路咁樣就輸咗。
I don't know about you, Mido, but it definitely seemed quite close.
Yeah, I think Leary had some really good moves in that game. Like he had a couple of really good raids, the good pickup with the archers and stuff like that. And overall, like his early game build was really solid. He got everything.
冇計啊，我諗佢應該係冇乜特別遇過呢啲打法。
It really was just hard to deal with the.
其實咧打蒙古咧最緊要咧其實係搞佢屋企。
Yeah, it was very, very impressive. But we are going to be.
即係你因為蒙古本身係一個冇牧場啦。咁德塔嘅文明啦嚇，咁所以佢屋企嘅防守咧，佢靠部隊嘅。你第一件事咧，應該係要搞佢屋企咧，咁令到佢分開啲部隊先，即係佢點都要留啲兵喺屋企守，係即係要俾啲壓力佢。即係如果你完全唔搞佢屋企咧，咁佢所有兵向晒前，咁啊不斷搞你咧，咁你就好濕滯嘅。咁啊因為佢本身雙倍出兵，即係大把兵，咁啊黃金1.5倍。即係你要逼佢分兵嘅，即係例如咧，佢 Viper 啱啱有40幾隻兵咧，如果你能夠咧俾少少壓力 Viper 屋企咧，咁佢可能會分10零20隻兵喺屋企守啊，咁佢正面就少咗兵，咁你就可以慢慢處理。
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We were wondering why there was no Abbasid pick, but of course there is. They have four civilizations listed there, so yeah, I guess it is going to be Abbasid for.
但係冇計啊，佢啱啱個打法唔係太，即係你話佢好正路，佢正路過頭，即係咩都冇做到。其實任何 RTS 都係一樣嘅。如果你見到一個人咧，佢去打一波流咧。你第一件事應該係逼佢分兵嘅，咁樣咧佢個一波流咧就會係即係個戰鬥力會減弱咗。即係呢個係所有 RTS 你防一波流嘅基本技巧嚟，即係唔係就係 AOE4，即係 AOE2都係一樣啊 ，Starcraft 都係一樣。即係你見到一個人打波流咧，你一定要逼佢分兵喺屋企守，即係即係你要逼佢即係譬如50隻兵咧，至少你要逼佢有10零隻兵喺屋企守啊，咁佢正面就會少咗好多兵。咁啊戰鬥力弱咗嘅時候咧，咁因為你騎兵嚟噶嘛，你比較靈活少少啦，咁你可以係容易啲去遊走啦。咁人哋分咗兵，咁你騎兵咪翻轉頭去守翻人哋嗰波嘢。咁但係咧 ，Leary 啱啱好明顯就係前面有做嘅，但係去到中間後段嘅時候咧，就唔知係咪因為 Viper 俾佢壓力太大啦。咁所以佢就基本上連分兵都唔分，咁啊全部留晒喺屋企守。咁但係呢個正正就係益咗 Viper。咁啊 Viper 屋企冇壓力咧，佢所有兵向前 A。咁啊呢個時候咧，你留啲騎兵喺屋企咧，就更加之冇作為。
Getting up those forward towers and stuff like that. You want to make sure you have the units to control that. You don't want to let those towers go up and restrict you and grant that network of castles bonus to all of the English units. So I actually think he's going to stick on 1 TC for a while. Wait until he has some kind of advantage.
先啦，咁啊今次阿拔斯英國。
Right, okay, it makes a lot of sense. Now, when it comes to unit composition, what do you think we're going to?
咁啊，以前咧就應該係英國比較好少少嘅，阿拔斯比較弱嘅。但係咧依家呢個版本咧，阿拔斯好似因為食物嚟得多咗少少啦。佢如果唔係開雙 TC 嘅話咧，基本上佢都好容易處理呢個英國嘅打法。咁然之後咧，英國咧就冇咗個快攻優勢咧，就即係乜嘢都唔係。即係食物又唔夠人哋食果快喎，即係你又要種田，即係嘥埋一堆資源，咁啊人哋咧出村民又要平，咁啊正正咧就係阿拔斯嘅優勢咧係啱啱好就比英國好少少，即係樣樣都好少少。
In this game, obviously dropping down that council hall now, so not going to be opting for a.
睇下先啊，佢有冇掘勢啊 ？Viper 咁啊，暫時未見有。
Where they go for about, I don't know if you've seen this, Mido, but they go for this 6, 7, 8 farms in the Dark Age, and it's kind of wild. Have you seen this?
哦，其實呢個比賽咧有分3 round 嘅，我唔知係。It does. 係3 round 都可以即係打晒啊，定係淨係打完第一 round， 然之後出咗局就冇得打？唔知佢點樣計嘅。 咁啊，因為 Leary 係受到邀請噶嘛，咁然之後第一場就遇 Viper， 即係打完輸咗就乜都冇，都幾慘。
Yeah, that's a really good point. It does extend out the life of those.
即係 Viper 雖然喺 AOE4唔係真係話最勁嗰個啦，咁但係即係話晒都係 Top 8玩家嚟，即係第一場遇到佢真係冇乜運氣。
Still got villagers on gold at this point in time, probably going to be saving up for that fresh foodstuffs and then looking to transfer over. We see him now reaching up to that feudal age. Obviously going
咁啊，見到啦，今日阿拔斯冇掘世噶，咁啊，基本上係單 TC 玩一陣間先。
I wonder what he's going to do with that villager.
咁啊，升咗續輪，然之後咧加馬房。咁啊，好穩陣啊！咁啊，先加馬房，咁啊馬房出肉馬啦，咁然之後就睇情況加長槍，又或者加工兵。不過正路應該係加長槍依家，但係加長槍好似冇乜用，都係加工兵，肉馬加工啦。我記得英國唔係有啲乜鬼嘢先種田打法嘅咩？點解 Leary 冇用到啊？即係 Leary 係即係舊嗰隻版本打法嚟，即係連續輪都未升。
Wow. And look at this. It's right between the line of sight that is coming out for Leary. I think Leary will spot it now, potentially. Oh my gosh, look at this. It's right on the edge. He doesn't actually know. I don't think it's okay.
等先望到。佢呢個係咩建築物嚟啊？
He could suspect that it's going to come
哦，係啊，加打工兵。咁啊，工兵加肉馬啦。咁啊，對面咧就係長弓加呢個長槍兵嘅。咁啊，單 TC。但係正路嚟講咧，依家呢個時候咧，應該係阿拔斯經濟非常好，因為有果食啦，咁同埋村民平。咁啊，所以英國咧，佢就算種田都係冇咩優勢。咁啊，同埋你種田仲要木材添，真係凄涼。即係英國有啲廢，即係人哋乜都唔使做，起個磨坊就有食物嘅優勢。咁然之後英國仲要種埋田，加埋磨坊，但係依然係冇優勢，即係使一大堆錢。睇下先啊，向前壓啦，咁呢個係好常見嘅，咁而且非常好啊。其實你見到佢壓咗個果位，叫做拖延咗少少時間。但係咧就英國咧有一個比較不利嘅地方咧，就係因為佢唔會打馬咧，佢啲兵唔夠靈活嘅。咁啊，所以咧，如果你係推得太過分咧，即係你英國嘅兵有機會係翻唔到屋企。即係要好小心。其實佢應該要加支塔咯，可以㗎。咁啊，塔咧係可以俾你喺呢啲樹入邊攞視野嘅，即係控兵比較舒服啲。即係你可以喺人哋望唔到你嘅時候，你已經肥緊佢。但係如果你唔加塔嘅話咧，你就要攞斥候攞視野。你見到個英國咧呢個時候佢都唔敢亂咁攻啊，因為佢如果行得太入咧，佢啲兵會走唔到。但係如果佢唔攻入去咧，佢又好似做唔到嘢咁樣。不過 OK 嘅呢個時候咁樣壓住個果，咁啊阿拔斯只能夠去食羊，都係一個小優勢嚟嘅。即係叫做咗啲嘢。冇啦，佢推返屋企，好穩陣，即係連塔都唔起。靚啊！咁啊，執一隻戚先。其實英國係咪要加長槍？
Losing a couple units here.
Yeah, and you can see the damage that's being done already. So villager lead starting.
你見佢唔加塔，乜都唔做咧，應該係未準備打一波啦。但係佢諗住打一波嗰陣就會加噶啦。咁啊，暫時應該未係時候啊，所以就見到佢都係來來回回行下就算數。咁啊，睇下佢幾時加呢個鐵匠鋪啦，同埋升級科技啊。咁啊，阿拔斯已經喺外邊開始食果添啊，真係 同埋掘緊石啦已經。等陣，望到啦。邊個賺啊？呢個時候你見到英國喺度射緊呢個阿拔斯嘅工兵啦，但係長槍追住呢個馬好似做唔到嘢，大鑊啦！咁你見到英國嘅兵咧，好似係俾人殺到兩頭走，但係就因為馬咧始終比較靈活啲啊，有啲濕滯呢度。得唔得啊？唔得啊！咁啊，後面阿拔斯嘅工兵比較多啊，咁啊長槍冇辦法企定，慢慢做輸出。唔得啊，冇計。即係阿拔斯佢就係因為村民平咧，所以佢兵多啲嘅。咁然之後咧，因為佢食果咧，所以佢食物又多啲。咁啊，基本上咧，Leary 應該係冇乜機會贏咁樣打。即係英國俾人恰啊！依家呢個時候。
He's not gathering hunts or anything, so he's really got the slower gathering food source, whereas Abbasid, you know, they have that golden age, they have the faster food from the berries.
咁啊，暫時食物咧係收入係差唔多嘅，咁但係英國咧要攞木材投資去種田啦，即係長遠計有啲麻煩，即係至少封建時代係冇優勢。大鑊啦呢邊，咁啊俾人做咗雙線，睇下有冇反應啊？好似冇啊。不過好彩係肉馬嚟嘅，應該唔會死得太多啊，除非佢喂，有冇反應啊？真係呢度死幾多隻啊？大鑊啦！佢呢度零反應啊，真係冇計啊！佢咁樣死一堆嘢，所有村死晒，唔得！呢個反應係唔合格㗎，佢應該係前面控得太 high 咧，然之後屋企冇理到。冇啊！英國佢雖然嗱，英國呢個文明咧就係你要好多支去維持你嗰個生產嗰個順滑噶嘛，即係你出兵一定要係 keep 住出嘅話咧，你要有足夠資源。咁但係英國係好明顯就係佢呢個文明係佢就算出兵出得快都好咧，佢係冇足夠資源出兵，即係你只能夠係一係就選擇係咁出攻，咁你係咁出攻，你當然係即係數量比較多啲啦，但係問題就係你冇咁多錢。即係又要出攻又要出長槍嘅時候咧，你就算出得快都好咧，你根本用唔到佢嗰個生產嗰個速度。好啦，咁啊基本上投得啦，死咁多村。英國係冇錢出咁多兵嘅，即係呢個係冇計嘅。即係例如中國都係差唔多嘅。即係咧，中國咧係佢出兵雖然係出得好快啦，但係問題係你冇咁多錢出兵咧，咁基本上你出兵都係斷下，咁然之後咧就基本上都係冇分別嘅。即係除非你可以 set up 到你嗰個資源咧係足夠，你可以 keep 住狂出兵又唔會斷。所以冇計嘅，即係除非大家鬥工兵咧，大家如果純鬥工兵咧，咁英國都 OK 嘅。但係如果你要運兵咧，英國係冇咁多錢出嘅。即係你睇下依家英國嗰個資源量真係勁少。咁啊，阿拔斯升城啊，準備。其實啱啱個雙線唔應該冇反應嘅，但係可能前面忙得滯。其實 OK 嘅，其實遠防咧係 OK 嘅，因為佢個作用就係要黑工兵啊嘛，咁你俾遠防佢 OK 嘅，但係問題咧就係長槍咧，佢即係你 A 地板咧，佢有一個動作咧係好無謂嘅，即係我唔知大家有冇，即係我以前咧成日都講咧，就係長槍兵佢舉槍嗰個動作咧，你拎嚟對付衝鋒噶嘛。但係問題就係肉馬呢啲，你如果都有一個舉槍嘅動作咧，就會令到啲長槍兵佢根本打嘅時候咧，佢埋唔到，即係完全埋唔到佢嘅，因為佢自己個舉槍嘅動作拖延咗自己個攻擊嗰個時間。 即係我唔知大家咁樣講明唔明？即係長槍咧係應該要揀單位嚟到舉槍，就唔係話係唔係都舉。即係唔係都舉咧，佢就停咗喺度舉咗支槍，然之後先至開始打人。即係然之後咧就延遲咗佢嗰個攻擊，即係好蝕底嘅咁樣。但係呢個咧我唔知隻 game 可以點樣改啊。即係你諗下長槍兵佢永遠見到啲兵佢就舉槍，真係好白痴。即係人哋所有兵咧都係第一時間打人嘅，但係長槍兵咧係第一時間就舉槍，冇輸出過，零輸出過，即係舉起個槍。同埋佢又執唔到陣型喎，因為佢舉槍就咁動喺度舉，即係你想執佢嗰個位置都執唔到。佢永遠就係有個延遲喺度，即係乜都做唔到嘢。所以呢個時候咧就係點解長槍兵好似打馬都係打唔到啲咩？先上咗城堡時候打鬼啊！咁啊上咗城堡之後咧，咁阿拔斯可以直接起弩炮處理你嗰個衝撞車。咁又或者起輕頭啦，即係試下起樣嘢。咁然之後咧就好容易處理你呢啲打法噶啦。咁啊英國應該要掛噶啦。咁啊村民數相差24隻啦。咁啊對方上咗城堡時代。唔係長槍兵你 A 地下咧，佢都係要舉槍嘅，即係呢隻嘢好堅持，佢一定要舉槍，所以冇計啊！呢個係隻 game 設計嚟。即係我唔記得大家有冇睇到 Marine Law 打 Beastie Cutie 咧，即係喺上次 N4C 咧有一場咧 Beastie Cutie 嘅長槍兵咧就係咁舉槍。佢由頭舉到落尾就一啲輸出都冇，就俾人打死晒。即係如果大家有留意可以去，即係如果冇留意啦，你應該去望一望 N4C Beastie Cutie 嘅英國咧，佢啲長槍兵咧係冇輸出過，然之後死晒，就係因為舉槍嗰個動作。即係你可以話係 bug 嚟嘅，但係亦都可以話係隻 game 咁樣設計。即係總之長槍兵係好鬼廢，即係前期。咁啊上面啲果咧冇發現到啦，咁所以阿拔斯係即係食物收入係超多嘅，咁啊而且係冇成本嘅，咁啊淨係起個磨坊啫。睇下先啊，咁啊英國喺度仲堅持一陣間，咁因為始終係第一次比賽啦，真係可能即係費事咁快投。唔係快牌右邊嗰個，左邊嗰個係 Leary 啊，梗係唔投降啦快牌。Viper 贏緊啊，即係大勝緊。英國慢慢改啊，有啲人喺度研究緊嗰啲咩逐輪種田，即係黑暗時代逐輪種田大法。但係講真啦，好似即係你要投資咁多嘢，都係蝕底嘅。即係阿拔斯同埋德里咧，都係起一個磨坊就可以等於呢個英國經濟。即係你仲要種田，即係搞一大輪嘢。即係你睇下佢依家種咗咁多田，即係阿拔斯可能淨係食緊果就仲係。睇下先呢堆村民做咩㗎？呢堆村民做咩㗎？拍包啊！For Leary, Viper is definitely going for the kill. You can see the way the villagers are moving through. It looks like they should be blocking. 但係佢唔知係起城堡定係起塔咧，即係拖咁多村出嚟，即係唔俾面喎咁樣。即係有少少玩嘢 feel 啦已經。You can see Viper just doing the classic two-man-at-arm raids coming through on the back line here. Now Viper also dropping down a whole bunch of siege, getting another mangonel down, another battering ram. 哦，插寶啊，原來真係起城堡。It's not going to be pretty. We can see that beautiful cinematic mode. 睇下先啊，英國應該係處理唔到嘅，因為本身要拉啲裝甲步兵啦，所以應該要投啦。Man-at-arms going to be running amok through the base of Leary. I don't think there's anything he can do in this position. 冇辦法處理，即係尤其是係封建時代嘅兵咧，你打呢個城堡時代嘅兵點打？即係後邊仲有呢個嘅輕頭喺度。
He is holding on. It's a valiant hold, but he's up against Men at Arms. Men at Arms obviously much higher armor, much higher attack than the spears coming out.
即係個畫面仲喺度特寫緊。
And I gotta say, I absolutely love this perspective that we are getting right now from Lidicor, our observer. So very well done.
但係冇計啊，呢個咁樣。本身 Viper 嘅水平就係比 Leary 高啲。同埋 Leary 係打緊啲舊版嘅打法。係嘛？出局啦，應該係。但係我唔知道佢 Round 2、Round 3有冇得打咧，即係佢 Round 1輸咗。冇啦 ，Viper 領先太多。其實呢個係英國本身，佢真係冇乜太大優勢去，即係乜都做唔到。
Doing well, and I think that there's a couple of different aspects to that. Number one is obviously the matchup. Abbasid
其實要 balance 隻 game， 但係去到依家都仲未改任何嘢。
And on a map like this as well, it just makes sense to be picking them. So very well played to Viper, and a great draft from him. All right, we'll take a look at these last.
我哋唯有等下睇下下一場有啲咩人先。
Versus the loss, but now we're back, ladies and gentlemen.
其實我都唔知英國可以點樣改咯，但係英國係偏弱勢啊！依家呢個時候。但係咧就因為 Leary 係佢唔係練咗好多文明啦，所以佢揀個英國出嚟，即係呢個係純粹係佢嗰個即係個人喜好。下一個 patch 係咯，英國好似話勁咗個咩啊？裝甲步兵啊！今晚嘅賽制係點？今晚嘅賽制咧就係 BO3 同埋 BO5 嘅，咁然之後咧就第一場一定係打阿拉伯啦，咁然之後咧就敗者選圖啦。咁啊文明咧應該係有 ban 嘅，但係就唔知係每人 ban 2個，然之後 global 啦。我諗 global 意思咧就係你 ban 嘅文明咧就係即係你揀2個文明 ban， 然之後咧就大家都唔用得嘅，應該好似。
Overall, I think I was very impressed with Viper's French play or Leary's French play. Sorry.
係啊，冇計。
Build order was very clean. And
佢依家延長嗰個 beta 嘅測試時間，但係其實佢可能佢唔知道要點樣平衡隻 game。
Overall, I would say not really an unexpected result.
咁啊 BO3 啊，咁啊2分就可以出線嘅，唔係出線，即係向另一個出局嘅應該。
So if you don't mind, we're gonna take a quick 2 minutes. We're gonna leave you with a
其實英國好似未改過任何嘢，即係由出 game 到依家，好似一個平衡都未做過。真係有啲弱勢，但係我唔知點樣改可以勁啲咧。即係點樣改可以令到佢唔會過強？其實係咪應該咧種田再平啲會好啲咧？即係個價錢。即係依家咧種田咧係好似係20% 提升佢嗰個採集食物，然之後咧就半價噶嘛塊田。即係我覺得如果係啲唔係太破壞平衡嘅嘢咧，應該係種田再平啲咯，一係。黐住魔方，冇計啊！咁佢個設計就係要 buff 啲田係咁樣，即係佢令到你唔可以喺個 TC 附近咁安全。但係我覺得田係應該要可能再平啲會好啲。睇下先啊，佢都搞緊個咩啊 ？VPN 定係咩啊 ？Free WiFi。係咯，我唯一諗到就係我覺得塊田應該要再平啲。即係如果唔係嘅話咧，佢冇可能追到人哋嗰啲文明嘅食物收入咯。 議會廳出埋場槍，咁又唔得，即係你兩個唔同兵種嚟。即係如果你係諗住慳木材，咁其實佢其他地方平啲咪得咯，即係。不過如果軍營半價會唔會太誇張？即係但係如果田平啲，我覺得係合理少少嘅，即係因為佢依家最缺咧就係個資源，即係其實佢出兵都 OK 嘅已經，即係你議會廳出兵又快，你軍營出兵都 OK，又免費升，因為英國嘅長槍係免費升㗎嘛，即係1級。先啦，咁啊，下一場要等一陣間見到佢，我唔知。但係你話佢就算可以起所有遠程單位，但係呢個係封建時代唔會改變任何嘢噶嘛。即係依家英國咧最廢就係封建時代，唔知做咩。所以你要解決嘅咧就唔係城堡時代之後啊，城堡時代之後我覺得英國都 OK 噶，即係佢本身嘅地標，雖然話一個 TC 好似唔係太好，但係都係即係話晒都係慳咗錢。我覺得係封建時代要加強嘅，但係我唔知點樣加可以唔會太破壞平衡。即係我唯一諗到就係塊田再平啲咯，即係依家個價唔夠平，即係要再平啲嘅話，你咪可以即係攞啲，即係唔使攞咁多木材去搞個經濟，伐木快啲。冇啊！如果你伐木太快嘅話咧，佢就變咗出兵勁多啦，即係個文明。同埋最緊要就係佢會搞到個文明咧，即係打法都係冇變咯。即係如果你諗下，如果啲兵唔係，即係如果木材多咗嘅，你第一件事就係諗住快攻噶啦，由頭到尾。肯定，即係你完全冇變到個英國打法咯。佢即係你木材快啲，你快啲佢咪打快攻，繼續快啲啊！即係，但係呢隻 game 唔可以咁樣噶嘛。即係你唔可以咧改咗一啲嘢，係令到啲人快攻勁咗啊！即係 RTS 係，即係佢唔推崇快攻呢樣嘢，即係任何 RTS 應該都係一樣，所以你唔可以改咗啲嘢令到啲人快攻勁咗，即係你應該係 buff 一啲咧，係令到佢可以比較舒服少少去，即係去城堡時代啦，即係至少7分鐘裝甲步兵 work 唔 work 㗎嚇？同埋最緊要就係佢冇錢啊！即係你有陣時咧，唔係個時間，即係直城咧就好多人都可以係8分鐘左右嘅，但係問題就係邊個直城完之後有錢出兵㗎？即係如果你直城完之後你冇錢出兵啊，咁直唔直城都冇分別啊！即係又或者你直城完之後你冇嘢可以做啊！咁而裝甲步兵都幾食資源啊！即係雖然都唔係貴，但係你最緊要咧就係你裝甲步兵你要升防。咁啊，你升防又有鐵匠鋪啦，你又要有食物即係有資要升啊。咁然之後你又要出兵啊，但係英國應該係冇辦法支撐嘅，即係照道理。咁啊，因為英國唔係好似其他文明咁樣，即係譬如個磨坊食果啊，又或者係出去打獵啊。即係你只要靠種田嘅話，你肯定冇資源。
I'm not seeing any real upsets.
即係你諗下，如果英國7分鐘升成嘅，即係有邊個文明唔可以做翻同樣嘅嘢？即係我諗唔到咯。即係個個文明都可以做到英國做嘅嘢，同埋可以再好啲啊！即係如果英國7分鐘升成嘅，咁神羅都可以7分鐘升啦。咁然之後神羅仲可以食嘢資源食快啲。即係有啲咩係英國冇，但係人哋唔係，即係有啲咩係英國有人哋冇啊。
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, hopefully this sounds a little bit better.
所以英國嗰啲嘢係即係唔 work 嘅，好多都。
Yes, it does sound a little bit. It does sound a little bit clearer. Yes.
Okay, perfect. There might be some sound issues, so if anyone has any volume suggestions or anything, that please put that in the chat. We will fix that.
好似係我都唔知喎。Jungle 一定係即係幫手㗎啦。我諗兩個都係旁述嚟嘅，然之後佢可能仲有另外一個人係負責控畫面。
I'm just taking a look at the standings at the moment, just to try and get a bit of an understanding about where these players.
但係點解又有兩個唔熟嘅玩家係咩人嚟嘅
？Give me a sec here. We've got winners round. Yeah, here we go. Oh, it is indeed the losers round. So Mio Maker.
同埋仲要係 BO1 喎，居然。
Who did he lose?
BO1 係真係第一回合喎，即係點解咁搞笑嘅？佢哋個賽事點解？調翻轉頭打。
So it's do or die for these two players, down to the wire. It's their last chance to continue on in the bracket. Do we know what they've played in the first two games?
So apparently it's just going to be a best of one. The knockout is just best of one.
Oh, I see. Okay.
冇啊！你村民點樣平都你唔夠阿拔斯平。
All right. Cool. So we shouldn't have too long until we jump into this one. Players are setting.
點解佢會？呢場係打過，已經打完㗎啦，其實。但係佢又攞翻啱啱開始嗰啲嚟睇。其實咧應該。
2-0. Unfortunate, but I did suspect it would happen.
其實佢應該跳，唔好睇呢一場一啲。
I'd love to hear a little bit more about.
即係有陣時咧搞比賽咧係應該要揀一啲觀眾想睇嘅玩家咧，咁你先有收視。即係佢呢個賽事佢揀兩個路人出嚟，邊個想睇？即係你諗下，依家 Beastie Cutie 打緊啦 ，3DB 打緊啦 ，Black Window 打緊啦，即係 Dose 都打緊啦。即係你揀兩個路人嚟睇，即係點樣有收視，大佬？
AOE4 really seriously, like
但係冇計啊，有陣時唉，可能佢又要兼顧下啲新玩家，俾下即係俾啲機會佢哋上一上直播。
Yeah, I suspect so as well. I think it's going to take some time.
咁啊，然之後咧就求其揀一場，即係兩個都唔知咩玩家嚟。
Beastie Cutie beating Gandhi 2-0, so they've all gone through. Obviously, we watched the Viper game. Dinky King.
冇啊，最大問題就係你7分鐘你出咗裝甲步兵，你都出唔到幾多隻啊！即係以英國個經濟。如果你出得唔多嘅話咧，咁人哋基本上唔需要同你鬥快升成，佢淨係出多少少兵死守，佢經濟都好過你。
Yeah, that is, we'll have to work out exactly what happened there, but still a lot of games ongoing at.
因為咧 AOE 呢啲系列嘅 game 咧，你越升得慢咧，即係反而係經濟越好啊。即係你升得快咧，你一定要有啲嘢犧牲咗啦。同埋英國有早期嘅裝甲啦，所以佢城堡時代要再升級嘅，即係呢個 game 嘅設計係，即係你有個優勢就有一個缺點。之前打 SC2 居然我查下先，即係呢個人我名未見過，我淨係識韓國人嘅以前，不過依家咧好似話啲鬼佬打 SC2 都好勁。但係我淨係識韓國人，喂呢個越南喎，越南 StarCraft 玩家，哇好多戰隊啊，但係好多戰隊都唔知係咩嚟。
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
越南玩家
from Southeast Asia. I'm not sure exactly which part, whether it's Taiwan, whether it's China.
StarCraft 1都有玩過。
100% sure, but yeah, they are. They're pretty strong players. I know Miyamaker loves to play his Chinese, and I think he's Mongols as well. So we'll have to wait. We'll have to see.
BO1
is coming through in the chat.
因為 BO1 同埋因為阿拉伯咧就會變咗有好多文明應該都係唔會攞出嚟用。咁啊阿拉伯嘅話咧就應該係蒙古德里應該係最強呢兩個啦。咁然之後法國同埋阿拔斯啊，我諗依家應該係。咁啊其他文明應該係好少出場。
Players are looking to get into the lobby as quickly as possible, so hopefully we're going to have a game for you guys.
依家係咪應該係阿拔斯德里、蒙古應該係三大。
We've also had Hera actually get knocked out.
咁然之後咧
knocked out by Hodler 22.
等先，佢呢度講話 Hera 輸咗啊，居然。
So Hodler 22 in the first game played Mongols up against Hera's Delhi, and he beat him, and then it was a French
What?
and then
Hera 出咗局喎，唔係啩
？Now dropped through to the bottom bracket, so he's going to be going up against Kiwian in the.
睇下先啦，不過咧佢呢個係雙敗制啊，即係輸有一場咧係可以打敗者組啊。
Yeah, definitely a lot of things unfolding very quickly at this stage, Mito.
步兵係行得太慢啦，即係。
That's as we expect. We're going to be blitzing through these first few rounds of this bracket.
另一個係 3DB，3DB 係唔係呢個名應該好似。
What round are we ending on today? Is it the round of 16?
That's a good question. I'm not actually.
咁啊，暫時 AOE4仲有好多人我都唔係好熟啊，即係。Hera 佢仲有敗者組啊，睇下佢敗者組會唔會瓜咗啦？喂，呢兩條友開始未啊？即係呢一場係已經打完噶咯，佢唔可以直接睇咩？白塔佢係前置定淨係起喺屋企
？The losers quarterfinal, and the winners final. So there's, I think with So to answer your question, I do not.
等先，白塔係咪可以都係升級啲部隊嘅拎嚟，定係淨係出兵啊？因為你英國你點都要升級嘅，即係你嗰啲裝甲步兵。而且咧，通常咧你要升級嗰啲兵咧，都係個 timing 會再延遲多啲。即係譬如啦，你升級裝甲步兵，你去城堡時代啦，咁你要等咗城堡時代先啦，咁然之後你城堡時代升完啦，咁你就要升呢個步兵啦，咁然之後嗰度都可能要即係分2鐘噶啦，咁基本上咧你就算7分鐘升城都好啦，即係你第一時間應該係可能8分幾鐘先開始打人，8分幾9分鐘。咁而8分幾9分鐘咧，基本上正路嚟講啦，應該係大部分人即係就算唔係升得快，即係都差唔多升緊城。係咯，冇得升級噶嘛，即係我覺得呢啲打法唔係幾，即係唔可以話佢完全唔 work 嘅，但係就喺個牌面上面好似好弱咯。即係你一嚟咧就出兵又唔係出得多，咁二嚟你又要升級咁多嘢。即係個 timing 都好遲。We are going to be watching this game 4 minutes away, so make sure. 等先啦，佢話4分鐘之後終於有得睇啊 ！4 minutes away 啊，好遲。That's your countdown. That's how long. If you're heading over to Just Chatting, make sure you head over for 4 minutes, but then you come right back. All right, we will forgive you. But yeah, it's definitely 4 minutes away. 佢依家係邊個打邊個
？For these players, exactly what we're going to see. So in the games that Miyamaker played up against B, he looked to play as the Mongols and the French, and then for Koinu,
但係佢呢個係 BO1 嚟喎 ，BO1 肯定係第一，係第一輪嚟嘅。
matches out of these two players today.
Yeah, two very different civs and styles for both players. So. Yeah, it'll be interesting if we can see something like Roos in this first game. It's probably going to be Abbasid as they're a bit stronger from, I think you said that was Koinu, right? So
yeah.
冇啊，即係英國依家咧點樣開發都好咧，佢個文明都係即係唔夠人哋嗰啲做得咁好，即係所有嘢都。
French for Koinu.
Okay, so there we go. So I mean, we expected that there was going to be Mongols, but the French coming out from Koinu, definitely a matchup that we're starting to see a lot more from these players. We saw this.
不過我諗啲人都係叫我嘗試下咯，即係，但係冇計啊。
Do you feel like there's a real? Is there a particular civ that's got a bit of an advantage in this situation?
Definitely seems like
呢個係 3DB 嚟嘅咩個 ID？ 但係
for Mongols, I would say, even though
照計係冇理由啊，但係佢個對手又真係呢個人喎，好似。
It's still a matchup where Mongols has a lot of initiative, and usually French is the one that likes having the initiative, and just when you get into the mid game， 等先，
佢呢個係俄羅斯玩家喎，嚇，即係會唔會俾人歧視
？Having all those safe pastures at home and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And in the late game, and neither of them are particularly like.
NO 1800係以前 Steam 有嘅，但係因為佢嗰個即係售賣嗰個權咧，應該係俾咗呢個 Epic Store 好似。即係然之後咧，佢個 Steam 就 cut 咗。咁又或者咧，去嗰個 Ubisoft 嗰度買咯。其實隻 game 幾好玩嘅，但係咧就好多 DLC， 即係除非你好大愛啦，如果唔係嘅話就我覺得原版玩住先。
We used to see it as a very typical thing that it would happen 100% of the
即係 3DB 係俄羅斯玩家嚟喎，即係啱啱我望一望。
Starting to fall down in favor for this pasture opening. Was this something that you sort of expected to see?
即係以我所知咧，好多俄羅斯玩家咧，其實佢哋都俾人即係好多閒言閒語，即係點都鬧定先，因為你唔知佢諗咩啊。即係佢係反戰㗎，定係支持咧？不過我諗斷估佢應該唔會話支持嘅，即係俾人鬧餐死嘅一陣間。但係咧，好似話俄羅斯啲人會俾人洗腦，即係會唔會好似大陸咁樣
？Really do whatever you want because your opponent has a lot less room to punish you. But.Yeah, I would say it's not how I expected Mongols to be played initially.
Yeah, it's definitely a different adaptation or a strange adaptation that I didn't expect to see it either. But we are getting a couple more results coming through as well.
正式宣喺堅定流啊，望下先。
So we've got
我查佢嗰個 Twitter 先。
Running is going to be going up against Marine Lord in the next round. Puppy Paw has taken out Eerie, so he'll be going up.
不過講真啦，佢都冇練過。
And then Caspar has taken out Snooper, so the Australian sensation Snooper, unfortunately having to tap out against Caspar. So
係喎，佢真係 Hera 話唔打 AOE4啊。咁啊，佢嘅 Twitter 咧就話咧就 AOE4咧已經係唔有趣啦。咁啊，佢所以就甚至係完全唔想嚟練習同埋玩啊。
Yeah, I'll be interested to see whether I just want to see how Mongols plays this.
咁啊，我諗 Hera 應該係直接打 LL 就算我諗。但係呢個冇計啊，佢冇練過。
Is it going to be one that goes up to Castle Age and gets all greedy and stuff like that? Or are we going to see some Dark Age shenanigans with the towers everywhere? And it'll kind of be up to French.
咁啊，佢話咧亦都係會玩 AOE2，但係咧就冇興趣玩4啊。
Welcome to game number 1 of a knockout in Golden League. This is the very first round of the knockout. Spawning in on the south of the map, we've got Koinu, who is going to be playing.
不過講真，一個冇練過嘅人，即係。
On the north side
你玩咩 game 都唔有趣，其實講真。Hera 應該仲有敗者做啊，但係就我唔知佢中唔中意玩。
So you mentioned earlier that I was going to ask. So
睇下先啦，賽事係咪開始啊？咁啊右邊好似係 3DB， 但係亦都好似唔係。但係正常嚟講咧，如果係 3DB 嘅話，佢應該唔會用呢個 ID。睇下先啊，蒙古打法國。雖然話就話蒙古係小劣勢，但係咧就要睇下雙方玩家水平係點樣。
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. I think maybe. I mean, I really think you could still play
AOE2 係因為平衡啲至少，即係你話有唔有趣過就睇人嘅，有啲人中意玩2，有啲人中意玩4。但係咧就如果真係要講平衡嘅，同埋要講隻 game 嘅完善嘅程度咧，AOE2係做得好好多至少。
and just try to apply a lot of pressure and prevent your opponent from even feeling like they can leave their base at all.
同埋始終咧，因為4係即係隔咗咁耐出咧，你有好多功能都冇咧，其實就唔合理嘅。即係正常嚟講係應該舊 game 有嘅嘢咧，你新 game 應該要包齊先。即係尤其是譬如 hotkey 啊，又或者係。即係個界面 UI， 你想改到個小地圖放喺正中間嘅，咁 AOE4 都做唔到。即係打機咧，你唔想有啲喺功能上面受限你噶嘛？即係你想隻 game 完善少少，然之後你可以係集中喺個遊戲上面。但係 AOE4 咧，好明顯暫時係完全唔得嘅，肯定。即係你冇辦法係完全喺個唔完善嘅遊戲上面玩。即係尤其是連 A 地板都有問題嘅，就好濕滯下。不過又唔係話所有 game 都係咁嘅，即係唔知大家有冇玩過 StarCraft 1啦 ？StarCraft 1嘅workers 咧，採集資源咧係有 bug 嘅。咁然之後咧，佢哋只要咧兩隻工人咧喺同一個位置採集咧，佢就會有一隻閒置，即係 game 係咁樣設計。但係咧啲韓國人咧就會形容呢種係一種技術嚟嘅，即係你能夠及時執到嗰啲閒置村民咧，即係代表你手速夠快、夠勁。但係咧喺 AOE 入邊嚟講咧係都幾煩嘅，即係呢一種 bug。咁2都有嘅，4都應該冇嘅，4就因為4個設計唔同咗。咁但係咧就 AOE4 有一個問題就係 A 地板嗰陣時候咧啲兵有啲虧虧地。咁呢樣嘢咧喺 StarCraft 1度都有嘅，但係咧就即係因人而異啦。有啲人覺得呢啲嘢存在就係即係唔應該啊，但係有啲人咧就即係反而好享受呢啲遊戲嘅缺陷。咁然之後咧就形容呢啲為一種技術嚟嘅，你只要執得到。不過呢樣嘢係好複雜嘅，即係。但係有啲人唔中意 AOE4 就係呢啲嘢。即係點解要攞 StarCraft 1嚟講咧？因為 StarCraft 1咧係韓國依家都算係最熱門嘅 game 嚟，但係咧呢隻 game 係超多問題嘅，尤其是你選擇單位嘅時候咧，你只能夠選擇好似係唔知係8隻定唔知10零隻，即係你框住一堆兵咧，佢永遠只能夠框10零隻兵嘅啫。即係好似以前 AOE2 咁咯，以前 AOE2 啦，你框完一堆兵咧，佢好似都係得40隻啫嘛。即係你有200隻兵咧，你點樣框都好咧，佢都係框40隻俾你。咁而 StarCraft 1咧係更加少嘅，得10幾隻啫。但係有啲人咧就覺得呢啲設計咧係令到一個玩家會更加有技術啲。所以好多人都玩唔掂啊！即係，但係有好多韓國人都好中意，所以冇得講啊！呢啲你中意玩咩 game， 其實都係睇你自己，即係喺邊方面覺得有趣啲。冇改啊 ！StarCraft 1係完全冇改任何嘢，佢除咗畫面靚咗之外，佢所有嘢都冇改。睇下先啦，蒙古係先打長槍啦，但係就封建時代咁啊，應該係起定先啦，咁啊防一防騎兵啦。咁呢個好正路嘅，即係佢唔係好似 Viper 咁樣打蒙古特騎，佢係好穩陣，先打咗長槍先。咁啊守呢個騎兵啦，咁然之後就穩紮穩打。係啊 ，StarCraft 1係冇改任何嘢 ，StarCraft 1係仲濕滯過 AOE2。即係你諗下呢啲村民可以掘下資源，然之後停咗度唔喐嘅，即係你諗下，即係 game 嘅設計係反人類。但係就好有趣地就係唔知點解隻 game 咁紅，咁啊衝鋒加一刀，咁啊連埋斥候，咁啊先殺一隻村民先。其實佢嘅長槍就應該係企錯位啊，傻佬嚟。咁啊所以咧就俾人懟冧咗一個村民啦。StarCraft 1係啊 ，StarCraft 1係好白痴嘅呢個 game， 所以我就算即係你話 AOE2 唔好玩啊，但係。即係我係完全接受唔到 AOE1，唔係 StarCraft 1咯，我接受唔到。 StarCraft 一係你基本上編幾多個隊都冇用啊，即係佢所有嘢都係好奇怪嘅設計到。佢完全係一隻20年前嘅 game 嚟，即係除咗個畫面靚咗。睇下試下佢呢度想擺低個建築物，但係俾人棘住。
Without this stable, there's not going to be any horsemen to deal with the archers either, so they can just sit on this uvu.
好似唔錯啊！呢度咁啊，插咗2刀。咁啊，雖然騎兵咧有陣時咧喺新手嚟講咧，騎兵係幾勁嘅，但係咧我覺得第一件事係應該諗辦法插佢2刀先。咁不過咧呢度俾人偷雞咁啊，得咗2隻長槍兵，有啲蝕底。死啊！佢呢度俾人 cam 住啲兵出唔到嚟。呢個蒙古可能要死啊！咁樣，佢俾人 cam 住呢啲兵咧，一出嚟就俾人射嘅，幾賤嘅！你睇下啲長槍，我覺得呢個蒙古要瓜咯咁樣。其實咧，佢應該要諗辦法咧，就係將啲建築物移翻去自己 TC 附近，先至再出兵會好啲。如果唔係嘅話咧，佢出幾多兵都會俾人射。瓜咗啊！呢個蒙古咁樣俾人壓住。好啦，咁啊，連個黑漢都死埋。呢度咧有個小細節要知嘅，就係你雖然好想雙倍出兵啦，但係喺呢個時候係要放棄嘅。即係你呢個時候咧，如果你咁樣喺呢度出兵，然之後一出嚟就俾人射2箭咧，都未打，你睇都未打就已經俾人射幾箭啊！基本上你係唔應該貪呢個雙倍出兵，你應該將啲建築物移翻屋企。即係如果唔係嘅話咧，佢俾人咁樣偷摸咧，就你一出嚟啲兵都半條血啦，即係蝕底到震。係先啊！呢個時候就忍唔住啦。咁啊，但係有金馬喺度幫手輸出嘅，好似都 OK。但係就清唔清得到啊？呢一波咁啊，有長槍喺後面幫手打呢個嘅金馬啦，但係就捱唔到幾戰，唔得啊！好事啦，都仲係。咁啊，應該蒙古好事啦。咁啊，終於忍唔住係調翻去啦，真係傻佬嚟啊！即係我前2分鐘已經講啊，真係其實佢嗰個牧場唔使調走嘅，佢就係調走嗰個建築物啦，但係就冇計啊，真係太遲有個反應。其實遠唔係輸啊，但係你要處理得好咯，即係有啲人甚至會加支塔喺度守住呢個位。但係佢就基本上完全冇諗過點樣處理，所以冇計啊！即係人哋一心一意就係咁樣打你，然之後你冇準備過。
They are a very mobile civilization and could potentially look to strike those berries. But now it looks like we've got another production building going to be coming down in the back of the base. It looks like it might be a stable. So he's going to be looking. 成日蒙古呢個時候咧就羊斷咗少少，但係咧就屋企有呢個軍營啦，有呢個馬房啦。咁啊，奧包俾人打咗就。可以喺後邊再起啊，其實。其實佢咧應該一開始咧就應該要即係諗辦法出兵先，咁然之後先至睇下點樣守嗰個位。但係佢所有嘢都做得好遲，即係佢馬房又遲咗啦。咁啊，第一波嘅長槍咧應該係其實都有嘅數量，但係佢唔知道人哋點解啲工兵咁快過咗嚟，然之後就撻咗佢2隻長槍。哇！衝撞車啊！呢個法國直頭。不過法國優勢好大，即係佢就算呢個衝撞車咧就失敗嘅話咧，其實佢應該都會偷到穿。但係講真啦，我唔覺得法國呢個時候咁樣打係好嘅。其實法國如果玩衝撞車呢個時候應該係俾機會蒙古啊，有機會。
Yeah, there's really no answer here for Mongols to deal with the spearmen, aside from maybe the town center.
咁啊，瘋狂向後移。
He's doing. He's just gonna have to sit on the town center, rely on that building to try and keep him alive here. And Knights just trying to poke away at those.
係先，蒙古忍唔住衝咗上去先啦，咁但係咧就啲長槍跟唔到啊。得唔得啊？呢度 打得唔錯，打得唔錯。其實馬一定要追住工兵打啊！佢呢度咧唔可以係打金馬嘅，佢一定要攞所有馬呢個，即係拎嚟打工兵去保護呢個長槍。夠唔夠抽我都唔係好知。佢呢度控兵控得麻麻地，其實心急得滯咯。點解唔忍多陣啊？1999年玩 StarCraft 1，我以前都有玩啊，但係真係玩唔掂。我就算依家去玩，我都玩唔掂。
Yeah, just not quite enough. There was just too many knights, and Koinu did a really good job of focusing down the spearmen.
即係 game 喺太多嗰啲遊戲系統上面，你要用人手去解決啲問題咧，真係好難玩啊！搞到。正喺度修理個牧場係咩意思？
The knight's going to be able to scare it back into the town center, and at the same time, it looks like that battering ram going to be able to get the final shot off.
冇啦，咁啊 RTS 呢隻 game 咧係你前面如果一落後咧就滾雪球咧就會越嚟越難打。咁啊，你見到睇下有冇辦法清理咗呢一波先啦，至少。咁但係好明顯就係法國優勢好大。哎呀，仲要清理唔到，截啊！ 睇下先可唔可以執嘅村民啊 ？OK 啊，咁啊賺少少。其實法國呢個推咧係俾蒙古機會啊，但係呢個蒙古把得唔好。
Yeah, so well played over to Koinu. Little bit of, I wouldn't say necessarily an upset, but obviously the Mongols, a civilization that is considered a bit favored in that matchup. Bit of a misplay coming out from him. There were a couple of different positions there that sort of made you scratch.
咁啊，蒙古咧，因為佢前面俾人奧包趕走咗嗰一波咧，其實趕走唔係一個問題嚟啊，最大問題就係佢打咗一波失敗咗啊，即係呢個係其實佢應該要忍耐所有嘢都。
Was active with his scouts. He realized there was no forward towers or anything like that. And he did exactly what he needed to do. He got up to the feudal age. He made a lot of units, and then he just sat on.
即係咧，有陣時咧打交咧，唔係你想打就即刻打，你要諗清楚究竟自己打完之後會有啲咩影響。
Yeah, that's exactly it. Now you might be wondering, hold on a minute. We watched the Viper versus Leary game. That was the best.
即係好似啱啱蒙古咁樣咧，其實佢又唔係真係咁需要去打嘅，即係喺奧包嗰度，咁唔即係唔需要特別去守嘅，因為佢本身冇乜石頭。你雙倍出兵都唔係出得幾多次，咁你留翻晒喺 TC 隔離出兵仲好過。咁然之後咧，因為嗰度第一波佢打咗先啦，咁然之後失敗咗啦，咁啊死晒啲兵啦，咁基本上就已經滾緊雪球啦。咁然之後第二波失敗嘅就係人哋都未威脅到你，你又衝出去同人打。即係人哋衝撞車咧撞你牧場咧，你咪一係就移走啲建築物啦，一係就由得佢撞啦。咁基本上無論邊樣都好咧，都係冇所謂嘅，即係你唔會死。即係咪由得佢撞啦？你一個建築物百幾木材啫嘛，唔值錢。咁但係咧佢就忍唔住，就又衝去出邊同人打，咁啊打咗第二次，咁啊又俾人清晒啲兵。咁啊基本上咧。任何 RTS 你只要輸兩次，基本上都咩 game 都追唔翻。咁啊，因為雪球已經滾起咗啦。咁你除咗死咗自己啲兵之外咧，你最緊要就係個部隊個差距你係追唔到。即係唔單止打輸咗嗰兩波兵，你仲要係追翻呢兩波兵打完之後嗰個損失嗰個差距。即係人哋啲兵就即係一樣係咁多。咁然之後你又要追翻嗰個數量咧，你基本上除咗加建築物之外咧，就係冇噶啦。
Game as well, but yeah, Simton played very well, so I'm looking forward to seeing exactly how he performs. Taking out Vodka, so Vodka was our observer.
係先啊，啱啱係 BO1 嘅，咁然之後應該係 Lina 噶啦，咁啊打呢個 Poppy 咩啊 Poppy Pump
down to the losers bracket, but yeah, that'll be curious to see. Exactly who wins between those two guys, because my money, you know, it's going to be on the snake.
其實 AOE4 防守優勢都有嘅，因為其實咧最主要其實個優勢咧係個地圖大細。即係我自己覺得，即係話咧，你地圖越大咧，你防守嘅話就越着數。咁啊，所以話細咧，其實可能係地圖太細，即係令到進攻嗰個行兩步路就到你屋企，咁樣好似好蝕底。其實我自己都覺得咧，有啲圖真係太細，有啲圖又太大。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first game in the series between Leenock。
不過好似話遲啲會改噶嘛，即係有啲嘢都，不過我唔知佢點樣改啊，即係地圖好似話大改啊，有啲都。不過佢依家呢個版本就應該未改嘅，即係等佢 update 又係。
One of the favorites for the tournament, it is going to be Leenock, who is playing in the red。
等下先啊，阿拔斯內戰。咁啊，阿拔斯依家咧係頂尖文明之一啊。咁啊，如果你 ban 咗德里之後咧，就應該第二個係揀阿拔斯同埋蒙古。咁但係阿拔斯明顯就係可以輕鬆處理蒙古噶啦，依家。咁啊，所以咧阿拔斯應該都係首選嚟。
And sometimes in these Abbasid mirrors, you can see these mind games where like, oh, he's gathering stone. He's going to go for a second TC.
狗仔手。
I'm going to gather 600 stone and go for a third.
咁啊 ，Lina 應該唔會瓜嘅，因為 Lina 咧應該係都係明阿拔斯嘅。咁啊，雖然中國用得最多。咁啊，但係阿拔斯佢都幾勁。
If your opponent is too greedy, you could try to go for a faster castle age and get some siege out and be really aggressive. So there's definitely some options we'll see.
咁啊，阿拔斯 Mirror， 我諗應該都係大家開 TC 啊，照道理。咁啊，阿拔斯咧係一個偏少少防守嘅文明啦，一開始即係佢城堡時代可以狂攻嘅，但係就封建時代應該都係偏防守啊。咁所以如果打 Mirror 咧，應該都係開 TC 比較好啲。即係你走去進攻人咧，就冇乜特別優勢，即係尤其是係大家都係同一個文明。即係人哋做嘢做慢你少少咧，影響不大。但係如果做慢少少，如果經濟好啲咧，咁就好着數啊。咁啊，所以大家都係應該都係鬥慢嘅做嘢。即係你開 TC 咁，大家開 TC。咁啊，升族輪嘅話咧，就大家都升族輪。咁啊，慢慢發展下經濟先。我見到中路咧已經喺度講緊咧，就係個阿拔斯會唔會開3-4 TC？ 其實有機會啊，講真。即係如果有一個阿拔斯佢雙 TC 嘅，咁你想做嘢慢佢少少，但係經濟好啲咧，就係開3 TC。即係如果人哋開3 TC 咧，你又想經濟好過人，然之後做嘢慢啲咁多堆咧，咁你係應該開4 TC。咁啊，點解要慢啲咁多堆咧？因為如果你太慢咧，就基本上你係應對唔到人哋做同樣嘅嘢啦。但係如果你慢啲咁多堆咧，就地圖嗰個距離咧就可以彌補過呢個時間差。即係簡單講咧，就係防守優勢啦，都係因為你行過對面你要20秒嘅，咁呢20秒就係個防守優勢嚟。你只要做慢20秒嘢咧，咁基本上係一樣可以處理到人哋啲嘢。
Even though you eventually overtake your enemy with village account, you lose so much momentum in that.
咁但係我要睇下佢哋兩個點樣選擇先。即係如果你太貪嘅，然之後咧呢個地圖嘅距離咧係冇辦法彌補到呢個問題咧，咁貪嗰個人就會死。不過我覺得雙 TC 係必須嘅，因為阿拔斯本身單 TC 佢啲打法都唔係好強勢，即係我覺得雙 TC 係必須嘅。即係喺雙 TC 嗰度之後再諗下點樣做咯，做啲咩？咁啊，地圖嚟講咧，應該係 Lina 即係 Lina 嗰邊比較蝕底少少嘅，即係因為佢嗰個圖連圍牆都好難圍。咁然之後啲果咧係即係比較暴露啊！即係反而呢個阿拔斯咧，你睇下佢兩個果位超近啊！咁啊石頭亦都喺果附近啦。咁啊開 TC 嘅位咧可以好安全啊！咁然之後佢嗰3大嘅樹木咧係可以令到佢圍牆比較慳資源。我覺得係啊 ，Lina 呢邊比較蝕底啊！即係喺個地圖上面。不過咧就即係如果 Lina 係勁嘅話，就基本上就呢啲蝕底少少就問題不大，即係唔會影響到你輸。咁啊兩邊都掘石啦，好似唔係喎 Lina， 唔係掘緊。咁啊先升咗族輪先啦，兩邊都。咁啊，然之後就係掘石啦。咁啊，嗱，正路係唔會起任何兵嘅，暫時。因為呢個時候起兵咧，你係乜都打唔到嘅，真係嘥錢。即係尤其是係阿拔斯 Mirror， 即係太慢啦，本身已經。
can get their second town centers down. Whether they're going to be able to compete with the theory.
咁啊，雙方喺度出村民執經濟，大家一齊歡樂種田。係啊，阿拔斯係幾好啊，因為嗱，通常咧你唔使主動進攻咧，就基本上已經少咗一個失誤嘅嘢，即係嘅因素啊。即係永遠最穩定嘅打法咧，就係乜都唔做，然之後自己做自己嘢。睇下先啊，咁啊，咁佢可能會俾人頂住啊，所以佢就選擇係起一個唔太靚嘅位，咁但係 OK 嘅。咁啊，相當唔錯，兩邊個標 order 應該差唔多，但係就 Lina 呢邊就慢少少啊，咁啊慢少少都有啲蝕底不過。睇下先啊，佢呢度想食鹿啊！哎呀，俾人頂住啊會。冇頂到居然。咁啊 ，Lina 呢個位唔靚啊，所以冇計啊。佢呢度咧後邊冇果啦，咁佢唯一食到嘅就係鹿同埋右邊個。右邊嗰個果太遠啦，左手邊嗰個超遠添，即係佢只能夠是但揀樣嘢。其實咧，喺呢邊左手邊個可能會好啲，但係就又好似好難防守。等陣先，有人好似想開3TC 喎。有人好似想開3TC，我記得有300石喎，仲有。佢依家爭少少木材。係咯，即係大家鬥慢啊！你見到呢個阿拔斯 Mirror 就係咁樣玩。咁啊，第3個 TC。咁啊，而且咧3TC 咧，因為你村民半價咧，基本上係等於平時人哋1.5個 TC 嘅使費，其實好抵玩。睇下先啊，兩邊都3TC。咁啊，記住啦，阿拔斯啦，你起 TC 喺果隔離咧，你一定要加個魔方去 double 嗰個果啦。如果唔係嘅話，就好蝕底。不過呢個係啲基本嘢嚟。咁啊，大家都爆經濟。咁剩低咧就睇下邊個標 order 做得好少少，或者執資源執得好啲咧。咁啊，升城之後就應該。但係我覺得阿拔斯喺城堡時代都唔係太中意進攻嗰啲嚟。正路係雙 TC 嘅，但係因為阿拔斯 Mirror 咧，基本上大家鬥經濟嘅話咧，咁3TC 其實唔係話拖你好多時間，咁你可能會係慢少少，但係你村民多啲經濟好啲咧，基本上 OK 嘅，冇問題。但係咧打其他文明咧就最好都係雙 TC 就算數啦，因為3TC 太慢咧，人哋做第啲嘢打你咧，你就基本上守唔到。先啦，雙馬房打咩啊？呢個時候打肉馬啊，居然！我覺得呢個時候咁樣打係做唔到嘢。但係咧就要睇下 Lina 有冇辦法望到先，因為佢呢兩個馬房咧個位置都幾，即係喺正中間都未必睇得到。但係講真，我唔係好中意佢咁樣打。不過有啲人就係中意咁樣打，即係有啲人咧係唔中意翹埋雙手種田，即係佢中意打交。咁但係呢啲招係即係有限，即係個作用。睇下先啦，咁啊打呢個應該係駱駝加肉馬先啦，但係我自己覺得啦，封建時代肉馬咧，佢唔係真係做到好多嘢，尤其是咁多個 TC 底下咧，即係你冇可能衝入去打人哋。睇下先啊 ，Lina 咧係黃金掘夠啦，直接唔要啦。睇下先嗱，大家睇下啲肉馬咧，佢殺村民咧太慢啦。 哦，咁啊先死一隻。咁啊，然之後插埋塔咧，基本上呢個位好安全啊。即係如果你靠駱駝啊，或者工兵啊，或者肉馬咧，基本上喺封建時代係乜嘢都做唔到嘅，真係嘥錢。咁啊，呢個時候咧，對手只能夠周圍遊街揾下一個位去進攻啦，但係就正路應該打唔到嘢。即係呢啲兵種係冇可能衝 TC 底嘅，咁然之後人哋只要唔喺 TC 外邊嘅地方發展咧，你係得個睇字嘅，即係你冇可能衝入去噶嘛。係啊，雙方都3 TC 啊，但係一個升緊城，一個就選擇打攻，即係打進攻。不過係浪費時間呢個咁樣打。其實應該大家都升咗城先，因為封建可以選擇嘅打法啦，同埋兵種太有限啦。即係對阿拔斯嚟講咧，係即係寧願種田都唔，即係都唔想進攻。即係如果你可以進攻嘅話，咁你單 TC 已經好強勢啦，即係你使乜呢個時候先打？就係問題就係阿拔斯嘅進攻太弱咧，即係令到大家可以選擇開 TC 啊嘛。即係如果進攻係夠強勢嘅，咁基本上雙方都唔會3 TC 嘅，即係呢個阿拔斯嗰個防守同埋佢選擇嘅兵種太少。咁啊，你見到人哋升咗城堡時代啦，咁咁啊呢個人爆咗一堆馬出嚟，唔知做啲咩。difficult to deal with, but we'll take a look at Lennox base. I want to have a look at the 即係浪費一堆錢出咗啲肉馬出嚟。His base at the moment, because you can see he's got a couple of camel archers in queue at the moment. Looks like he is dropping down a whole bunch of barracks here. So 哇，咁啊呢個係加咗4個軍營。啊，先暫時出咩啊？佢可能想要少少兵去處理咗人哋啲駱駝先。咁然之後咧，你如果同人鬥多駱駝咧，基本上就可以唔使諗用咩兵克噶啦。哎呀，咁啊上面執咗一隻村，咁但係 OK 嘅。
Looks like almost 7 or 8 villagers at this point from getting those town centers earlier, killing a couple of the villagers here, and he's really positioned his units well to like control these resources and force a response from Lennox. The one problem I see
咁啊，大家睇下先啊，肉馬其實肉馬開始做唔到嘢，但係就嗱，你見到啦，肉馬咧每次衝入嚟咧，就基本上佢殺村殺得太慢啦，同埋佢仲要捱住呢個 TC 蛇咧，基本上係好蝕底。所以封建時代係唔想打呢啲咁嘅兵，即係你雖然係 delay 到人哋可能採集資源 delay 到一陣間嘅，但係就呢一陣間究竟係咪俾到你好大優勢？嗱，即係呢度死村咯，開始。咁啊，死咗2隻村，2隻村就有賺啦。咁樣嘅話，3隻啦已經。咁啊，村民數係67對78，咦，好似又唔錯，暫時睇。要。咁啊 ，NO 180咧，係啊，佢，但係你有辦法執下佢嗰個，即係啲建築物可以移位噶嘛。即係你喺之後再慢慢調位咯。即係如果你前期你執得唔靚。Siege Workshop。但係 Lina 啲兵咧，即係雖然話被動係 OK 嘅，但係你完全唔出兵喎，即係10隻唔知去咗邊。咁啊，村民數相差9隻，咁樣嘅話咧，就對方有啲着數噶啦。佢雖然死咗少少兵啦，但係因為依家村民數相差成10隻啦，就快。喂 ，Lina 啲兵去咗邊啊？佢有10隻兵喎，唔知去咗邊，又死村民啊！
You know, we've seen out of Lennox a bit of a meme develop where he just doesn't make walls. Is there?
哎呀，又死村，咁樣好蝕啊！即係本身係 OK 嘅，但係依家蝕底啊！一死村就。
This map is very open.
喐，大家好。
Really try to invest in a wall. It's going to be a lot of resources.
咁啊，你見到開始圍牆啦，但係就佢呢個圖咧，因為本身唔係太容易圍啊，所以冇計啊。
I guess it's a necessary evil at this point, but I would say on a
但係冇計啊，圍啦唯有。
not go for walls if you don't have to. But yeah, I really like the way Puppy Paw has played this so far. He's put himself in a really good position. 大鑊，即係好似 Lina 有啲不利咁樣。
佢依家咧啲兵咧就唔係太靈活咧，所以佢只能夠係圍牆咧去限制人哋走位啦。咁等自己唔使咁辛苦啦。但係問題就係佢呢度又嘥一筆錢。佢呢度係咁轉個畫面有啲暈。係咪見到對方咧係長弓兵衝撞車？其實對方呢個打法咧，你起攻城單位就應該可以處理。咁啊，對方打得好好啊，真係不斷做騷擾啦。咁然之後正面拍一個寶啊，居然。好靚啊！咁啊炸一波先。咁啊對方已經去到100村啦。咁啊 Lina 咧係87。其實對方打得好進取下。哇！呢個但係冇計啊！嗱，你見到今次咧，對方呢個人咧，佢係將啲馬咧做騷擾咧。咁你睇下咧 ，Lina 嘅兵咧，佢係分咗兩邊啊。咁呢個咧係玩多線嘅一個重點嚟。即係逼人哋分兵啊！其實佢本身啲馬嘅數量唔係好多啊，但係佢逼人哋咁樣分兵之後咧，咁啊 Lina 正面咧部隊唔係好夠多，咁啊阻唔到對方嘅城堡。咁但係呢個城堡應該係，其實你話佢有作用，佢又好似冇乜作用。同埋咧城堡係射程短過輕頭1格嘅，即係基本上咧應該係輕頭可以照打城堡啊。
But otherwise, it's just 3 per tree until it's chopped down.
係成日哇，對方已經去到150人口啦，真係爆晒。
They managed to get cleaned up, and Puppy Paw going to be under attack as a knight comes out. Spear's going to be doing a great job of cleaning this up. They've got a camera here as well to reduce that. 咁啊，多線都要識控兵啊！如果唔係嘅話咧，就多線都係送兵嚟。Doing a really nice job of multitasking him on this western side of the map, harnessing his inner GUA right there.
咁啊，去到呢個時候咧，就睇下雙方配兵啦。咁基本上呢個經濟優勢咧，雖然係一個少少嘅重點啦，但係已經開始影響唔大噶啦，就快。咁啊，剩低就係走位同埋配兵。咁你見到啦，咁啊分咗工兵過嚟處理長槍，然之後就攞啲騎兵 A 埋上去。其實啲騎兵可以反打佢一波，即係長槍反正都走唔到啊。其實佢應該係反打一波，食咗啲騎兵，然之後啲駱駝走就算啦。
Look at the texts that are coming through right now. We're seeing
係啊，打啦啫，佢其實一早應該打，即係你得咗啲騎兵之後，你咪慢慢走。
Veteran horseman, that's interesting. I mean, his macro makes a lot of sense for that. He's stacking a lot of food, and you can burn the food really quickly.
咁啊，村民數係103對119。咁啊，但係咧就雙方嘅資源咧就差唔多嘅。咁你見到。咁啊，反而好似 Lina 仲多啲添，因為佢好似出兵出得比較少。
But what is he doing on the south of the map there? Puppypaw has some villagers next to the stone and the gold on the right. Is he trying to build more keeps down there? Oh, that's crossbows.
咩短幾 cm？ 你講中完招之後，其實我諗短幾 cm 應該係啲，即係好少情況發生嘅。我諗好似。即係 CM 喎，大佬，即係好明顯下喎。如果真係，睇下先啊。咁喺呢個時候咧，就見到 Lina 咧係防得唔錯啊。咁啊，雖然咧就經濟應該係比對方差少少啊，但係問題咧就係對方係咁送兵咧，咁呢啲兵都係錢嚟嘅。咁對方係咁送嘅話咧，就應該冇乜經濟優勢。咁剩低咧就係佢前置個堡咧就俾巨頭打緊啦，所以就基本上前置城堡亦都好似冇乜作為。佢起咗出嚟，但係就俾個巨頭係咁啄緊嘅。等先呢度分兵，有冇發現啊？嗰個位，等先俾人雙線打緊喎。有冇兵啊？呢個時候 ，Lina， 其實佢呢個時候咧應該要開始轉騎兵嘅，即係唔係即係轉肉馬啊？如果唔係嘅話咧，佢可能處理唔到人哋啲老兵。哇！呢度打到雙線，不過有少少送兵 feel， 有少少送兵 feel。我覺得死少少村 OK 啊。 我覺得 OK 嘅呢個死啲村民問題不大，但係如果死兵嘅話就應該幾蝕底。
Yeah, we can now see upgrades coming through for Puppy Paw as well. At the same time, these crossbows just being very annoying behind these.
咁啊，有啲煩咁解啦，暫時睇落。但係就唔係啲咩致命嘅嘢嚟嘅。咁不過咧就 Lina 有少少閒置村。咁你見到 Lina 咧係好似係想死守呢個位啊，咁啊對方咧出咗少少弩炮，但係就俾 Lina 處理咗啦。有先呢度招學得唔得？哇！呢個位靚喎，招得。佢雖然就可能招唔到嘢嘅，但係保護咗2個巨頭啊，至少。睇下先，肉馬都死咗好多啦，但係就得唔得？處唔處理到 ？OK 啊，清晒。哇！呢個守得靚。咁啊，基本上咧經濟就俾人閒置咗一堆啦，但係就問題不大嘅。咁清理咗人哋一波兵之後咧，就反而係對方蝕底啲，我覺得。呢個時候呢個堡可能未必保得住啊，而且嗰個城堡仲未拆到。哇，守得靚呢個位，咁啊對方好似做嘅騷擾咧做得過分咗少少，咁喺呢個時候咧部隊數咧係去到54對40幾啦已經。咁啊有陣時打多線打得太奔放都唔係一件好事嚟。睇下先啊，咁啊城堡爆咗啦，咁啊後邊一大堆老兵啊，點樣處理？咁啊想再起多一個堡，但係就好似好蝕底啊呢度，同埋呢個堡係咪真係做到嘢㗎？真係仲喺度堅持係咁起。咁但係等下先，Lina 喺後邊俾人騷擾嘅，好似暫時未有反應啊。咁啊，大家互換村民嘅話，因為對方村民多咧，其實佢村民死咗都冇所謂。其實阿拔斯大家互死村都冇乜所謂。村民多有好處嘅，即係你大家可以儲埋，即係儲定啲資源咯。咁然之後，當你需要部隊嘅時候，你先殺咗啲村去。即係又或者好似啱啱咁樣咧，大家互換村民咧，咁呢個時候村民多就會着數啲。但係講真啦，暫時搞咗咁多嘢之後，好似冇乜分別。反而 Lina 咧就好似仲舒服咗添。咁自從佢對手係咁送兵之後，其實佢出到150村又真係多得滯，即係其實應該要冷靜下。睇下先啊，正面打一波啊，但係就 Lina 嘅兵應該係俾人蝦住嘅，就咁睇個畫面。即係老兵打工兵咧，應該係工兵比較平啲，同埋攻速快少少。頭先 Lina 仲打啊呢個位。我覺得佢呢個唔應該打啊，俾人清咗啊呢一波兵，咁樣有啲蝕底。同埋佢應該要轉少少肉馬啦，因為肉馬先可以處理到工兵嘅。佢呢個長槍加老兵都係處理唔到。呢一波咧，對方 trade 嘅時候應該賺咗唔少。即係又或者出輕頭咯，即係就咁睇。
This isn't looking good for Leenock. His military force is down to 24 at the moment. Puppy Paw on 41. But keep in mind, Puppy Paw has a military
大鑊啦！咁啊，前面嗰波 trade 得唔好啊，所以呢個時候咧就俾人推咗入嚟。咁啊，正面咧雖然處理咗2個堡啦，但係就 Lina 本身經濟係麻麻地啊。咁而對方咧已經有爆人口啦，159村民。即係如果你話啱啱140幾會唔會太多？我覺得160真係多得滯啊！我覺得140咧都叫做可以，即係你係咁送兵都好咧，你有錢即係有收入翻嚟咧，即係你係咁送都冇所謂。但係160幾就已經唔係送兵嘅問題，佢正面部隊唔夠多㗎會。但係咧就 Lina 冇，佢冇食物啊！呢個時候佢應該要起個市集調資先。大鑊啦！佢俾人 cam 住咗呢個出兵位。唔通 Lina 要瓜第一場？咁啊，對方呢個時候咧好多錢啊，真係星印帝王時代添啊，仲要。
I'm gonna bet, probably doesn't go higher than 165.
It would be crazy if he goes higher than this. His military, like he could be
165村啊
game right now with this. If he had 60 less.
哇！呢個經濟真係好，同埋咧呢個時候咧，就算佢部隊數唔夠多都好咧，其實已經冇所謂啊！即係佢揾夠資源咧，咁佢 delete 翻啲村就得啦。即係反正佢呢個時候咧就正面冇咩壓力嘅，即係人哋唔會反打死佢，咁所以佢村民唔夠多都冇，唔係即係佢村民太多都冇乜所謂。但係就好神奇啊！即係。不過冇計，呢個地圖本身就唔係好靚，同埋我唔知係咪佢揀嘅兵種組合有啲問題，即係你長槍加老兵，但係人哋係打緊馬咧就。咁啊，應該冇啊！佢對方係咁換，同埋 AOE4嘅資源咧，即係尤其是你種咗田咧，咁基本上啲食物就係無限收入嚟。咁啊，所以啲馬咧咁樣送入嚟死咧都係冇所謂。咁啊，馬係一個唔值錢嘅單位。真係凄涼。其實係咪應該鬥打馬咧？一開始即係唔好打長槍，唔好打老兵。即係我覺得咧，如果你係升成升得快啲嗰個咧，其實照道理你有金馬，即係你點都唔怕人哋肉馬喎，照道理。同埋打馬始終靈活啲，即係你唔會俾人好似撚狗咁樣周圍走嚟走去咁辛苦。咁啊 ，Lina 要個市集調資啊，佢4000黃金啦已經。同埋佢一路 keep 住俾人咁樣 cam 住個出兵位啊，即係啲兵一出嚟就死。即係死不投降，但係冇計啊，因為佢本身有120幾村啦，其實就經濟都 OK 嘅。咁而且對方咧一直都係即係35部隊，即係部隊唔係好多，睇落又好似清得到。咁啊，其實對手都有失誤嘅，即係咁多村，佢一路都殺唔死呢啲嗱。但係優勢仲喺度嘅，但係佢一路都殺唔死人，即係太少兵啦，因為。即係搞笑嘅呢一鋪。咁啊，一個人咧就太少兵啦。咁啊，一個人咧就見到自己啲村民好似數量都唔錯嘅，就覺得仲有得打。試下 Lina 仲有3000幾黃金。佢呢個時候咧係食物唔夠，俾佢升帝王時代。同埋佢啲兵，其實講真啦，佢仲喺度出老兵係，佢想黑啲咩部隊啊？咁啊，對方嗰啲係肉馬嚟嘅，即係你出老兵係一隻兵都冇黑嘅，但係我唔知點解佢成場堅持係咁出。咁啊，好蝕底啊呢度，即係啲兵根本黑唔到人，仲喺度出緊啊，黐線佬。
And there's just nothing coming from Leenock here. He's got 3 crossbows in queue.
佢唔應該出老兵嘅，同埋佢第一波咧老兵打工兵嗰度咧，真係即係個兵種俾人黑住。咁啊 ，Lina 係先瓜第一場嘅，咁啊好意外。好意外輸咗俾個路人。
Military count probably going to be the same story there as well. You can see it
黑
definitely
馬
a bit of a fight.
其實我覺得 Lina 出錯兵咯，即係佢係咁出老兵，但係基本上成場嚟講咧，老兵係冇做過嘢。
Didn't go his way.
即係老兵又唔係黑肉馬嘅，佢又唔係黑駱駝嘅，即係先掛第一鋪。咁啊資源咧就係對面一定多啲嘅，因為咁鬼多村民。哇！你睇下村民數最高去到171隻，癲佬。
I think during N4C people were saying, Linux got some of the best, highest APM
What the fuck?
multitasking in the tournament.
睇下先啊，揀咗呢個中國。拗柴哦 ，OK， 拗柴，中國打呢個蒙古。
And I'm sure people in chat probably wondering as well. After that amazing performance from Puppy Paw, I mean, as you mentioned,
但係好難講啊，蒙古。不過蒙古唔係黑中國喺呢個時候，即係尤其是呢張圖。其實有啲人咧會選擇呢張圖咧用神羅嚟到黑中國，又或者阿拔斯，但係蒙古應該唔係。我諗有機會嘅，同埋呢張，因為始終呢個比賽咧係即係叫做雙敗制啊，即係有敗者做，我覺得 OK 嘅，就算。不過最好就唔好喺度瓜。
Just really well done. Had a game plan. He executed it really well. Even just small things like getting the town.
其實啱啱咧 ，Lina 咧係應該，我自己覺得咧都係打翻金馬好少少。即係雖然人哋有駱駝啦，但係因為人哋係即係人哋都係阿拔斯嚟啫嘛，即係你咪照出駱駝咯。即係你有駱駝，人哋有駱駝，咁然之後你金馬打人哋封建時代肉馬咧，咁基本上你可以好輕易即係處理咗人哋嗰啲乜鬼嘢多線。
Okay, so chat is also confirming that that Puppy Paw plays under the name David Kim. So David Kim at the moment ranked.
哦，原來佢就係大衛金。
About 100 ELO behind Leenox, so definitely becomes a little bit more reasonable.
哦，咁樣就有得講啦，即係佢呢個人一直喺呢個天梯排行頭20個。即係原來佢就係 David Kim。咁啊，我唔知大家知唔知邊個係 David Kim？ 即係嗱，佢呢個名咧就即係我唔係話佢本身個名係叫呢個。係呢個大衛金咧就係 StarCraft 入邊一個好出名係專做呢個遊戲平衡嘅人員啦。係呢個 David Kim。咁但係咧就係最大問題咧就係佢嘅平衡係好垃圾嘅，做到隻 game。咁所以咧就好出名嘅，即係呢個大衛金呢個名。
Yeah, that's a great point. Perhaps that's exactly.
係啊，駱駝本身佢封建時代唔係太勁嘅，佢係純粹之後減攻嗰啲好似好好用。但係問題就係，其實我覺得，因為佢啱啱咧，如果佢咁樣出場出兵咧，佢俾人咁樣即係走嚟走去喺度做騷擾，佢基本上俾人撻咗嗰度都撻咗好多村。
Yeah, I think it would make sense. Go for the silver tree, get out a lot of traders with that double stone production early. I mean, obviously you should scout to make sure China's not cheesing you with a Barbican rush or anything like that. But if he's not, then you get up.
其實應該打金馬先啊，我覺得，即係我自己覺得。即係如果可以揀嘅，肯定係金馬先。始終係 Lina 升咗城堡時代先啊嘛，即係你城堡時代之後就有好多兵種選擇。咁但係佢選擇嘅係老兵加長槍兵啊，即係兩隻兵都，即係佢雖然長槍兵係黑肉馬，但係問題就係，即係兩隻兵都又唔靈活啦，而且老兵係即係完全蝦唔，即係蝦啲咩，即係冇嘢蝦隻兵，即係仲衰過出工兵，即係出工兵咧好似係俾肉馬蝦啦，但係其實老兵都係俾肉馬蝦，即係講到尾就係我寧願出一隻輸出高啲嘅咯，即係唔會出老兵，即係老兵仲要貴啲添。Lina 會唔會出局？應該難講啊，不過睇下點咯，即係雙敗制啊嘛。佢就算呢度瓜咗都好咧，佢仲有敗者做，即係喺另一條線打噶嘛，可以。即係我諗要打啲人 Lina 嘅人咧，應該都唔係好多嘅，即係可能呢個大衛金係其中一個都未定。但係咧就講到尾唔會有好多人嘅，即係可以喺敗者組打翻上去噶嘛。咁樣就都 OK 嘅，照道理。
It won't be too long before we head into game number 2 between Leenock and Puppy Paw. As you guys know, Puppy Paw currently seed 24, but sits on the ladder at rank 15 at the moment. Leenock seed 9, but sits on the ladder, I think, at rank 4 or rank 5, coming off a second place in N4C, the very first 6-figure Age of Empires 4 tournament. This one being the Golden League, the second 6-figure Age of Empires 4 tournament. He'll be looking to try and emulate his success.
不過呢個賽事個賽制又改咗，即係好似都好多濕滯嘢。
We'll be jumping into that second game shortly, so I encourage you guys, if you haven't already, go grab a drink because it's gonna get spicy. All right, we're heading into this game. Mido, what's your pick? Is it who wins? Is it China? Is it Mongols?
Ooh, I'm gonna go with Mongols. I think there's a lot of potential for them on this map with the trade boom. I guess if he doesn't go for trade, I would be a little bit less confident in that. But well, with the spawn too, with the gold mine, I'm gonna say Mongols is probably gonna take this one.
What a beautiful spawn! But by the same token, look at Leenock.
咁啊，賽事開始啦，但係蒙古應該會唔會係 counter pick 嚟啊？即係照道理佢應該預計對方會揀即係中國啊呢啲嘢，中國阿拔斯啱啱打咗啊，咁應該有中國英國啦，有神羅可以揀啦。但係點解要揀個蒙古出嚟？
So Leenock looking very, very decent. On the other side of the map, in the color blue, playing as
咁啊，以前嘅蒙古咧就因為支塔平啲咧，就塔攻比較着數嘅，但係依家咧就應該同其他人冇咩分別嘅。咁但係應該都可以照打嘅，如果打塔攻嘅話，因為佢勢頭唔使人掘啦，咁所以基本上都有着數嘅。
And if you have a look at the Uvu, it's all the way at the back here. So he's got to be careful. It could potentially get picked up here if Leenock does see this. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a few pastures get thrown down on that. But yeah,
我覺得 Lina 嗰個都 OK 喎，即係側邊有個木材位，然之後後邊有一個木材位，基本上你騷擾唔到啊。咁然之後佢只要咧將個地標擺位擺好少少咧，應該係好安全。即係我唔知道蒙古可以打咩招嘅咁樣。睇下先，蒙古起咗個木牆喎，即係黑塊都唔打啊，好似。即係通常打黑塊咧，就第一個木牆唔會咁早嘅，即係寧願起咗軍營先。
Yeah, you're not wrong. Now, obviously, there's been a lot of changes to China recently.
睇下先啊，哇，已經兩個官員啦。
being changes to the imperial officials, so we can already see these imperial officials. He's got two.
其實 Lina 應該係唯一一個中國咧會係咁，即係起官員起到爆晒為止。
Puppy Paw at the same time going to be just slowly but steadily gathering up his sheep as well. No real sign of any interesting or any indication of what's going to be happening. Normally when I see this， 不過
蒙古好蝕底嘅呢個時候。蒙古咧你點樣玩都好咧，佢正常嘅升峰時間都係5分鐘至到5分半鐘。所以你見到中國咧，佢基本上係好貪經濟，佢唔係嗰啲 rush 上封建時代。即係可能中國都係慢慢升上去。咁然之後咧，佢慢慢升得嚟咧，佢經濟好啦。咁而且蒙古冇咩可以做到呢個時候。唔知蒙古打咩招啊？睇下先啊，佢嗰個其實我覺得，我雖然聽到個啲旁水喺度話咧起銀樹啊，但係講真啦，你冇咁嘅時間去發展你，即係去攞翻啲錢翻嚟，即係個地圖太細。太早出第二個，有嘅你咪監督咯。
In the early game, but obviously then that kind of gets countered by the Barbican. Always going to be a risk.
佢度係咁俾人肥啊
And the Chokunu. Let's not forget about the Chokunu.
即係唯一好處咪監督咯，即係你越早嘅話，咁你村民掘嘢掘多少少，咁都叫賺嘅。嗱先啊，對方想 delay 佢呢個地標好似，但係就失敗咗。睇下先，呢個地標好靚啊！即係你睇下黃金位、石頭位保住啦，呢個路口就係得咁細啫。 咁而且應該係上面再圍少少木牆咧，基本上就冇可能兜路打你嘅。咁基本上蒙古已經打唔到中國噶啦，即係呢個時候。所以我唔知道揀蒙古係咩意思，佢係想盡快升上城，然之後起路炮打一波。即係你諗下，窩死咗呢啲位，佢點樣過去？同埋，如果話大家單 TC 去升城咧，即係我覺得中國個時間唔會慢得去邊咯。等陣先，佢呢度塔攻喎，居然。
So yeah, I mean, so you see this outpost coming down right now as Leenock. What do? Do you pull villages? Do you?
等陣先，呢個村死咯。
I feel like you could easily pull one vill here and deny this outpost.
呢個村死啊
Maybe Leenock is just waiting a little bit. That I mean, that
應該未必起得切。得唔得啊？起未得切啊！兩刀。好似7血3血，死咯死村咯！傻佬啊！冇計啊！即係呢個蒙古唔知玩咩招。咁啊，佢應該係拖咗第二隻村嘅，但係問題就係呢啲石咧，你掘夠就唔要噶啦。基本上，哎呀，誒呢個 delay 得好啊！咁啊 delay 得好啊，睇下先點樣起啊！哇，靚啊！咁啊，等先，呢支塔放埋技喎，真係。應該死咗兩隻村啦，呢邊已經。
Yeah, and behind this, look at Puppy Paw's production. He doesn't have any. He's just saving.
唔係，但係我覺得官員咧，你唔可以咁樣計回報嘅，因為你雖然話就話要啲時間啦，但係問題就係，即係佢係一路做緊嘢噶嘛，即係佢回報慢啲，其實冇乜所謂。即係除非佢死咗啦，即係冇死嘅話都 OK。哇！呢個死村啊，可能哇死一隻村啦已經。其實佢應該要圍牆或者拖村民去打爆佢呢個塔先嘅，一開始。大鑊啦！呢支塔可能會搞死 Lina。佢啲村民一出嚟就俾人肥咯。有啲濕地，佢呢支塔唔應該俾佢起到嘅。蝕到爆炸！你睇下啲村民一出嚟就俾人肥到半條血啦。即係如果人哋偷雞放多幾隻嘢入去啦，就基本上呢啲村一出嚟就要死添啊！直頭。
So like even though he's not losing the villagers yet, that damage does matter.
Yeah, that's a really good point. But now you can see that the villager has a
可能要掛，可能咁啊，對方已經係準備升城啦。咁然之後咧，應該係前面會起老炮去打一波流啊，應該。老炮衝撞車。即係應該打咩咧？蒙古升完城之後，應該係打裝甲啦，打攻城單位啦，應該照道理。即係呢個一波流應該係最勁嘅，但係我唔知係咪打翻呢啲咁嘅招。
I really like where this villager is going. Is that just going to be placing an outpost down on the wood line in the back of Leenock's base for later? Okay, looks like it's going to be next to.The berries there, but I think this is still a great location.
睇下先啊，你睇下蒙古已經儲咗700幾石頭啦，即係城堡時代爆兵會零舍多。
Yeah, now we see that steppered out coming up as well. So he's going to be in a great position. Now the question is, what kind of composition does he look for in Castle Age?
睇下先啊 ，Lina 升宋朝。
We just see full lancers coming out from him here.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. One thing
有啲濕滯，唔知點樣處理喎咁樣。封建時代咁啊，對方升完城。
The lancers are a little bit less tanky against China, but I think it would still be a really good option. They would do so much damage.
哇！呢度又死村可能。 其實哎呀咁樣死，佢呢度佢已經死咗好似3村啦，至少。其實呢啲村全部都係唔應該死嘅。
Getting up the Song Dynasty going to be coming out for Lenok here. He immediately drops down villagers and looks to try and shore up his population space. He's sitting at 39 out of 40 at the moment. Going to be cornering the Khan here. Khan going to be going down if it's not careful.
其實呢隻都冇所謂，真係佢死咗1-2分鐘就出翻嚟。
But it looks like he might have fallen asleep at the keyboard because that Khan goes down. It's not a pretty position to beat for a Mongol player.
哇！你睇下嗱，呢個好醒目啦，佢。直接係放多少少兵入去咧，你啲村一出嚟就要死噶啦，差唔多。呢個係好大問題咯，依家變咗呢支塔賺咗超多嘢啊！佢連呢個 TC 都要停村啊！蝕到爆炸。
exist outside the town center and then
蝕到爆炸，我覺得可能要瓜啦咁樣。等先啦，咁啊呢個蒙古係啲石頭未用喎，但係佢喺後面加咗個馬房出金馬。
Great job by Lidicor there pointing that one out, but he is training up a villager, so let's just watch it get evaporated on the front here. That we hear that villager being created. He's on 40 vills at the moment for Lenok. Oh, let's watch it. Here he goes. What's he training? Is he training a vill?
唔係你唔可以淨係計資源嘅，因為食物佢嚟得快，咁基本上已經唔係等於平時人哋啲採集速度。同埋最緊要就係佢想要啲咩資啊嘛，即係如果你將官員監督喺個木材位，咁佢木材俾多咗你，咁但係問題就係食物來源本身，因為佢嚟得快咧，佢唔可以。哇！呢度死好多村喎。大鑊啦！呢個仲要金馬嚟嘅。哇！呢一鋪唔知發生咩事，但係好似要死咯，真係咩都未做過 Lina。哇！幾隻村啊呢度？呢度幾隻村啊？上面死咗4-5隻喎，呢度死咗幾隻啊？咁啊連埋一開始嗰3隻村。黐線！但係就唔係話死啊，但係佢首先要處理咗前面支塔先咯。佢呢個時候就算宋朝都佢都出唔到村民。但係先呢個官員要瓜咯，交資源都大鑊啦，又死一隻村。黐線，呢支塔真係賺超多嘢。
Of this for me is like we talked about this at the very beginning, and we're like, what's the best reaction to this? And I don't think anybody in their right mind would have said, "Oh, he should just let it get up." That's not a problem. That single outpost has caused more havoc than
太賺啦呢支塔。
What like a havoc causer?
今日去到呢個時候咧，中國都仲未係。超過個村民數，咁啊36隻對40隻，咁啊經濟冇優勢啦，咁啊死咗咁多嘢，咁而且蒙古係可以雙倍出兵嘅。睇下先啊，呢個時候咩啊？老兵金馬，冇啊，應該瓜啦。其實呢一鋪太賺啦，即係佢連個優勢都未開始。即係中國本身喺呢個時候咧，唔係得咁少村。哇！咁啊，蒙古喺前面直接係起呢個巨頭。瓜啦，應該。咁啊，呢個 BO3 嚟啊，但係咧就因為有敗者組啦，所以輸咗都 OK 嘅。但係就有啲即係有啲意外，居然可以係咁一面倒。
Yeah, it's a good point. It is just it's so crazy to me the amount of damage that single.
其實唔應該咁樣，即係呢一場，但係就冇計啊！即係你睇，場又唔係，即係人哋入嚟過嚟就得你幾隻村啊！即係去到呢個時候都仲係得39村。咁啊，然之後咧有一個 TC 已經係因為有個塔 cam 住已經廢咗噶啦，咁啊連村民都出唔到。Especially up against the Mongols as his favorite civilization, the Chinese. 冇計，好對手就係一支塔賺你咁多嘢已經唔使玩。
You would never bet against it. You would never bet against it, and it's wild to see Puppy Paw doing so well with it.
其實講翻啱啱官員早啲起同遲啲起啊，其實咧食物咧你唔可以當佢係同其他文明一樣嘅，即係食物嘅來源嗰個。不過我諗下點樣講會比較清晰啲啊。
Constantly having a reinforcing flow of cavalry coming in. Gur going to be dropped down on the forward because why the heck not? I mean, you got everything else up here. Might as well bring the Gur as well. But yeah, Traction Trebuchet going to continue doing work. Second landmark going to get, or rather, first landmark going to be focused down here. The Barbican of the Sun, and actually, this one's for you. I'm not too sure. Does he?
睇下先啊，咁啊，對方肆無忌憚咁樣衝入嚟搞你。
Will he keep that?
No, I believe
睇下先啊，咁啊部隊數係39對17，咁啊村民數咧蒙古都係領先6隻嘅。咁啊人口咧係60對呢個88，咁啊蒙古唔使起屋㗎，咁啊所以咧就又慳唔少錢。
How do you recover from this position as Leenock? I guess you've got to get some
我覺
springboards
得
out to start.
蒙古已經係超大優勢。咁啊，中國咧，如果要處理嘅話咧，應該係老兵長槍加老炮，但係我諗佢應該冇錢起咁多嘢。即係後面個馬房仲喺度爆緊馬。
Song Dynasty by itself, let alone a 2 town center Song Dynasty play. So just very, very greedy here from Leenock. Not sure exactly what he was thinking. A bit of a Hail Mary, it seems like. I feel like if he played standard, it probably just would have been, he would have been fine. You know, just wall up, play Song Dynasty into Fast Castle, that sort of thing. He would have been A-OK. So yeah, very curious decision coming out from him. But
冇計啊呢一鋪，應該係捱住唔投降啦，但係就冇咩好講噶啦，已經呢個時候。
I don't know.
對方領先太多。
Seems like Leenock has a plan. He's not making Springalds, and he's not making Trebuchets build these towers. Instead, he's making a lot.
其實 Lina 仲喺度出一大堆嗰個一窩蜂，唔知係咩意思。
To just hope for a position where those nest of bees can get such a good shot that they just eliminate most of the volley before the Springald, or most of the army before the Springalds take them out, and then maybe he can like kind of snowball from there. But it's tough to imagine a position where.
嘣啊！今日又爆炸。
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. I think the big part for me is because obviously the Mongols, they've got so much scouting information with their outposts up. They're constantly in the base.
其實講翻啱啱官員嗰個咧，其實咧你要諗咧就係一個官員出嚟嗰個質量同你個村民嗰個質量咧，有陣時唔係單單講價錢嘅。即係因為嗰個時候，哇！呢個仲呢個起場都死村民。即係點講好咧？唉，即係你出一隻官員同出一個村民咧，咁你兩隻村民嗰個時間同一個官員嗰個時間本身又唔係一樣。
Puppypaw is just playing this so patiently too, like just setting up all the forward towers, getting just the slow push with one trebuchet.
其實瓜㗎啦，係等投降。即係前面所有嘢都俾人拆晒咁滯。咁啊，正面又唔夠抽。
He's not taking any risks here. Because the one way that you probably lose this as Puppypaw is to dive that town center or something like that and just like lose all your units to those extra arrows. 即係雖然你本身監督嗰個加成唔係好多啊，但係佢慳咗時間去即係收稅。即係稅呢樣嘢都係村民俾唔到你。
Firing down on the enemy, and now Sacred Site's being captured up. Already 3 relics in the bag here for Puppypaw, so he is doing very, very well with his economy. He's up 5 villages, also up 3 relics, and going to start working on the Sacred Sites.
其實冇啦，即係等頭啊！
I think there might only be 2.
即係對方呢個時候，你諗下中國上咗送，村民都仲要一路都仲係少過蒙古。即係部隊數人哋領先你一倍。
Maybe that's a stone. Maybe I'm not legally blind. But speaking of legally blind, look at the in the base right now of Leenock. Puppypaw are actually going to be trying his best to get that Springled, not having any.
哇！呢個城堡係邊個起㗎？中國起㗎。
Towards the right side of the map, I'm assuming that's just a small.
係啊，係咯，蒙古都冇得起城堡啊！即係呢個城堡係中國嘅，即係嚇鬼死我，以為乜鬼嘢蒙古前置城堡。不過諗下，發現蒙古冇得起㗎，我記得。又死村，咁啊直接打交啦，衝入嚟。咁你見到啦，老炮多個肯定着數啲嘅。 咁啊，而中國冇晒老炮之後咧，啲一窩蜂咧應該係冇辦法保護噶啦。咁啊，最後一波啦。咁啊，打完應該係投降咁滯。好啦，死太多嘢啦。其實由一開始支塔嗰度開始已經賺咗超多，即係可以點樣處理咧？即係支塔。唔係儲40金問題就係你一個官員去做咧，即係你會蝕咗嗰個監督時間啊！你兩個人嘅話，佢基本上你淨係行少少路就可以做到，咁然之後可以翻轉頭繼續監督啦嘛。不過兩個官員就要嘥少少手速啊，但係 OK 嘅。
Yeah, I got to agree with you as well. For me, I think the most interesting part was the choice of strategies coming out from Lenok. 我覺得一個官員同兩個官員其實應該問題唔係，即係差距應該唔係好大嘅。如果差距好大嘅話，應該人人都照做啊。但係如果差距唔大嘅話，就其實冇乜所謂嘅，即係冇話邊個着數啲。即係我諗落應該唔係，即係唔可以好明顯咁話到係一個官員着數定係兩個官員着數。Obviously, every bit of food that you're spending on villages, you're not spending it on either tech or units, and as a result, you get punished. All right. Well,
唔係啊，早唔早其實講真係冇分別，即係唔會蝕，即係總之啲嘢唔會蝕底嘅，亦都冇乜賺嘅，咁你就唔可以話佢早唔早咯。即係呢個只係選擇問題啫，但係我覺得兩個官員你始終可以做好多嘢我都。即係尤其是你升科技又可以監督啦，你即係你唔係淨係收稅啊！即係如果你要好早去，即係例如升族輪啊、升伐木啊咁樣，你兩個建築物，咁你有兩邊有人監督咁樣都快少少。村民出多啲，其實冇分別嘅，即係你諗下，如果你村民出多啲，同你有兩個官員嘅話，咁其實冇分別嘅話，咁基本上冇咩好拗。即係明意思啊！即係如果兩樣嘢採集資源個速度差唔多嘅，然之後大家嘅使費又唔係差好遠嘅，咁基本上出快啲出慢啲都係一樣。但係 Lina 嗰個 style 佢就係出好多官員，佢中意黑暗時代兩個，封建時代4個，即係你知唔知？同埋最緊要就係兩隻個生產時間唔一樣，即係所以唔可以咁樣計。Not just that, but for an extra $49, you get access to Surfshark 1 and some pretty incredible features, including their antivirus, which scans for viruses and removes harmful files, their alert smart tool, which monitors for breaches of your personal data, giving real-time alerts, and their search, which allows you to search the web in privacy with no ads, no logs, and no tracking. 咁啊 ，Lina 瓜咗啦，我哋睇下佢下一場唔知擺咩人。Of 83% off, 3 months free, and a 30-day money-back guarantee, so you're not taking any risk with your purchase. Thanks again to Surfshark for helping make this elite AOE4 action possible and supporting this thriving new esports scene. Go check them out right now, and let's get back to the action. 其實好難可以明確講邊個着數啲，講真。即係你諗下咧，你官員係1.5嗱，假設你官員1.5村嘅，問題就係你生產時間大家都係20秒嘅話咧，你覺得出一個1.5村嘅單位出嚟係着數啲啊，定係出一個得1村嘅單位出嚟着數啲？即係大家都係20秒噶嘛，個生產時間。即係話咧，你雖然使多咗錢，但係你出咗一個係有1.5村價值嘅嘢，即係呢樣嘢係個 TC 你點樣快都改變唔到。咁呢個時候咧，係咪官員着數啲變咗？不過好複雜，又唔可以咁樣講。不過 即係如果要比喻嘅話咧，應該係咩好咧？我唔知點樣講好添。但係如果你諗下，即係嗱，大家都係20秒出一隻嘢，咁然之後有一隻嘢咧有1.5倍村嘅價值，有一隻嘢咧就係村民，即係原本嗰個價值，咁係咪應該1.5倍嗰個比較抵玩啲？即係佢雖然使多咗錢，同埋始終官員可以做好多嘢。咁啊，落敗者組之後死唔去嘅，如果個走線 OK 嘅話。咁啊，下一場咧應該係我唔知佢會唔會揀 Beastie Cutie。咁啊，然之後有 3DB 啊，有。等下先，點解佢個 break 係冇改嘅？咁啊 ，Hera 喺個 Twitter 嗰度非常之憤怒。其實我應該冇賺冇事嘅，即係兩官員呢樣嘢。睇下先啊 ，Leary 應該係敗者組嚟呢個 BO1。
I'm instead going for something a little bit more. You know, in Australia we've got this energy or this health star system, Mido.
佢依家唔知道依家個版本點玩啊，所以冇計。
4.5 star rating. So that is extra healthy. It's packed full of sugar though.
即係講真，我自從佢玩 LL， 我已經冇睇過佢。
Mido muted.
No, I'm muted. Okay.
不過佢玩咩 game 係佢自己選擇啦，即係呢樣嘢冇得好講。但係你玩呢樣 game 嘅時候，我咪唔睇啊。
I mean, it's pretty crazy stuff, but don't worry, we'll find the real.
不過佢又
sooner or later.
佢又唔係即係，佢又唔係話需要靠打機揾錢。
Game very very shortly. I hear.
所以冇咩好講啊呢樣嘢。
Was actually successful.
即係佢呢個時候咧，佢呢個。
And is now going through
選擇咧，基本上就
in the loser brackets. It is a knockout match, and it's going to be up against Dinky King.
基本上即係對佢嚟講冇乜所謂，即係佢呢個年紀，即係佢唔係靠打機揾錢，咁佢中意打咩，咁基本上都 OK 嘅。
Really good to see him actually picking up a win in one of these matches.
Yeah,
佢 LL 好似係鑽石啊嘛，依家升咗轉冇耐。但係你話要打即係你話要打到勁嘅，要打比賽，咁肯定冇可能嘅。即係呢度，即係呢個世界太多人選咧，係可以代替一個鑽石玩家。即係更何況仲要唔係韓服嘅添。即係你上到韓服嘅話，都仲有得講啊！即係你都唔係韓國 server。
In the first round, knocked him out. That's who we witnessed going up against Mia Maker. Now, Dinky King has
即係周街都係你呢個 level 嘅人，仲要有好多都勁好多添。即係邊有人揾你打？即係我諗佢依家真係純粹娛樂嘅啫。講真，即係打 LL。
But I do understand it's going to be a French mirror.
Hera 咯，講緊。
French mirror on Arabia。
但係你話純娛樂嘅話，咁你玩咩 game 都冇所謂嘅，即係唔通我即係逼你打第二啲 game 咩？你唔中意玩嘅都，即係好似我咁啫嘛，即係我間唔中都玩第二啲 game 咧，即係我唔有陣時我都唔理大家睇咩中意，即係我自己想玩咩玩咩，即係反正唔揾錢，即係你冇，即係我冇嘢欠你哋噶嘛。咁我諗 Hera 應該都係差唔多心態，即係。
Yeah, I think it's a really fun matchup. I know a lot of people roll their eyes when there's a mirror.
即係如果你話喺職業生涯嘅，咁佢突然間轉 LL， 咁梗係浪費時間嘅，即係講真。咁但係如果你話求其平時輕鬆玩下嘅，咁然之後打完之後即係繼續翻工嘅，咁基本上冇所謂。所以呢個時候咧係睇究竟佢想玩隻 game 係為乜嘅先，即係如果唔係為揾錢咁冇咩好講。拳王 God 啊，我呢個，不過我拳王打得渣啊，即係我其實都想打勁啲，但係冇計，即係冇咁多心機研究。
Yeah, it's just a very aggressive matchup. Just both players always.
同埋打機都係要講天分嘅，即係你一啲 game 玩得勁，你另外一啲 game 玩得渣，即係咁你始終即係天分喺咩 game 就邊方面勁啲。即係冇人話玩咩 game 都勁啊！即係呢個世界邊有啲咁鬼勁嘅人？即係我唔係好信呢個世界會有啲人玩乜 game 都勁啦，即係總有啲渣啲，即係玩槍 game 勁嘅，可能揸賽車 game 就廢啲，即係總有啲嘢渣噶嘛。冇啦，我依家都少打咗拳王，我係間唔中撳下掣。
And we'll go on to play against 3DB。
即係我知格鬥 game 點玩，但係我唔知道點樣勁啊！即係我理解唔到啲 game 點樣。即係正如有啲人覺得 RTS 好難玩，但係我自己覺得就普普通通唔係好難。即係有啲人會唔知道點樣勁嘅。咁我依家嗰個 level 咧，我打格鬥 game 又係差唔多。我唔知個格鬥 game 點樣可以打勁啲。即係我唔知點樣選擇，但係我知隻 game 點玩啊！但係我唔知道點樣勁啲。即係好似啲人問我 RTS 點樣練勁啲，即係我可以好清晰答到你點樣做，但係格鬥 game 嗰啲我唔得。下場應該係差唔多開始啊！佢入得呢個畫面咧，即係話咧佢準備緊嗰個，即係因為開場要延遲5分鐘啊嘛，咁所以咧佢會係等幾分鐘時間，咁先至入到 game 嘅。咁所以咧佢只要係喺呢個畫面佢顯示到邊兩個玩家嘅話咧，咁佢就要等5分鐘時間，咁就要入 game 啦。打得多係咪勁啲？好難講啊，都仲要睇下 RTS 都有好多隻噶嘛，都要睇下你擅長啲乜嘢。
Oh, Don Artie lost. Not Don. Is that a cat?
It is.
即係有啲 RTS 咧就係好食手速嘅話咧，咁你手快啲一定着數啲啊嘛。咁但係有啲 game 咧就係你無論隻手點樣快都好咧，你如果都係要食腦嘅話咧，咁好明顯就係你能夠理解隻 game 快啲嗰個會比較勁啲。即係好似 Hera 咁咧 ，Hera 都係個腦筋慢嘅，但係佢手好快。咁呢個時候咧，佢就有啲 game 係即係有啲 RTS 就係打得唔勁噶啦會。LL 好慢啊 ，LL 算係 ，LL 已經係啲唔使手速嘅 game 嚟，即係喺我嘅角度嚟講。
We are going to get a great show of that good boy. But
that's good. We'll see if he comes back. It looks like he's left the room for now, but I'm sure he'll pop up again.
All right. Well, it looks like we're going to be heading into the games very, very shortly. So
冇計啊 ，RTS 咧係你要好你要好明白自己打啲咩會令到自己有優勢，同埋會拖延到對手啊，即係咁樣先至會玩得會比較有明確目標啲。即係我諗 COH 嗰啲都係一樣嘅，即係有陣時咧唔係淨係做自己標柯打就叫做即係叫做做咗嘢噶嘛，即係你諗辦法拖延人哋都係一個打法嚟噶嘛。即係有陣時你標柯打做得唔好嘅，即係你唔中意背嘢嘅，咁你咪諗辦法搞亂人哋咯。即係你搞亂人哋，然之後人哋做唔到自己嘢，咁你嘅標柯打做得唔係太好嘅話都冇所謂啦，即係因為你拖咗人哋啊嘛。即係你都可以咁樣諗嘅，即係。
With how much like you've got your opponent running around your base, I don't know.
但係有陣時會好複雜啊，即係如果進攻嗰個永遠都係要，
maybe won a couple fights or
即係要使好多手速。
I do wonder if we're gonna see either or both players go for professional scouts。
好似 CH 嗰啲基本上都係淨係食腦啊，即係手速又唔使太快。咁啊當然唔好太慢啦，即係玩 RTS 太慢就真係即係冇咩好講啊。但係正正路路咁樣唔太快唔太慢就玩得㗎啦啲 game。
And the compositions that they look to go. One of the discussions that's been ongoing has been whether you add a barracks or not. Or whether you just go full。 但係如果你話真係要勁快嗰啲，真係咪 StarCraft 嗰啲咪真係要超快咯？即係如果唔係嘅話，你基本上你點樣練都好，你都唔夠一個手快嘅人玩得勁。即係有啲 game 咧就係要建立喺隻手超快，然之後你先至開始喺個戰術層面嗰度做到嘢。即係你要隻手超級快。即係有啲 game 就係咁樣。
It frees up your knights a little bit. Your knights don't have to be running around your base defending everything all the time if you can put some spears there. And you can
所以 AOE 都算係唔太食手速㗎啦，已經。即係無論你點樣打多線都好咧，即係 AOE 嗰個手速就係唔算太快。同埋最緊要一樣嘢咧就係你生產單位咧。AOE 嘅要求唔高啊，佢唔需要好似 StarCraft 嗰啲咧，直頭要一隻出完你先撳下一隻。你見到 AOE 呢啲咧，好多時候好多人都係一嘢就排隊排5隻排10隻，咁啊嗰度慳咗好多手速啊。但係問題就係唔係一個好習慣嚟啊，即係喺 StarCraft 嗰度嚟計，即係你係浪費咗啲錢喺度排隊。
One of the things I'd love to see, and something that we used to see, I think Hera was probably a person who maybe didn't
頭先乜咁耐嘅呢一鋪
with the strategy, but he definitely pioneered it with the French.
即係正路係5分鐘延遲啊嘛，即係點解等咁耐啊
？Semi-fast castle, where he would go for a quick couple of knights and then go into the fast castle。 不
過照計啊，佢呢個 Best of One 咧應該係打完㗎啦，直頭。
Especially when it's coming from four-legged animals。
唔知做咩唔播啊
？We are about to jump in。
係咁啊，講多兩句之後開始打啦，突然間又。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the knockout round between Leary and
咁啊 ，Leary 咧係敗者組㗎啦，已經咁啊已經輸咗一場啦。咁但係咧就我諗。對手打 Mirror 嘅話咧，應該冇咩技術嘢可講，即係全部都係鬥，可能真係鬥手速㗎呢個時候。其實 AOE 嘅手速已經唔算太快啦，尤其是 AOE4咧，佢啲複雜。喂，等陣先，呢度死戚喎！冇事個嘢，哇！即係爭一血就死啊！呢隻積球，即係死咗就可以真係投降咁滯。咁啊，前面積球係好有用嘅，即係揾路啦、揾羊啦。
I think he did he's an Age of Empires 2 player, so he probably just dodged the arrow, right?
That must be what happened, yeah. Just pulling out the last second dodge.
其實如果你話啲唔係太食手速嘅話咧，我諗 Warcraft 都應該算係嘅。不過 Warcraft 係嗰啲打交嘅時候咧，食手速食到飛起，但係平時就好悠閒嘅玩得。即係佢打交以外嘅嘢咧，都係唔使手速嘅。但係問題就係佢打交嘅時候就超食手速。即係因為你諗下 ，LL 呢啲控一隻鷹啊，然之後 Warcraft 3咧佢控3隻英雄，同埋佢啲小兵都有技能要放啊！即係隻 game 係好鬼難玩啊！咁啊，啱啱好彩冇死個戚後，即係呢啲失誤係唔應該有喎，即係照道理。
He's a very box kind of guy. Look at this immaculate scouting.
即係我諗 Warcraft 3應該係我其中一隻玩得麻麻地嘅 RTS 嚟。即係完全係練習都 即係練習都做唔到，有啲嘢。
It's going to give him a lot of freedom now to either harass Leary's gold mine and just figure out what's going on.
CNC
唔係
CNC 呢啲應該
immediately go and attack them.
普普通通啦，即係照道理，即係正路 RTS 啊。
Doing their best. Look at the pathing on that villager as it walks around the long way to drop off that gold before finally making its way back. And
睇下先啊，點解對方咁快衝過嚟搞黃金位？即係
classic
有咩好處
Empires 2 player right here.
And you know what's brutal about that town center?
等先 ，Leary 呢度少血啲喎，佢咁樣劈咧應該係冇乜着數。
Have a harder time defending this gold mine as a result of that.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It looks like we've got age ups now coming through.
咁啊，兩戚打兩戚，咁啊兩戚打兩戚咧，應該係多血啲着數啲噶啦，已經。咁啊，改變唔到任何嘢嘅。咁啊，你唔會有啲逆轉嘅機會嘅。咁喺呢個時候，雙 TC 嗰個應該會輸，邊個應該唔會開雙 TC 啊？照道理。不過係照道理嚇。頭先呢度2打1喎。
But might need to pull villagers if he really wants to win that fight. But
邊個
threat once again from the scouts? You can see he's doing a great job of microing it.
頭先 Leary 好似村民出得快少少，快2秒。我啱啱望一望。
And Leary is stacking a lot more. Oh, sorry, no, he's not stacking a lot more.
哎呀，佢呢度俾人 delay 咗採集時㗎，咁啊有啲蝕底㗎都。
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on wheelbarrow versus no wheelbarrow for France?
I love wheelbarrow with all civs. I think it's a great technology. Getting the extra movement speed is really helpful too in this kind of mirror, I think, where you have a lot of raids.
先啊 ，Leary 好似有啲蝕底少少。咁啊，佢升呢個封建時代慢啲啲，其實 OK 嘅，因為可能佢拖村起嘢起少，即係可能少啲村啦。咁但係因為佢呢度又俾人 delay 緊佢嗰個採集時間。
Dinky King is even up in the next.
哇！真係忍唔住插塔添啊！直頭。
Leary very scared, very fearful of losing these villagers here. Got to prevent those scouts from being pesky and annoying. Definitely one of my annoyances.
咁啊 OK 嘅，但係呢支塔唔係啲咩問題嚟嘅，因為本身都要起嘅，即係早起咗少少蝕底啲啲。但係 OK 啊，嗱你留意下咧 ，Leary 依家有22村咧，對手得21村啊，你見唔見？即係佢有個少少時間差距啊，呢個係基本功問題。但係咧問題就係，因為對手係咁喺度搞緊呢個 Leary 咧，所以佢有陣時咧，除咗基本功之外咧，就係搞人，即係點樣搞人可以令到，即係自己可以拖延對手。少少。
In a way, he's sort of lost out because that investment has gone down. But it might pay off.
嗱，你留意下依家24村啊，見唔見？人哋嗰個得23村，即係好明顯就係掛住搞人，然之後自己出村民都出慢咗。但係佢賺得夠，哎，等先呢度死村就難講啊，得唔得？死唔死？唔死啊，居然 ！What the fuck？咁啊！你見到啲人咧衝鋒啦，然之後加一隻戚佢幫手打埋嗰少少 damage 出嚟，咁然之後再加多刀嘅，正常人應該死嘅，但係居然死唔去，啱啱隻村。等陣先，佢食過翻尋味喎。唔錯，嗱你留意我進攻係好着數。咁啊，進攻好着數，咁啊搞下人哋。咁啊，拖延下人哋少少經濟啊，咁其實都已經賺咗。咁啊呢邊咧有長槍手，咁啊非常之好。頭先又過嚟啦，咁啊反應算快脆，但係衝鋒死，哎咁啊賺一隻村啦。咁樣死村就蝕底啦。睇下先，上面可能都死一隻，大家一換一。
Yeah, 2 vills already gone down for him, but now looking to try and even up the score. You can see he's going to be able to.
咁啊，基本功有差距。咁但係好明顯就係各有各着數啊，即係兩個 style。即係有啲人就係中意進攻。咁啊呢邊喺度執鹿，咁啊下邊啦。有時 Leary 加緊斥候，可能都係執路，但係執得慢啲。
hardened spearmen going to be coming through.
但係對方已經5戚咯，5戚3長槍2隻金馬。
Moving up towards the north, all the scouts have dropped off the deer. They said no thanks. We're not that hungry. We'll leave it here. We'll come back for another day.
Yeah, doing his best to try and deny.
咁啊，睇下可唔可以偷到穿，偷唔到 ，OK 嘅都。咁啊，打 Mirror 咧就睇下邊個金馬多啲會騷擾嘅時候會着數啲咁多，因為分兵嗰度可以做多啲嘢，但係就唔係啲咩大問題嚟嘅。同埋講真咧，你出咗2隻長槍好似都好蝕底。長槍係得個手字，真係冇咩可以做。
Yeah, definitely harnessing his inner GUA here and now. Looking to pick fights in multiple places. He's got to be careful not to misplay here. Looks like the wolf going to be chasing away that Royal Knight at least.
暫時應該係打和照道理。
We actually see some spears coming out from Leary as well. So both players looking to go into spears. We could potentially see 1-1-1 coming through shortly.
點解呢度拖村民出嚟
Also getting out a professional scouts for himself as well. So both players going into professional scouts. Both players going into spears, so looking to mirror each other. And
咁啊，大家做同一樣。點解 Leary 拖村民出嚟係咩意思？佢呢度係咪搞錯咗啲嘢
？What is that guy
doing? I wonder if he was originally planning to mill that hunt and then just decided that it wasn't going to be worth it or something.
And decided to do the long distance run back because he was already out there. That makes perfect sense. But
咦，加咗工兵喎直頭，咩料？啊，唔係工兵嚟，嗰個係村民，但係打緊獵，然之後就揸住把弓。唉，咁啊又死咗隻村啊，好似。
Going to be struggling now as the spears move forward onto this berry patch. Players definitely looking.
係先，我發現呢個人明顯係反應慢得滯，即係俾人剁咗咁耐。
Big fights, a little bit of a trap coming through. Spears getting some great traits in. Keep in mind, chivalry is through. You don't want to lose these units. It's so important that you keep these bad boys alive.
即係有啲型棍呢個時候。咁啊，雙方咧都係因為喺度執鹿咧，基本上就冇乜大戰嘅。咁剩低咧就係即係大家磨下磨下。咁啊，即係睇下邊個賺到嘢，賺唔到嘢都唔會蝕底嘅，暫時。睇下先，對方已經起咗個鐵匠鋪咯，但係 Leary 嗰個經濟點解咁多錢剩嘅？佢首先係咪又死啊？又死一隻村民。
That's a good point. Leary also thinking about going to Castle Age, so important to.
等先 Leary 嗰個。
Oh, that's true. He is stacking a lot of resources.
佢儲咗咁多資源係想打咩招？星城啊！
Will do is if they obviously it can be difficult. Villagers now drawing idle for a second, but yeah, it can be difficult trying to find a window for castle.
不過有啲神奇，就係點解對方好似
in those units and really find that timing.
對方係咪多兵啲？3隻4隻工兵。
You drop the ball for even half a second, and you are going to be, just.
其實資源嚟計咧，就好似係 Leary 呢邊反而採集得多啲嘅，但係咧就佢暫時兵少啲啊，諗住升城啊。
Keep in mind, this is a best of one knockout round. The winner of this round will go through to the next round. The loser goes home. At least
即係你諗下，即係大家諗下咧，就係部隊數相差咧，暫時係應該係相差3隻金馬啦，咁啊5隻長槍啦，同埋6個工兵嘅。但係呢啲資源咧係絕對冇理由話係相差成1000成物同埋600幾黃金嘅呢個。但係呢個升唔升城啊？都係照升啊！居然嗱，如果要升城嘅話咧，就唯有打攻城單位啦，上咗城堡時代。如果唔係嘅話咧，佢處理唔到人哋啲嘢。呢個有啲暫時好似有啲立亂，但係唔死啊！如果死守屋企，有賺咁樣會嗱，只要唔會俾人打傷嘅話咧，咁啊佢升咗城之後咧，因為佢有個地標啦，咁啊基本上可以早少少運作咧，就可以彌補到個損失嘅應該。但係對方兵多啊，有啲麻煩。哇！呢個可能死好多村啊。等先，一隻啦又。
Yeah, honestly, I don't actually even know what you should make in this situation. I guess
但係先呢個人都係冇反應，佢雖然搞人哋都好投入，但係佢自己屋企都係冇乜反應。咁啊，升咗城堡時代 OK 啊，咁喺呢個時候，咁啊雖然可能死咗少少村啦，但係等先唔係少少喎，我發現有隻41隻到34隻啦已經，喂呢個唔係少少喎，呢個數量好似越嚟越差距越嚟越大，即係慢慢磨下磨下。有時可能又死村啊呢個位，其實佢應該要插塔嘅，可能得唔得？哇！好彩呢個人咧冇乜望到人哋嗰啲村民血啦，如果唔係嘅話咧，俾我咧會偷偷地控一隻馬過去，求其補一刀先。哇！呢個時候村民43對30隻啦已經。咁啊，出老兵去處理呢個馬啦，然之後咧，佢應該要有攻城單位，但係佢前面嗰個 siege workshop 咧俾人 delay 咗，咁啊，所以佢起唔到呢個時候冇兵打。哎呀，又死村啊！30隻對45隻，好似死得噶咯咁樣，即係打 Mirror 咧，差咁多村民，好似係冇可能追啊！
Now looking to try and hold on in this position.
And I think the other thing to consider
其實佢應該要出裝甲步兵咯，即係你反正有個軍營喺度。
Underneath his town center, and Dinky's stolen his own Leary's own hunts and doesn't really have to think about a farm transition or anything. And Leary's
就係濕滯呢個時候咧，因為佢專業斥候都執唔到鹿啊，咁啊，所以佢屋企只能夠種田啦。咁但係種田係一個超差嘅選擇嚟嘅。但係佢又冇得選擇，佢只能夠咁樣做，但係就超蝕底嘅。咁啊，上面又死村啦，咁啊20隻到47隻。呢個係 BO1 嚟啊，即係一鋪定勝負，咁應該出局啦，咁樣睇。
Head on the military count as well, also going to be going up behind this. So he is looking absolutely incredible. What can Leary possibly do to win?
又唔可以話佢失誤嘅，但係佢嗰個選擇係比較不利啊。
Some raids going, but it's looking like that might just not be possible at this point. He does pick up a knight there, which is good, but I don't know if that's enough.
Yeah, had he picked up all of those
有啲凄涼啊！呢個時候俾人係咁搞。咁啊，對方咧就好似係城堡都未升嘅，咁啊直接投降。咁啊，如果你係選擇部隊少啲，你偷上城堡時代，你就要希望喺呢個時間咧唔好俾人賺太多嘢。咁但係咧就只能夠講咧，佢執鹿嗰度執唔到之後咧，就佢要出去擴張就開始死村。其實可能唔應該直城嘅，即係可能。
A couple early stages in the game, it did kind of look like maybe Leary was potentially going to be able to win it, but it never really looked like it wasn't in Dinky's favor.
唔係，即係唔係直城，即係話唔好咁快升城堡時代，佢冇兵手，即係使咗一筆錢。
I kind of felt like he was adapting on the fly at the same time, if you get what I mean. Whereas Dinky, he was like, all right, I'm just going to go professional scouts, I'm going to get wheelbarrow, I'm going to make spears on the defense, I'm going to just focus on getting up a really good map.
冇計 ，BO 咁佢咪出咗局咯，即係佢以我所知呢個比賽咧有 round 2同埋 round 3嘅，但係咧佢 round 1輸咗之後可唔可以打噶？之後嗰啲
Yeah,
worked out really well for him for sure. And Leary maybe deciding to go professional scouts a little bit too late. Maybe he should have just committed to making more units, putting the villagers in a more risky situation, and then just trying to make the best of it.
其實呢個比賽賽制都幾
All right, well, that was our best of one knockout round, but that's not the
都
only
幾怪
one that
雞。
we've got another best of one knockout round going to be coming up for you very, very shortly. We are heading into Tarteau versus Salami. Whew. How do you feel about that, Mido? We're starting to move up in the echelons here, aren't we?
等先，佢呢個比賽係分4日嘅喎，咁怪雞嘅點解？佢唔係一日打晒，佢係分4日，然之後分3 round 啊，居然。
Yeah, that'll be a good matchup. So Tarteau going to be on the Abbasid and Salami on the Mongols. Wow, okay.
Tarteau 咁啊 ，Tarteau 係 AOE2嘅玩家嚟啊，咁啊係 GL 戰隊，即係同 Viper 一樣啦。咁啊 Viper 啦、Dota 啦、Lily 啦，仲有邊個啊？仲有 Salami 好似係嘛？但係有啲人咧係冇乜練 AOE4嘅，但係咧大部分都有打嘅，即係我唔知係咪個戰隊要求。咁啊 ，Tarteau 咧以前個初出 game 嘅時候咧，應該分數都幾高啊。呢個敗者我都唔知喎，但係佢呢個比賽咧，佢唔係順序播咯，即係搞到我要查啦，即係周圍係咁查。
Well, I think Salami's definitely going to have a big road ahead of him, or a long road ahead of him, because going up against Tarteau, it's been a while since we've seen.
同埋佢冇一個網站咧係好清晰顯示究竟邊個打邊個，佢就係得個 Liquid 啊，咁啊喺度係咁喺度 list 佢嗰啲賽事，但係佢又唔係即係唔係好 update 咯，佢呢個網。即係應該人手填嘅，咁然之後又慢啊，真係填嘢填得。
Let's have a look and see if I can find Salami. Salami sitting at rank 86. So
先啊，我懷疑咧敗者組第一場係 BO1 嘅，咁然之後咧勝者嗰邊就全部都係 BO3，即係咁怪雞嘅點解？其實照道理唔係應該全部都 BO3 嘅咩？點解敗者組第一場係 BO1？
Very, very true. Yes, I would be surprised if we
有隻 Hera 敗者組贏咗鋪啊，居然！即係因為個對手冇出現。
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like an outpost, aggressive outposts into traders, something like that. But already we hear that Mongol Khan.
我依家終於搞清楚個賽制係點樣，真係。我發現咧對 Mr 今日冇參賽啊，咁啊所以咧就全部都係 FF 嘅寫住。
Spawning in on the south side of the map, playing the Mongols in the color blue.
睇下先啊，阿拔斯打蒙古應該阿拔斯着數啲啊，但係咧就 Tarteau 我唔知佢嗰個水平跟唔跟得上咧依家。咁啊佢應該都係練 AOE2 比較多啲。但係咧照道理應該係阿拔斯着數啲。但係咧阿拔斯應該單 TC 定係雙 TC， 即係就應該係睇人。係咪應該單唔係雙 TC 可能好啲？即係諗下，即係因為咧阿拔斯雙 TC 咧蒙古係乜都做唔到嘅，照道理。咁然之後咧蒙古升城嘅話咧，阿拔斯雖然話係雙 TC 升得慢啲啊，但係就問題不大嘅。咁然之後因為阿拔斯最着數咧就係佢免費升嗰個咩工程師啊嘛，好似咁然之後佢出工程單位比較容易啲啦，佢上完城之後佢要守咧都係非常之簡單。同埋雙 TC 講真啦，即係俾人騷擾嘅時候你都會舒服啲嘅，即係有個 TC 喺度守。即係照道理應該係阿拔斯優勢，但係就唔係話大得好緊要嘅，即係都要睇下玩成點。
But now we can see he's managing to just gather up a couple of sheep in the middle of the map as well. We'll head over to the perspective of Tarteau and see exactly what he sees as well. Because keep in mind， 睇下先啊，蒙古係加咗隻戚啊，咁啊即係話一隻黑汗加隻戚啊。And indeed, we see that he has just got the one scout out.
蒙古本身已經係試一隻村嘅，所以咧你加隻戚咧就變咗依家咧係落後2村嘅會。咁啊都係一個蝕底嘅位嚟。睇下先啊，阿拔斯啲果位都幾靚啊，即係前面有一個，側邊有一個。咁啊角落頭有一個。咁啊 TC 可能係起喺前面啦，如果要起嘅話，咁啊後面掘個石。咁啊 TC 起前面就確保又可以保護住個木材位啦，又有果啦，但係就地形唔算係太靚嗰啲嚟。
Right, okay. Yeah, that's very interesting to hear. The way.
不過可以唔，如果唔開 TC 嘅話咧，其實。都可以慢慢出少少兵，然之後升神嘅，即係我唔知佢點玩咧會。我覺得雙 TC 比較被動啲，不過要對自己有啲自信。即係你要確保咧，就係人哋打咩都好咧，你都有辦法處理，即係你先至玩雙 TC。但係我覺得蒙古嘅封建都做唔到啲咩。好啦，咁啊，中國成日喺度不斷講個蒙古打銀樹，即係我諗正路應該冇人玩。
Whether he's even added any pastures at all. Yeah, it doesn't look like any pastures.
頭先呢個蒙古升得幾快喎，即係加咗斥球都可以喺5分鐘之前升都幾快脆。
It just seemed to be like he's
即係趕住投胎啊！即係呢個蒙古。
At the same time, Tarteau already up to the next age. No stone gathered up yet for him.
5分鐘升級真係幾快喎！佢係咪打快攻咧諗住
？Over on the other side, just going to be focusing on gathering food. Stable going to be coming down for him though.
Yeah, it's interesting to not go for the pastures and instead go for that second scout.
即係正路蒙古啦，如果真係慢慢升咧，即係有陣時5分鐘都未升到。但係佢依家呢個時間咧，真係幾鬼快脆下。
And the berries are super exposed as well. And so, like building a second scout is almost like a more aggressive opening than building the pasture.
咁啊，加馬房。
That's a really good point. We'll see now.
蒙古打咩招？
What's your suspicion?
唔係喎，蒙古咩都冇啊！你見到阿拔斯啊，特登留隻戚啊喺度望一望蒙古做啲咩，但係乜嘢都望唔到。咁啊，你見到啦，掘石，咁啊補咗個馬房先啦，咁應該係諗住趕走人哋隻兵啊，然之後就開 TC 啊，咁啊好穩陣啊！我本身諗住咧，佢可能係直接起 TC， 不過等先呢個偷雞，等先呢個係鐵匠鋪嚟，我隔離有一個好似，我有冇睇錯？馬房加鐵匠鋪啊，呢個咪鐵匠鋪嚟？
I am confused. No, he's
馬房加鐵匠鋪係打咩招
his villagers off. He's just a little bit of a delay there, but now we see the horsemen going to be coming out towards the Khan, looking to try and do some damage. You can see how fast.
其實同埋佢依家咁早起嘅鐵匠鋪啊，咁咪暴露咗自己想，即係可能打衝撞車嗰啲招。
Run a little bit faster, but manages to make his way out. But now Blacksmith is up.
我唔知係咪呢係呃人嘅呢招嘅。
We saw a second building getting placed down there. On that Uber, you can
即係佢起個鐵匠鋪喺度呃人哋咧，即係諗住打衝撞車，然之後佢乜都唔起。哇 ，nice 啊！咁啊，死咗隻黑漢。其實我唔知呢個蒙古打乜鬼嘢。
Beautiful body block right there from Tarteau. That is impressive stuff.
打衝撞車啊！咁啊，見到咧加咗兩個，應該係兩個都係軍營，好似應該係出長槍處理啲肉馬啦，然之後就，但係好似好怪計啊！即係長槍肉馬，唔知係咪加工兵添啊？仲諗住。咁然之後衝撞車打一波流，但係我唔知佢夠唔夠時間咧。係咁啊，好聰明啊！喺呢度插支塔先，咁啊望一望人哋個果位啦，順便即係有陣時咧啲阿拔斯咧會偷偷去出面食嘢。咁但係我覺得留一隻兵喺度都得嘅，講真，即係插支塔可能仲貴。不過一支塔呢個效果會好啲，係咁你見到啊，真係偷食果，咁然之後咧就應該望到嘅呢兩隻村可以，咁啊可以分，但係佢打，等先佢都有打馬嘅，都 OK。
But now we see horsemen coming out across the map, trying to do damage. Tarteau
即係乜嘢都想打，我發現佢，但係佢呢個鐵匠鋪起咁早，好似乜嘢都做唔到。即係攻防未升啊，咁啊，亦都唔係打衝撞車先啦。咁佢個鐵匠鋪係咪唔應該咁早起？即係嘥埋啲錢。即係起嘢嘅次序調轉咗。先啊，阿拔斯 TC 起喺後邊嘅，點解？即係正路唔係應該保住自己啲果喺前面。咁但係唔緊要啊，即係唔死嘅話就問題不大。哦，佢前面插咗塔，咁 OK 嘅。睇下先啊，上面應該望到人哋掘緊果噶啦，咁啊，剩低就係派兵過去處理啦。咁而阿拔斯咧，因為佢開雙 TC 啊，佢正路嘅兵係比蒙古少唔少嘅應該。睇下先，唔錯唔錯。咁啊，呢個果位咧應該係食唔到噶啦。咁啊，同埋佢本身嘅兵咧係比較少啲嘅，所以唔係太適合咧。咁啊，要守幾邊嘅地方啦。咁啊，向後退都係好正常。但係問題就係佢前面，咁啊前面唔知點樣守啊。咁啊睇下先啊，蒙古已經係升緊呢個衝撞車嗰嚿嘢，咁啊剩低就係喺前面出兵啊。咁啊部隊數18對10隻，其實唔係差好遠。佢應該係撞咗個副 TC 先嘅，但係。但係唔知佢點樣選擇，佢諗住撞塔先啊。其實 delay 呢個果位唔係影響太大嘅，即係雖然有影響，但係正路嚟講，首先要撞嘅係應該係即係新嗰個 TC 先噶嘛，因為新嗰個 TC 咧係冇辦法轉目標噶嘛，即係正路應該撞咗嗰個 TC 先。
Here's some feedback for the devs. A little button on buildings that you could click that mutes alerts for that building specifically. So you know.
但係 OK 嘅，佢上面只要 delay 咗個果位啊，咁啊基本上就阿拔斯冇可能再食果啦。咁然之後咧，因為兩隻鹿都喺出邊咧，係都幾麻煩，可能阿拔斯要種田。
If it dies, it dies. But it looks like that villager does get cleaned up towards the north. Tarteau doing a great job. 即係可能要種田，咁啊要種田嘅話咧，就由細一筆錢啦，咁但係就 OK 嘅。咁啊蒙古搞完一輪，咁啊終於係起衝撞車啦。睇先，一步唔夠穩陣，加多步。咁啊，對方好似都發現咗啦，咁啊直接係加塔啦。其實撞呢個位真係冇咩好撞喎，就咁睇。即係不如兜個圈打 TC， 可能好啲。不過打 TC 好似都係唔係太大作用喎，咁樣睇有啲濕滯呢個時候。咁啊，蒙古逼咗自己去一個絕路啊，即係如果失敗咗就應該好難搞，但係成功咗又好似又唔係打到好多嘢。And this is all within the line of sight of Tarteau. So he's telling him, like, hey man, I'm about to F you up. Like, it is happening. It is 100% happening.
咁啊，繼續加衝撞車。
Like, I'm bringing the Rams. I'd be curious to see what upgrades.
其實 work 唔 work 嘅？究竟呢啲招即係有啲懷疑。
The textile upgrade for his villagers.
即係呢個時候咧就衝啦，向前衝。咁啊呢啲衝撞車咧應該唔好理住嘅，你處理咗啲兵先啦，你見到。咁啊然之後咧就係兩支塔幫手做輸出，睇下個衝撞車拆嘢拆得快啲啊，定係自己啲兵死嘢死得快啲。但係好明顯啲騎兵係上唔到去啊。好似有啲事啊，咁樣衝落去。講真，即係我俾你撞到兩支塔，你都打唔死人啊！即係，但係你使嘅錢係成千木材啊。
Probably needs to pull villagers to heal this up if he wants to, but at the same time he's looking incredibly strong.
好似唔 work 喎，講真，我由佢開始打，我已經覺得唔係好 work 喎呢啲咁嘅招。咁啊，好彩拆咗支塔，咁啊攞咗25食物同埋25黃金啦。但係咧就所有兵死晒啦。咁啊，人哋有雙 TC， 咁啊，人哋個果亦都好安全。咁然之後你得翻3個衝撞車，唔知做啲咩可以。
he doesn't lose. Like,
係咪死得㗎啦？呢個蒙古
very clear pathway to victory. He's taken out a huge amount of his enemy's army. He's got the military lead.
唉，真係凄涼，即係點解咁樣打？
And he's going to continue.
同埋最慘就係佢起嘅次序有問題啊！即係佢一開始係加鐵匠鋪先，但係個鐵匠鋪又唔係升緊嘢啊！咁啊，真係有啲慘。哇！你睇人哋攞村民出嚟拆塔添啊，直頭。咁啊冇㗎啦！如果係咁嘅話，你見到對方咧有28隻兵啦，咁而蒙古自己得8隻咧，基本上你已經係冇咗控圖㗎啦。咁啊冇控圖嘅話咧，剩低咧就係阿拔斯個優勢會越嚟越大，即係周圍食果你阻止唔到佢啦。咁然之後佢仲要雙 TC 啊，即係完全俾唔到壓力人哋。然之後個阿拔斯喺度慢慢發展，其實應該瓜得㗎啦，即係出唔到門口啊！即係呢個蒙古。
No army left. He's still got a pretty decent number of units out here, though. Tarteau continuing to add units at this point.
其實打乜鬼衝撞車，不過冇計啊。其實應該最有效咧係升完城之後打裝甲步兵，同埋喺前線起攻城單位應該係最好嘅。不過我唔敢講呢啲招一定 work 啦，即係同埋有啲老土，即係可能係因為咁啦，即係打下第啲嘢，但係第啲嘢好明顯就係唔 work， 即係一望到就知唔 work 嗰啲招嚟嘅呢啲係。咁啊，睇下先啦。阿拔斯已經係升緊城堡時代啦，玩鬼啊！阿拔斯最強勢咧就係你雙 TC 發展完之後嗰啲經濟，即係同埋咧佢起工程單位係完全唔使科技，即係一升完之後佢加個輕頭，加個老炮，即係你吹佢唔脹噶啦，之後就。即係我諗呢個蒙古唔知道自己落後幾多，同埋呢個係敗者組嚟啊！即係輸一鋪就瓜啊！我記得呢個 Salami 咧係咪德里明嚟嘅？我唔知有冇記錯，即係佢專玩德里啊呢個人。我唔記得係德里定阿拔斯，即係專玩呢個文明嘅好似。即係可能佢知道阿拔斯有啲咩缺點，然之後佢嘗試打啦，但係應該係失敗咗，失敗得好慘。咁啊，部隊數追翻少少啦，但係明顯地就係因為阿拔斯喺度等緊升城，先至慢慢出兵嘅，所以佢儲埋一大堆錢。咁啊，而且亦都加咗個市集啊，咁啊隨時調資源。我覺得咧，好多人都唔習慣加市集，但係加市集係一件好事嚟。即係有咩事啊？即係寧願使晒啲錢出兵都總好過呢樣唔夠，嗰樣唔夠，然之後就剩一大堆錢。即係蒙古打鬼。玩石牆塔嗰個，我記得佢係中意玩啲唔知阿拔斯德里嗰啲啊，我記得呢個人。但係冇啦，冇得逆轉啊！呢個時候，即係淨係得個遊街，即係呢個時候。你睇下嗰啲兵嘅組合咧，基本上阿拔斯淨係出裝甲步兵，基本上都可以處理佢呢堆嘢，即係又或者加工程單位。其實最穩陣係加工程單位。呢度送少少村啦，其實要加工程單位啊，真係。即係唔可以淨係出步兵嘅，即係如果你要穩陣。Lidicor did check how long does it take for a battering ram to be made. We'll work that one out in a little bit because the scimitar is still going to swing a minute and 20 seconds, 45 seconds, 40 seconds. 堅持，但係冇所謂嘅。佢呢度咧有兩防啦，有一個遠攻啦，同埋一個遠防嘅。其實咁樣 trade 咧應該係裝甲步兵蝕底啲嘅，但係冇所謂嘅，即係反正村民多。Coming out from Salami that is looking a little bit stronger. He's trying his best to gather the resources he needs to get up to the next stage. 但係原來分咗兵過嚟搞嘅，即係呢個蒙古咁啊，升緊城，應該係升完城可能投降都未定。
Yeah, absolutely great fights for Tarteau.
咁啊，村民數68隻對54隻，咁啊，因為前面失敗咗一波之後咧，基本上其實冇得打啊，即係呢隻 game，即係尤其是衝撞車呢啲招數咧，即係推自己去 all in 就失敗咗就冇啦，即係剩低嘅時間都係啲垃圾時間嚟，即係純粹得個捱字，但係就應該係冇可能逆轉。
It's so difficult, but yeah, now we can see that it looks like the production numbers are the same here. Has Military Academy come through? We'll work that out in a little bit because the spears are going to be on the front line here.
睇下先啊，咁啊控兵都有啲濕滯，咁啊依家咧就係雙方鬥多工兵去清理人哋啲長槍嘅，好似都唔錯，但係使咗好多錢啊！咁啊正面啦，加輕頭你見到。
Slowly working towards the base of Salami, so he might win the fight.
阿拔斯太多錢。
I don't think he's going to win the war.
No, it's looking dire for him for sure.
即係呢度 trade 到5波咧係超蝕底嘅，即係本身又冇自己，即係冇人哋咁多錢，即係 trade 到5波之後就係死路一條。
Oh, that was a big shot. Jeez, they get some good range on them, don't they? When the villagers are running away, and I think he had the Yam network going at the exact same time, so they're running a little bit faster. And obviously with the
先啊，蒙古呢個時候咧有1000幾木材啦，有少少食物啦。其實佢隔離有一個市集嘅，咁啊都唔錯啊，見到。
Westerly direction, I need to fire exactly here to hit him, and they just managed to fire it a little bit further.
咁但係部隊數差太多啦，咁啊15隻對差唔多40隻啦已經。咁而且佢要有呢個輕，唔係有呢個老炮去處理輕頭先啦。佢淨係攞騎兵係唔夠嘅呢個時候。咁啊，你見到啲騎兵衝去掟咗3個火把就死晒啦，唔係即係啲肉馬。咁啊，仲有12隻兵。佢呢個時候澳包亦都係石頭用晒啦，咁剩低就應該喺出邊嘅，但係就應該冇可能出去。哇！太多兵啦，人哋。估唔到 Tarteau 贏咗，即係 Tarteau 好似練 AOE4唔係練好多，但係唔知係咪天分比較高啲。咁啊，好辛苦地生咗個輕頭出嚟。其實應該投噶啦，佢冇咩兵克制呢個裝甲步兵。咁啊，而且處理唔到人哋個攻城單位。咁啊 ，Tarteau 慢慢送啦。咁因為佢自己有80幾村民，即係呢堆兵咧就淨係搞亂你都夠。即係本來經濟又唔係對等。咁啊，人口咧140幾對64。咁啊，正面仲有兵要處理。work away at those pastures so that food income's going to be down pretty soon. 有冇反應啊？哇！佢正面9隻村民喺度食緊羊喎，即係掟一下就死晒一陣間。咁啊，90村對52，咁啊63人口。咁啊，後邊咧就啲裝甲送晒啦，但係問題不大嘅。其實即係雖然有啲馬後炮，但係講真，一開始我就覺得衝撞車真係唔係好嘅。同埋呢啲招咧，你真係成功咗都還好啊，你失敗咗就一鋪噶咯，真係值唔值得咁樣搏？同埋你成功咗都好咧，都唔係真係打到好多嘢。即係，但係你失敗咗就輸啊！即係，其實係咪應該唔好打呢啲招？即係呢啲招風險太大啦！即係你成功咗嘅話，你啱啱嗰個位只係打咗個果位喎。即係我唔覺得佢嗰幾個衝撞車可以直頭打到入去啊！真係冇可能。咁啊，慢慢縮埋。咁啊，佢其實應該要啲老炮嘅，即係輕頭嘅話咧，就只能夠打兵，但係就阻止唔到啲衝撞車。
Doesn't look like they managed to.
咁啊，呢個 T4 應該要爆啊，照道理。
Mangonels, I mean, if there's ever been a unit to turn a fight, it's definitely the Mangonels.
咁啊，拉後，咁啊，執一執個陣型，咁啊，衝撞車重新向前行。
Right now is siege, and part of that is.
睇下先啊，村民都拖去打攻城單位。
We hear a relic being picked up over on the right hand side of the.
咁啊，44村對95隻，咁啊，隨時投噶啦應該。睇下先，仲要清唔到啊！攻城單位。好 ，GG。即係正宗嘅打一波打死自己。 即係一波流嘅意思咧，就係冇後續嘅，即係你後面所有時間都係垃圾時間嚟嘅，即係你只要失敗咗。同埋佢起嘢嘅次序都錯咗咯，即係佢一開始就加鐵匠鋪，咁即係話俾人知，即係你想打一波，即係又或者你想升攻防，咁但係問題就係佢。 基本上起完舊嘢之後都乜都冇升過一開始，即係如果係咁嘅話咧，還不如係加咗，即係加咗軍營先啊，又或者加咗射戰場先，即係總好過你加舊嘢出嚟唔升嘢，即係嘥咗啲木材。
As you mentioned, I think the last time I saw him play was in Genesis.
不過呢一鋪佢打得唔好，真係冇計。咁啊，出咗局之後應該係等下一次，我諗佢。咁啊，Tarteau仲有，仲可以繼續打。我發現咧，日本嗰個 StarCraft 嗰個玩家都有打喎，即係不過要有玩開 StarCraft 你先知道日本嗰個 PSI 戰隊。
He's 2-0'd his enemies both times. He's waiting on the battle between Capoche and Nevix, who both won 2-1 against their enemies. We also have Lucifron, who beat Soldier. So unfortunately for Soldier, another.
睇下佢下一場揀咩人先。
Go down to Lucifron, and Puppy Paw are going to be going up against Lucifron in the next series. But
咁啊 ，Mr 今次冇打嘅，咁啊，所以咧就2場敗就即刻出咗局啦。咁啊，因為冇出現到，咁啊，剩低咧就係 Viper 啦。
I have no idea.
都係嗰幾個真係，唉 ，Viper Marine Law。
Age4 is a Chinese player apparently. There you go. So interesting name coming out from Age4.
一早瓜咗，輸咗俾 Running。Running 好似都係 AOE2 啊。
In the next round, so they should be actually playing very shortly. So good luck to Demuslim there. He's probably going to need it. Age4 actually took out Recon in the first round, 2-0, and then took out Striker 2-0, and Striker took out Robbie G 2-1. So like. There's so much talent packed into that tiny little quadrant. It is impressive to see or to hear, but I think I just heard a deer move in my left ear. I don't know how long we're going to be until we're.
等先，佢話 YUI UE 啊。 邊鬼過嚟啊？呢個人。佢話贏咗 Recon， 然之後又唔知打贏咗邊鬼個啊？係咪 Striker？
Cop? Do you know how to say his name?
I say Corp. But I think it's meant to be Calp.
但係又有兩個路人咯，真係。
Go with Corp. It just looks like Corp to me.
睇下先啊，呢個路人係邊鬼過嚟啊
？So we've casted a couple games from here already. So it's
BO1 嗱 BO1 應該係敗者嚟嘅。有冇越南玩家？睇下先啊，應該有嘅，照道理。越南咧係比較中意玩 AOE2 系列。啊，唔係 AOE1。AOE1 啦，最流行係 AOE1 嘅，然之後就 AOE2 同埋 AOE4 應該都有啲嘅。睇下先啊，越南應該有，好似有一個，即係啱啱嗰個 MEO 嗰個，即係嗰個係咩啊？大衛金好似係嘛？我冇記錯，好似唔係喎。啊唔係喎，呢個已經係敗者組咯，即係好似落咗去，仲有一個 KYO 咯。
Yeah, I'm curious as well. I think Mongols English is BCQD's been playing a lot of English into Mongols. I think he's been actively.
不過好似冇乜邊個特別勁。
So I mean, not with a lot of
即
success.
係越南嘅話，
English is a very weak. I mean, I probably shouldn't say they're a very weak civ, but they definitely seem to be a weak civilization at the moment.
其實越南係比較中意打 AOE1 嘅，即係佢哋有聯賽啊，即係有職業玩家有聯賽啊，打 AOE1。
Probably going to be pretty happy with the matchup. What do you think?
Yeah, I imagine he'd have to be pretty happy with that.
2嘅話都有啲勁人嘅，但係4就好似比較少啲，同埋唔係即係佢哋唔係好興玩新嗰啲咩，即係 AOE3啊、AOE4呢啲，即係懷舊型嘅，佢哋成個國家都，即係最勁嗰啲人應該全部喺晒 AOE1咯，即係越南嗰啲。不過每隻 game 都有啲唔同國家嗰啲，即係啲興趣。即係越南係比較騎呢嘅，即係走去流行 AOE1，即係你想象唔到真係。Save 咩啊 ？Save my name。睇下先啊，蒙古打阿拔斯，咁啊兩個人我都唔知邊個嚟嘅，咁所以就我覺得都係阿拔斯優勢。即係其實咧好容易去估咧究竟邊個文明勁啲嘅，即係最緊要咧就係一個文明做佢自己強勢嘅嘢嘅時候咧，人哋可唔可以阻止？即係人哋阻止唔到嘅時候咧，就睇下究竟阻止唔到人嗰個佢自己有冇啲強勢時期係可以彌補翻。等先，原來英國嚟嘅呢個，咁啊另一回事。等先。英國呢個提早起俄方，然之後應該係種田同升族輪啦，應該照道理。新招。如果英國嘅話咧，就英國蒙古啊。其實以前嘅版本咧，英國打蒙古都幾好打，即係如果依家蒙古好似冇乜新嘢嘅話咧，就應該係。睇下英國會打咩㗎啦，但係我唔知道依家種田究竟係咪真係優勢咁大啊？我基本上冇特別研究過依家新版本呢個戰術係有啲咩大優勢。但係咧種田有啲好處嘅，始終食物嚟得快啲嘅。
The Uvu, but at the same time, there's nothing in there. There's no pastures. There's no indication of any aggression at all going to be happening.
但係我唔知呢個優勢夠唔夠大到打贏蒙古。即係雖然係新招。
Archers, that's it. I mean,
yeah, just archers or Mangudai.
咁啊，瘋狂種田。咁啊，啲人好似話種4塊啊嘛，定係6塊。我之前睇到有條片個封面係咩？我唔記得係咩正常升級時間，然之後又話多6塊田左右，好似即係英文嚟不過。不過 OK 嘅，因為嗱，你諗下咧，本身蒙古咧喺封建就升得慢啲嘅，咁然之後咧就基本上佢冇可能阻止英國做任何嘢，即係可以咁樣諗嘅。咁然之後阻止唔到英國嘅話咧，咁如果英國偷經濟咧，就基本上佢應該係毫無風險嘅。
Okay.
咁照道理應該係英國着數啲啦，咁然之後就係英國着數啲嘅時候，佢有冇辦法阻止蒙古升城？即係如果阻止唔到升城嘅話咧，就應該係蒙古又着數少少嘅。咁但係蒙古着數少少嘅時候咧，如果佢又搞唔到英國嘅話咧，就應該雙 TC， 即係英國嗰個地標雙 TC 應該係又着數啲嘅，即係照道理應該咁樣發展嘅。
I'm sorry, I don't know exactly what's happening.
不過所有嘢都係即係大家和平發展嘅時候，先係咁樣。即係如果有啲咩意外嘅話，就應該係即係有第二啲講法。先嗰度額外4塊田，係啊，好似係咁樣個片嘅標題。
That is Mito disconnecting. Don't worry, he'll be back shortly. He's just doing some technical support. Some technical, there he is.
點解有啲叮叮當當聲音？
So, yeah, I think that at this point in time, so
睇下先啊，加軍營
opened up. I gotta
4
say,
塊田，
you know, when a good game or when a good cast happens, you got to recognize it.
好似都唔
When a
錯。
scuffed cast happens, you got to recognize it.
佢應該係4塊田加個續輪，然之後咧都可以喺5分鐘左右升級啊嘛，個時間。
It's not always like this. I apologize, but yes, we are
即係新標 order，即係有機會要大家都要學一學。
Going to be opening up with some potential aggression here. 5 minutes. He is still.
因為經濟會好少少啦，但係問題就係
Mito, are you back yet
佢
with me?
快攻嘅時間慢咗，
Hope so. Does the sound
即係
any
其實都唔應該唔
I
算快攻啊，
understand
照道
before
理
you。spoke.
No. Okay. I'll be right back.
All right. Okay.
睇下先啊5分20秒
Exactly what's going to be happening here because Corp
同埋咧，你升級慢咗咧，即係代表你生產部隊嗰個時間都推遲咗，即係正路咧係啲兵會少咁啲。
What's happening?
但係呢個蒙古好似星城喎，直頭直接。
Soldier going for a naked fast castle. Now I know
有先真係好似直接升城喎，我睇到佢連
What the heck's going on with
馬房都唔起啊。
basically means that he's not making any military. He's not making any military.
咁而英國咧，因為佢係貪經濟咧，所以佢兵少咧，佢亦都應該冇可能阻止蒙古啊。
He's actually shifted across a couple of villages over to wood now, so might
即係喺呢個時候咧，
maybe it's
咁啊兩邊喺度打緊啲心理戰。係個蒙古覺得個英國唔敢出門口，咁然之後索性佢兵都唔起。咁然之後個英國咧就應該暫時唔知道蒙古打咩，所以佢亦都唔敢出門口，佢費事有啲咩風險。同埋佢自己貪緊經濟啊，所以就冇必要去打人嘅。睇下先，佢加咩射戰場？咁啊，最老土嘅招嚟啊！呢個攞晒所有石頭出工兵，然之後就死守上城堡時代。咁啊 OK 嘅呢招，即係老土啲。3個月前都係咁樣打，但係咧就冇佢咁慢嘅。講真，即係因為咧，你雖然可以雙倍出兵啦，但係你如果喺人哋壓到嚟之前，你出唔到個數量出嚟咧，就即係你俾人 cam 住嗰個位咧，你啲兵就死啊！即係一出嚟就死。咁啊，你見到啦，佢拖時間啊，諗住咁啊，一隻戚加一隻黑汗喺度拖時間，但係就拖唔到。咁啊，對方直接衝過嚟澳包呢邊，大鑊啦！呢個蒙古可能要掛。佢唯一能夠做咧，就應該係要保住自己澳包出兵嗰個位嘅。佢應該要插塔添嘅。有冇啊？有啊有啊。哦，咁啊 OK 咁樣，有支塔就 OK。即係如果冇呢支塔咧，佢呢個位俾人 cam 住咗咧，佢就唔使出兵噶啦，已經。睇下先呢個仲起啊，仲起啊。得唔得㗎咁樣？但係起咗嘅話會有着數嘅，都係好似啱啱 Lina 嗰一鋪咁咯。哦，死穿咁啊冇計啦，貪心。如果起到嘅話咧，就有機會咧，人哋一出兵出嚟就要俾你肥兩箭，咁就好賺嘅。睇下先啊，蒙古優勢呢個時候，即係佢貪經濟得嚟，佢仲要成功咗，咁然之後咧就應該係等升城。佢依家連兵都唔出，即係石頭都留低，兵都唔出，咁啊慳少少支，咁啊只要唔死咧就 OK 嘅。咁啊剩低咧就應該係嗱，以我所知咧，打裝甲步兵係最簡單嘅。但係咧就我唔知係咪又係咁老土啊！真係最簡單咧，就係喺呢個時候咧，補一個鐵匠鋪啦，補一個軍營啦，咁然之後就基本上一個軍營或者2個軍營都得嘅。咁剩低咧就係城堡時代爆裝甲步兵。咁啊，加個鐵匠鋪咧就係升遠防嘅拎嚟。即係老土啲應該係咁樣嘅呢一招。咁啊軍營可以加慢啲嘅，因為反正你城堡時代先至出到兵，所以就唔需要急嘅。咁但係咧鐵匠鋪早起少少咧，可以升個遠防先啦，可以升定啦嚇。咁之後就城堡時代可以再升埋2防咯。即係照道理係咁樣嘅，但係就睇下佢有咩變化先。 但係呢個英國仲喺度爆緊兵，不過呢個蒙古真係低能咗少少。佢依家冇兵係走去送，不過佢咁樣送咧，亦都唔係話啲咩問題嘅，因為佢呢啲兵冇價值嘅呢個時候。咁啊，同埋可以拖到時間，好似都唔錯。佢拉到人哋9里遠啦，然之後就自己屋企安全啦。咁剩低就係爆裝甲步兵。照道理，但先佢唔係爆裝甲步兵喎，呢條友大鑊啦！佢出緊工兵喎，佢咁樣打嘅話，有啲咩好處？等先，佢加工程單位啊，居然！但先呢個蒙古啲招有啲奇怪，咁啊開始有啲變化，但係就我唔知係好事定壞事。即係如果你依家喺度打工兵嘅話啦，你升得快都冇用喎，咁樣。即係佢工兵咧，佢冇嗰個威力咧，可以令到你升咗城堡時代之後咧，有一波。即係有一波 timing 打人啊！即係冇呢個 power spike 呢樣嘢，即係呢隻兵，即係因為佢要數量啊嘛。咁但係佢咁樣打嘅話，咁英國升翻城嘅話，咁佢大家打同樣嘅兵咁，蒙古有啲咩着數？同埋英國呢個時候咧係應該會雙 TC 啊，即係唔係即係個地標係 TC 啊嘛。咁佢升完城之後，佢等於雙 TC 嘅。咁蒙古咁樣打嘅話，好蝕底嘅，講真。睇下先啊，呢個時候你睇下人哋咁鬼多兵，啱啱升完城，你睇下蒙古呢一招有咩用？同埋你打工兵咧，你係唔需要黃金啊，即係你掘金快咗嗰個優勢都冇用。都唔知呢個蒙古打乜鬼，即係諗下。即係你掘金塊咧，你肯定係想將啲黃金咧用喺一啲需要金嘅部隊啦，又或者咧你好想攞啲黃金拎嚟升攻防啦。咁呢個咧先係掘金個優勢嚟噶嘛。咁但係你打一隻兵又唔使黃金嘅，咁工兵卡長槍兵啊，咁你剩低啲黃金就係拎嚟升攻防噶啦，照道理。但係問題咧就係。好明顯就係攻防乜都冇，暫時。咁啊，又唔係打工程單位，但係佢又升咗嗰個科技。What the fuck？加我修道院係咩意思？執遺跡啊！如果佢咁樣和平發展，我覺得英國着數啲。即係我唔知呢個蒙古打乜鬼。即係人哋雙 TC 喎，即係英國點都着數啲啊！呢個時候，同埋我真係唔知呢個蒙古做乜鬼，即係打咗招嘢，睇落又唔係似咩招式。我哋嚟睇下咯，睇下佢點樣發展啊！即係，但係就蒙古呢一招好似暫時睇落冇乜威脅。即係個英國縮埋喺屋企咧，你吹佢唔脹，然之後佢雙 TC 出村民，咁啊佢種田食物又快啲。睇下先啊，你睇下工兵過到嚟遊街喺度，真係13分鐘。咁啊，英國47村啦已經，咁啊升咗個1級嘅食物啦，咁啊升咗個續輪啦，同埋已經續輪運作咗好耐添啦。睇下先啊，咁啊偷雞起場，俾人發現咗，會唔會死村啊？應該會死，一隻。咁啊，一隻冇乜所謂。嗱，我唔知道呢個蒙古想打咩招先。講真，我覺得咧喺城堡時代，如果發展到差唔多嘅話咧，係蒙古劣勢嘅，即係你唔想咁樣慢慢平穩發展啊。
makes a little bit of a mistake there. Never mind.
但係如果個蒙古依然咁樣打咧，佢就會將自己即係拖咗去呢個英國優勢嗰個時段咧，咁就蒙古即係會越嚟越難打。佢依家喺度執遺跡啊！咁樣打有啲咩着數？個英國係可以完全唔出門口喎，新帝王時代都得㗎。哇！仲加個 TC 添，即係完全唔俾面啊！即係個蒙古仲咁被動啊！加咗咩啊？咁啊，補咗個軍營應該係。我見佢出長槍應該係防肉馬嘅，咁然之後咧就係兩軍營加兩個射戰場。佢比英國咁舒服啊！同埋咧，佢呢個咁嘅組合咧，即係英國求其出啲攻城單位就處理咗。
You can pack up the prayer tent. It turns into a monastery, and when you do that, it also gets like these turbo boosters.
真係神奇嘅呢個時候，我唔知蒙古咁樣拖落去贏唔贏到添。即係加工城單位我見到佢，咁啊加咗個輕頭啊，暫時睇。
On to the next relic, and within the space of 2 or 3 minutes, all the relics are yours.
但係佢又好似唔係想進，唔係想進攻喎，真係縮喺屋企。
That's exactly right. Yes, the ice cream truck.
Well, maybe you're selling it the other way around. The shaman is selling it to the monastery.
The ice cream truck is all out of ice cream, and it's the kids who are going to.
係先啦，咁啊英國咧係有斥候喺正面嘅，即係佢知道人哋進攻㗎啦已經，咁啊有呢個意圖嘅，咁佢剩低咧就係要使晒所有錢去出兵嘅啫。咁啊基本上守住咗就係優勢啊，咁啊因為3 TC 啊。咁啊，只需要守住啫。咁啊，所以一定要使錢，即係第一件事，使盡。其實英國要出攻城單位啊，真係。其實最好嘅話，梗係出老炮。但係佢好似咩兵都未加，真係有啲濕滯咁樣。即係個兵種組合嚟講，應該係蒙古着數啲。即係冇送兵啊，大佬！咁啊呢個時候蒙古係有52隻兵啊，咁啊而英國咧係因為佢連埋個 TC 有3 TC 啊，即係39隻兵，佢應該要打被動啲。
Siege weapons, but yeah, I mean he's just playing this very patiently, I guess.
即係蒙古被動嘅蒙古，加上呢個被動嘅英國。其實咁樣打有冇好處㗎？即係我唔係好知喎。佢依家個兵種組合完全唔使黃金啦，所以搞到佢依家黃金有成2000幾啊！即係唯一能夠使得晒啲錢咧，就係起市集買嘢。等陣先啦，熬底啦，咁啊加2個塔，但係起得慢咗。死少少村。
Yeah, I think it was just one vill there, maybe 2, but I think it was just the one. And
真係騎呢啊呢個蒙古，但係佢有計劃嘅，咁啊見到佢執完遺跡，咁啊搶點，咁剩低應該係諗辦法使錢啊，即係照道理。咁啊，然之後就係打一波啦，係嘛？定係佢諗住 cam 死呢啲位就可以贏啊？
He's still got Yam, which is going to help him, you know, move around. But I think we might have ourselves a bit of a battle unfolding in the middle of the map.
呢度打多線啊，但係就冇留意人哋有塔喺度，咁啊俾人偷射幾箭。
It looks like a couple of horsemen did get taken down. Now soldier going to be moving in. And
先英國46兵，咁啊對蒙古係63嘅，但係蒙古分咗兵嘅，所以正面應該唔係太多啊，照道理。
What is he saving up for?
先呢個英國喺度做乜鬼嘢？ 即係正如啱啱我所講啊，即係英國要守啦，佢要使晒啲錢嘅，但係佢依家有成1500食物同埋有成700幾木材、400幾黃金，佢諗住偷上帝啊，但係我唔知會唔會咁樣。
Yeah, Soldier might just be playing this a little bit too slowly. He's starting to add springalds now. He's getting this.
睇下先啊，蒙古準備打波啊，好似咁啊，加老炮。
90 villagers for Cop now, and that's just such.
但係我睇佢個勢又好似死手嘅，就係諗住。真係好被動啊！呢個蒙古，我第一次見。有先呢個咩嚟㗎？石牆嚟㗎。What the fuck？如果俾佢成功圍到咧，佢就等上帝啊！因為佢呢個時候咧，右邊個聖地未搶到嘅話咧，咁啊呢個英國都唔同你急嘅。咁啊，而且佢個經濟非常之好啊，基本上佢賣晒啲木材可以升帝啊，差唔多。大鑊啦！即係呢個蒙古玩乜鬼圍唔圍得知啊？佢前面好似未圍喎，大鑊啦！佢好似圍晒側邊先，但係前面未開始圍喎。等先，點，周圍點啊？你見到，但係就點解會淨係圍側邊唔圍前面先咁搞笑嘅？即係做咗一大個工程，咁啊，然之後咧就正面未圍嘅原來。哎呀，咁啊，星帝王時代。睇下先啊，呢個得唔得啊？呢個英國要控兵控好少少，佢應該咧要將老炮射後面啲老炮先，但係就數量唔夠人哋多，好似係咪啊？蒙古啲兵係打贏嘅，但係攻城單位嗰度差唔多死晒，咁啊選擇向後退。蒙古應該都仲係部隊優勢，但係就英國升帝喎。英國升帝咯，哇！呢度等先，呢個門嚟嘅，唔係塔嚟嘅。人哋升咗帝啊，玩鬼啊
！Yeah, I wonder what landmark he went with. There's no Berkshire on the front of the base here, so maybe it's the Wingard Palace. Yeah, it is the Wingard Palace. You can see it in. 等先啊！哇！呢個乜鬼嘢地標嚟㗎？佢係咪一出就每隻兵都出一隻嗰個地標嚟？ Stonewall finally going up in the base. The push has been repelled.
我第一次見呢隻嘢啦，佢呢個車仔面咁樣啊，即係每隻兵都俾少少你啊，即係呢個地標。但係冇啦，呢個蒙古死咗咁樣打，即係唔應該咁樣玩。但係就佢可能覺得會 work 啦，但係就。即係第一眼望我已經覺得唔好啊！即係因為咧，佢俾咗呢個英國咁容易去咗佢自己嗰個強勢嗰個時間啦，咁蒙古就冇得打噶啦。即係呢個時候加個巨頭，佢諗住拆城牆。AOE4 嘅城牆咧太容易起啦，即係拆城牆係一個即係浪費時間，兼且冇乜效益嘅行為。即係起巨頭係，即係巨頭係有用嘅，但係喺呢個時候係垃圾嚟。即係俾你拆到個城牆，你都入唔到去啊！呢個時候，即係拆嚟把屁。即係應該瓜咗噶啦。咁啊，打得太被動啦，即係蒙古咧，去到中後期其實唔係話真係咁鬼勁嘅，佢要靠前面嗰個累積優勢。但係問題咧，佢就係即係佢淨係諗住執遺跡搶點，就諗住個優勢可以大過英國，但係冇可能。即係英國最痛苦咧，就係啱啱開始種田嗰個時間啊嘛。但係你完全唔俾壓力個英國，等佢自己慢慢種田咧，咁佢種完田之後，佢個優勢就喺度。咁啊，見到人口咧係162，咁啊對132啦，咁但係咧就英國120隻村民。咁啊，而且種田都開始有黃金啦，咁啊經濟起飛喺呢個時候，咁啊剩低咧就係 點樣使自己啲錢嘅啫。咁啊，而且蒙古係冇錢上帝王啦，一望就。等陣先，哇！你睇下啲村民直頭可以即係一齊反擊啊！即係完全唔怕你一隻兵。冇啦，差太遠啦呢個蒙古。我本身咧係諗住咧，佢應該會即係使少少兵咧去搶埋下面個聖地咧，然之後即係至少逼英國出門口同你打，咁樣可能有啲機會啊。但係呢個即係依家呢個時候真係冇乜機會，同埋佢到依家都唔攞啲市集買下資源升地。佢儲埋一大堆錢，唔知做乜鬼。即係佢呢個兵種組合本身已經唔使好多錢，佢應該係要買食物嘅，即係照道理。睇下先啊，咁啊英國呢個時候咧就諗辦法，咁啊去升級自己啲兵啦，咁然之後就等200人口就出門口啦。咁啊蒙古呢個時候都仲唔升帝。點解唔升帝啊？真係有錢喎！佢攞2000黃金去買啲食物翻嚟，佢可以升帝啊！其實呢個地標我第一次見，即係每隻兵役俾一隻你。佢依家仲有時間升帝，但係就睇下佢肯唔肯升。佢肯就得㗎啦。佢只要買少少食物，佢撳個掣就可以升帝。睇下4000黃金咯，都唔升帝啊！太慳，佢呢個諗法太慳皮啊！即係佢唔想做啲冇乜效益嘅嘢，咁所以咧佢就唔起市集，唔買食物，但係就咁樣打。即係咁樣打有咩意思？即係有陣時咧，時間緊要過你，即係緊要過你咁樣慳皮。即係點解啲人咧要用市集拎嚟買資源、升城堡、升帝王？就係因為佢蝕少少，佢可以有一個科技啊嘛優勢。等下先，英國勁多村啊，咁啊呢度俾佢肥少少，咁啊等佢開心下。咁但係咧就應該唔影響大局嘅。咁剩低就係個英國要出門口嘅，講真，即係你200人口所有嘢升齊，然之後你唔出門口咧，就個蒙古有機會追翻嘅。不過講真咧，去到後期都係蒙古不利。蒙古咧起唔到牆，同埋蒙古冇城堡嘅，咁所以佢係喺後期咧佢打陣地戰係好蝕底。咁啊，英國出門口啦，終於200人口。睇下先，蒙古點樣處理啊？咁啊，啱啱升帝王。What is that movement speed? Look at it go! 1.21 movement speed? That's faster than a horseman. 真係英國大把錢。其實佢應該要打交啊！即係咁多錢，你送少少兵出去打完，然之後重新補多一波兵都得。咁但係應該係蒙古不利啊！呢個時候。咁啊嚟隻抽啦！咁啊正面控兵控得唔好啦！咁啊兩個攻城單位俾人秒咗啊！呢個英國。咁啊大打交，其實呢個係肯定要打嘅，同埋應該係我就咁睇應該係蒙古優勢嘅。即係呢一波都要打嘅，點都，但係就蒙古如果呢一波損失完之後咧，最大問題就係佢有冇錢再重新出一波新嘅。咁啊，英國咧好明顯係有大把錢嘅，但係就蒙古呢一波換落咧就好似唔係好掂，同埋佢已經冇乜錢再重新出一波新嘅啦，照道理。咁啊，因為英國經濟好太多啦。其實應該瓜啊呢個蒙古。 冇啦，打瓜。咁啊，最後咧就得翻一大堆工兵啦，咁啊處理唔到呢堆騎嘅，照道理。
There's just no crossbows here left for soldier. Just the spring ults are the only things that could do damage to that. And even though the numbers were in soldiers,
即係呢個蒙古太
the units are just so much stronger for English.
即係佢太過放生呢個英國去自己發展。即係你咁樣打鬼啊！咁啊，部隊死晒啦，咁然之後人口去到127啦，咁你見到啦係冇錢出下一波，即係下一波兵噶啦已經。咁啊冇咁嘅經濟，蒙古本身唔係咁樣玩嘅，所以佢冇咁嘅經濟去同你咁樣 trade 落去。咁啊英國咧打完之後咧，你睇下個人口仲係200嘅，即係大把錢。睇下先啊，蒙古等投降。
Yeah, this is looking real bad. He did manage to get up to Imperial Age.
太被動啦！即係如果你打啲咁被動嘅咧，就不如即係玩下阿拔斯好過。即係阿拔斯啊、英國啊、中國啊呢啲咧，佢係唔使出門口噶嘛。咁玩呢啲文明咧，就我覺得比較啱佢 style 多啲。即係有個控圖，然之後就即係縮喺屋企就等人哋出嚟。如果你要玩蒙古就唔係咁樣打。咁啊，屋企立亂啦。咁啊，部隊係得翻12隻。咁啊，村民有89嘅，仲有。咁但係就人口已經跌穿100啦，差唔多。冇啦，好慘。咁啊，蒙古咧，因為咧佢冇城牆呢樣嘢咧，咁亦都冇城堡咧，所以你只要輸一波咧，就會俾人一路捅穿㗎。你冇辦法去阻止人哋進攻。咁啊，因為你屋企係中門大開，你輸一波嘅話咧，你就基本上冇可能阻止人哋衝入嚟。即係成鋪都好奇怪，唔知打咩。係咯，佢應該一早就要買食物㗎啦，因為你4個遺跡有2個聖地咧，你基本上黃金係好足夠啊。佢其實應該提早就應該要買食物㗎啦。即係有啲時候咧，如果你經濟唔夠人哋好咧，你係應該要靠科技優勢去打。但係咧，佢就好奇怪，佢升咗城之後，佢又唔打交，即係淨係諗住搶幾個遺跡就可以追到英國，真係冇可能。即係佢當自己神羅咩？真係神羅嘅話，搶2、3個遺跡就另計啊。同埋因為神羅上完帝之後出兵，唔係出村民快脆啊嘛。即係呢個蒙古唔係打緊自己優勢嘅嘢嚟，佢打緊啲應該係神羅做嘅嘢嚟。即係神羅咪就好似佢咁樣玩，即係搶幾個遺跡，然之後就。即係慢慢等升帝王，即係等人哋打你。即係非常奇怪嘅蒙古，我哋睇咗一鋪。
I don't know if you see it. You probably don't see it. Actually, if you're watching the stream, you'll see it.
Camera up.
Yeah. I got it.
I see it now.
Yeah, I got like a little coffee delivered. I tell you what, it looks.
睇下先啊，咁啊，Viper 打 Hooked。
Yeah, it's I don't know. What are you drinking at the moment, Mido?
I just had some water. I don't have any left, but
sorry,
that's all I've had today.
Water? What is it? What was that thing you said?
H2O, I think.
Never heard. Oh, H2O, I've heard of that, but never heard of any beverage.
照道理應該係 Viper 勁啲嘅，照道理。同埋 Viper 咧最近練 AOE4都練得幾多，所以咧搞到佢 AOE2啲比賽都唔係好掂當。
This is going to be pretty crazy. Hot, obviously.
嗱個堡叫做溫加德城堡，即係啱啱嗰個帝王地標啊。
I'm pretty tuckered. I'm starting to get bags.
即係我唔知嗰嚿乜鬼嘢嚟，即係起都未起過。我知道佢嗰個功能，但係我完全冇諗過起啊！真係。
I suspect it's probably doing the same for Hut, except not my bed. It's going to be Hut's bed. So he's probably getting on. So what is your anticipation? What is your suspicion for this series?
即係嗰嚿嘢好搞笑嘅，即係裝甲步兵俾一隻你，肉馬長槍又俾一隻你。我記得好似仲有金馬同埋有老工兵，我唔知係咪？即係車仔面，即係每樣俾少少你。同埋佢生產又慢喎，所以唔知為乜嘢。
To be honest, I haven't watched many of Hut's recent games, so I'm not sure what kind of style he's playing with lately.
不過唔緊要啊，啱啱嗰個時間基本上都唔係靠嗰個地標嘅，即係啱啱嗰個時間基本上就係升咗底之後，英國經濟太好啦。即係嗰個地標又唔係話佢冇作用嘅，但係佢個作用幾乎係冇乜影響力。即係又唔會令你輸嘅，但係又唔會令你贏，即係求其即係升咗個地拎嚟。
He's a player that's creative, but at the same time, very thoughtful in his playstyle. So I'm looking forward to seeing.
睇下先啦
，Viper up against
Viper 練 AOE4練得好多啊，所以就照道理咧係因為 AOE4始終獎金幾多下。
Yeah, it's going to be absolute insanity. We got 20 seconds to go, so if you haven't,
即係冇理由嘥咗一個機會，然之後就即係由得佢輸贏啊嘛。
I see big soldier in the chat. Soldier, well played in that last game, mate. You did good, kid. You did good.
即係費事嘥個揾錢機會。睇先呢個係邊個嚟㗎？藍色。
All right, well we'll get that overlay fixed up for you guys. There you go.
哦，藍色係 Viper 嚟嘅。呢個係咪阿拔斯 Mirror？
Welcome to game number 1.
咁啊冇計啊！即係因為依家呢個版本咧，應該係阿拔斯蒙古德里。即係德里應該係排頭嘅，咁但係咧最大問題就係德里會俾人 ban 嘅，所以咧就基本上就第二個揀嘅應該真係阿拔斯比較多啲，因為咧阿拔斯處理蒙古係比較容易啲嘅，所以冇理由揀蒙古嘅。咁然之後剩低咧就係大家都阿拔斯。即係除非有人可以研究到一個文明係克住阿拔斯咧，咁就或者會有啲改變，即係呢個 meta。但係咧就暫時嚟講應該係得你克住阿拔斯。咁啊，所以咧只要得你冇得揀嘅話咧，就阿拔斯就會 mirror 一路。
I could even see him taking more.
同埋始終阿拉伯咧，你冇可能揀中國啦。咁啊神羅都唔會啦。咁啊羅斯依家太弱啦，咁啊都唔會嘅。咁啊剩低咧就係睇下英國會唔會做一個 counter pick 啦。但係就講真啦，啱啱嗰個情況好明顯就係即係都唔關英國事嘅，即係純粹係對面嗰個唔知打乜鬼。
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, especially up against Viper. I mean, what a stage to do it on. Playing up against.
睇下先啊 ，Viper 應該都係開 TC 嘅，照道理，一係就單 TC 咯，但係冇理由單 TC。我覺得初頭 Lina 咧輸咗嗰鋪係好奇怪，但係就但係冇計啊。
Normally, what you'd expect in an Abbasid mirror is both players would go 3 town centers into Fast Castle, and then they would do a battle royale to the death where they would just spam.
其實正路阿拔斯係進攻應該係做唔到嘢，但係我唔知點解啱啱 Lina 嗰鋪咧就即係俾人哋騷擾可以好似搞到咁慘。
Players go for some kind of feudal age play after they go for 3 TCs. So who knows what it's going to be from him?
Yeah, we will have to wait and see where their build orders differ.
睇下先啦，嗰啲掘唔掘石啦？今日暫時未見到任何人掘石，但係咧雙方咧應該係掘夠黃金咧去升族輪啦，升呢個村民半價啦，咁然之後咧就唔需要黃金噶啦，咁啊剩低就會開始掘石嘅。即係呢一個版本應該係咁樣。咁啊以前咧就應該淨係掘金掘到夠升個半價村民就算數啦。咁但係依家因為要掘多少少去升族啦，咁啊會掘石再即係慢咗少少啊。
and a lot of horsemen.
咁但係照道理應該係一定掘石嘅，應該。
And I wonder like if we could see.
係啦，你見到佢嘅村民都行過去起礦場。咁啊，掘石開 TC。
If your opponent isn't making cavalry, so there may be a little bit of an opportunity here for players to mix in some.
我見到之前有人加個馬房打馬先，不過即係應該都係應該都係比較少見嘅怪招嚟。
Both players going to be able to make siege with their infantry.
睇下先啊，呢度應該費事搞人哋啲村啊，即係自己拖住咁多樣。但先呢個單 TC 啊，佢唔掘石喎呢個人。居然唔掘石。
But now fresh foodstuffs going to be coming in for Hut as well. He's slowly behind or a little bit behind.
打馬係啊，打馬即係雖然比較少見，但係我噏得出嘅嘢咧，肯定係有人打過。咁打馬，但係咧就我唔知道咁樣好唔好。即係講真啦，你冇金馬，你淨係得肉馬嘅話咧，你前期殺穿係唔夠，即係冇嗰個威力咯，即係唔夠金馬勁。即係又或者打一波流咯，即係你如果咁樣揀嘅話，就打一波流，即係基本上唔會諗星神嘅，即係喺封建時代狂爆兵打死人。但係咧喺 Mirror 嚟講咧，講真啦，我覺得開 TC 係即係比較正路啲，因為雙 TC 本身已經可以當係防守建築啦，咁你可以保住自己啲村民嘅，已經更加容易添。即係兩個 TC， 咁啊再唔夠就加塔啦。咁而且你本身有掘緊石嘅話咧，你基本上係可以係升之塔啦。咁然之後就係即係攞啲石頭拎嚟 upgrade 下嘢。但係先佢呢度真係一波流啊！真係狂爆兵啊！真係完全冇諗過慳皮。係咯，Viper 呢度咧可以兩 TC 仲可以起近少少。如果可以嘅話咧，應該係起喺木位同埋個果位中間嗰度。咁啊，基本上咧就可以保住木材啦，咁啊同埋可以有個安全嘅果實啦。咁啊已經夠咗，即係夠皮噶啦。咁啊黃金係唔需要嘅，即係你唔需要保住黃金呢個時候。即係呢個時候黃金係冇用。咁啊呢度補個 TC 啊啱啦，非常好。咁啊完美噶啦，咁樣基本上進攻嗰個阿拔斯係冇用嘅，咁樣打。咁尤其是你睇下咧，佢啲肉馬咧，佢行到入嚟咧，佢要俾 TC 射啊，咁基本上係做唔到嘢。所以我唔知佢要打咩。咁剩低咧，Viper 要做啲咩咧？佢就係你見到佢補少少長槍啦，咁剩低就係唔好出門口。因為你只要唔出門口啦，人哋啲兵係唔敢入嚟。咁啊，雙 TC 係好大優勢。咁啊，所以咧，對方咧就佢走去掘石。佢呢個時候掘石就好事啦，因為你 TC 慢人哋咁多咧，就即係唔知可以做啲咩啦。即係人哋領先你咁多村之後就。即係我雖然唔敢講話花牌贏硬啦，但係就好大優勢呢個時候。睇下先啊，哦塔攻，睇下有冇機會。望唔望？最緊要睇下花牌望唔望到先。佢呢度應該望到村民。望到望到。咁你見佢隻馬咧調一調方向咧，就應該有控緊嘅直頭。cam 住佢一個木位，唔知起唔起得切咧？但係 Viper 上面都係一個木位喎，即係你封佢呢個，佢喺上面加支塔，咁啊繼續發夢就得噶咯。係喎，真係。不過佢呢度掘咗金先。
Yeah, it could be arrow slits. You're 100% right. Only 2 villagers on the stone. It's probably just arrow slits. So he's definitely.
唔係喎，呢個人直頭唔係拎嚟開 TC 嘅啲石頭，佢啲石頭淨係拎嚟升塔用㗎咋。等先呢個村民俾人肥啊！大鑊啦！
doesn't manage to get taken out, but got to be so careful with that second.
佢咁樣打唔知 work 唔 work 嘅咧。
Looking to try and connect with the archers.
咁啊，你見到咧，佢係諗住攞兩個駱駝咧偷雞肥下啲長槍，然之後啲肉馬咧就引佢過嚟。咁但係咧就未開打就已經死咗隻肉馬啦，又點啊？睇下啲駱駝，基本上啲兵你都行唔到埋去，即係佢呢個組合。哎呀，佢駱駝俾人戳咗兩刀，嚟到喂，你咁樣控兵 ？What the fuck？ 冇啦，咁樣長槍一隻咩價錢，肉馬一隻咩價錢？你仲要死駱駝 ？Viper 超開心咯，咁樣 trade。咁啊，得死咗隻村啊，好似已經咁啊個塔停喺度冇起到啊。Viper 好開心咯，咁樣 trade 可以話佢領先10隻村民啦已經。咁啊，非常之不利啊！本身阿拔斯就唔係即係擅長咁樣打嘅，所以冇計啊。
Yeah, he's looking very strong. So he's up about 11 villagers at the moment. So he's obviously taken out 2 from Hut because
咁啊，又拖兩隻村出嚟。
We see Hut beginning to send out 2 more villagers.
咁但係咧呢支塔咧，就算俾你真係起得到都好咧，就其實我覺得影響都唔係好大。睇下先，射唔射得死呢隻村啊？不過射唔死都冇所謂嘅，講真。咁啊，村民咧可以係去其他地方轉移啦，同埋咧呢支塔係好似仲要射唔到入邊啲位添。睇下先 ，Viper 係咯 ，Viper 轉去下邊伐木。睇下先，佢呢度繼續掘石喎，佢係開 TC 啊，唔係喎，加塔。咁啊 ，Viper 都好穩陣，睇嚟。咁啊，2 TC 就算數啦。咁然之後咧就靠啲塔升級嚟到手。即係咁樣打落去慢性自殺啊！真係。咁啊，村民已經相差13隻。咁啊，部隊數係差唔多嘅，即係你諗下，雙 TC 係幾咁好？即係你做進攻嗰個，你不單止係冇辦法殺到村民，咁而且人哋嘅部隊數同你即係同你差唔多嘅話咧，咁好明顯就係雙 TC 着數太多。哦，又秒嗰個村啦，咁啊呢支塔起唔到噶啦，點樣啊？佢呢個打法只能夠 all in 噶，即係冇得翻轉頭啊！咁啊死2個駱駝，咁啊剩低咧就可以慢慢出1-2隻長槍，應該可以處理呢堆肉馬。我覺得可以，真係差唔多可以投降啊！講真，佢呢個成個進攻失敗咗添啦，直頭。但係先喺呢度起咗支塔，但係咧就對方村民多，咁啊直接拖村拆。點啊？哎呀，佢呢啲村民咧係 A 地板嘅，所以咧佢就打咗呢個肉馬先，你見到佢，但係啲肉馬都 hold 唔住啊！真係咁多村民。太多村呢個位，哇！呢個人佢直接穿 TC 送啲兵入嚟啊！有冇咁趕路啊？即係你睇下咁樣穿 TC 佢啲兵咪俾人任射咯又。即係立亂，但係唔緊要，因為花牌村民多，即係攞村民打交直頭，即係完全冇所謂。佢就算呢啲村咧死咁少少啊，即係死5隻10隻咧，佢都仲係優勢。哦，咁啊，你睇下啲村民幾勁，即係村民捅啲肉馬，即係攞去。發生咩事？冇啦。即係只能夠講咧，就係咩咧？阿拔斯咧，佢唔係一個好擅長進攻嘅文明嚟，即係佢係比較適合被動，慢慢自己種田。所以點解啲阿拔斯咧好中意就係打 Mirror 嘅時候雙 TC 3 TC， 就係因為佢嗰個文明就係即係唔適合進攻。睇下先啊，咁啊，對方應該係等資源可能升神嘅諗住，但係你越蹲得耐咧，人哋多你成倍村喎，差唔多。咁啊，Viper咧下邊揾到個果位，咁啊先插支塔再加個魔方，咁啊又有一堆資源。
right now as Hut.
佢呢個時候上星神就太慢啦。
At the same time with Castle Age and probably just be ahead.
咁啊，Viper 呢個時候咧就雖然黃金有成千啦，但係就佢加個市集就得㗎啦，調下支。即係上面呢個阿拔斯唔知可以做啲咩，即係有果唔食都去食攞個傻佬，即係啲果喺佢隔離喎，即係上少少。即係角落頭又有果，上面又有果，即係兩個都唔食，真係食鹿。
He's sitting on 2 at the moment. We'll see if he looks to add a 3rd. He's going to have enough for it. He did just drop some more buildings down. I'm not. Oh, it's a battering ram he's dropped.
等下先啊，咁啊加個衝撞車，咁啊應該係諗住撞咗前面支塔，咁啊等自己可以慢慢伐木。
Yeah, so just the 2 outposts at the front.
咁啊，而且嗰個位咧，人哋係比較難送啲兵過嚟阻止你嘅，應該，即係會俾 TC 射到。咁啊，雙方差唔多時間生成，即係一個雙 TC， 一個單 TC。咁啊呢度咧就送啲肉馬入嚟殺穿。咁啊，好似射到一隻啊，但係就話咩？即係要攞幾多成本，即係去殺一隻村民。即係一隻村半價，大佬。即係冇啦，應該我覺得呢一鋪冇可能贏。咁但係咧就堅持。其實打一波就一定要由頭到尾都要貫徹呢個觀念去打一波，就即係唔好諗住有後面。即係你見到佢呢度咧，佢基本上冇可能追嘅，即係人哋多你咁多村民，即係大家做同樣嘅嘢，然之後人哋多村過嚟，即係打鬼咁樣。哇！你見到 Viper 咧，佢起2個鐵匠鋪，即係拎嚟升攻防，即係大把經濟，大把錢。咁然之後咧就。好似睇落個樣，係咪轉裝甲步兵？即係一個5個軍營，一個就係咁起軍營都癲佬啊，兩邊都。咁啊，但係冇用噶啦。咁因為 Viper 呢邊咧都係時間唔係差太遠咧，基本上佢有射箭場可以出老兵咧。呢個5個軍營嘅裝甲步兵就唔 work 噶啦。
He's actually got enough to add a 4th town center if he wanted to.
What the fuck？ 佢3個 TC 啊！你睇下啲肉馬幾廢，即係大家可以望下啲肉馬，即係唔好話打村民啊！即係你行過都要俾 TC 射死，咁啊成批死晒，咁啊部隊數咧係2對25嘅。一啦已經得翻一隻兵，咁然之後轉裝甲步兵就打鬼啊咁樣。睇下先 ，Viper 即係仲有時間反推理啊。咁啊呢堆裝甲步兵咧係冇任何攻防嘅，呢個係一個幾大嘅失誤嚟，但係。即係可能亦都係因為佢冇錢，即係啲裝甲步兵俾長槍工兵打死嘅，即係人哋仲未 upgrade。冇啦，差太遠啦，差太多經濟啊！即係3 TC 84村。睇下先啊，佢射箭場應該要加老兵嘅，咁然之後咧就你就算大家一齊打翻裝甲都得嘅，咁啊因為 Viper 有錢啊嘛。咁啊有錢嘅話咧，就大家打同樣嘅兵咧，就你唔使怕人哋數量多過你啦。所以你見到佢呢度咧就一齊打裝甲步兵，然之後就因為有射箭場啦，就溝少少老兵。咁啊剩低就係加，不過其實攻城單位唔使加得咁急，不過佢大把錢啊冇計。因為咧呢2個衝撞車咧係冇戰鬥力嘅，即係淨係打拆，即係拆建築物嘅啫。咁啊對正面隻抽係冇咩幫助，所以你見到佢咧都突然間即係掉頭都去打交，即係費事起衝撞車。即係呢2個衝撞車，即係我唔知有咩用。有時呢啲村民喺邊度嚟嘅？即係喺下面穿上嚟。但係冇啊！你咩成本啊？真係咁樣清呢堆嘢，幾多隻村啊？ 仲有40隻，好似可以守住喎，但係冇乜用啊咁樣，好似打輸仲要。哦 ，GG。其實阿拔斯真係唔適合進攻嘅，所以即係打鏡像嘅 matchup 咧，你真係要，即係人哋做咩，你再做慢啲係最好。即係人哋2個 TC 你起3個，人哋3個你起4個，即係又或者即係加個續輪又好，做第啲嘢都好，即係令到自己經濟優勢即係好啲啲咁堆就夠嘅，即係打 Mirror。即係直接單 TC 係比較少見啲，即係。佢冇嗰個，佢冇嗰啲好強勢嘅兵種去打，即係打進攻。佢唔係好似法國啊、羅斯啊呢啲有金馬，即係又唔係好似英國咁樣，即係射程遠啲，即係又或者加個攻速咁樣，即係佢冇呢味嘢。同埋佢最緊要就係佢個地標唔會幫手出兵啊，即係英國嗰啲可以啊嘛，即係呢啲都係打進攻比較優勢少少嘅嘢嚟。但係阿拔斯唔係呢味嘢咯，即係阿拔斯係升級個村民半價個地標，咁然之後佢要自己加建築物去進攻，即係淨係加建築物呢樣嘢都拖延你嗰個進攻時間。咁啊 BO3 啊，咁啊花牌贏咗一鋪先，咁然之後下一鋪咧係 High Field 嚟嘅，好似。等先，雙方都揀 High Field 喎。可以揀同樣嘅地圖咁搞笑嘅。先啊，咁啊佢哋有神羅啦，依家有神羅，有羅斯，有蒙古。羅斯 Mirror， 哇，比較少見啲啊，真係。羅斯 Mirror。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2。
咁啊，羅斯 Mirror 咧，應該照道理咧就係執鹿，然之後就打封建嘅。依家即係應該唔會直接升成啩。即係打封建打咩咧？打金馬打工兵啦，就即係又或者係，其實我唔係好中意打工兵嘅，即係有陣時。但係如果可以嘅話咧，係應該，我覺得馬加長槍點都好過馬加工兵，即係。因為個戰鬥力嚟講咧，就工兵咧就佢清唔似啲長槍嘅，咁然之後咧啲馬咧會殺你啲工兵殺得好快，咁剩低咧就會變咗係馬加長槍，然之後打剩低啲馬。哇！呢度好多狼啊！即係咩運氣先可以喺頭1分鐘揾咗5隻狼翻嚟？
Okay, but let's talk a little bit more macro-orientated.
哇！佢仲得閒，即係仲得閒幫手射啊啲鹿啊，真係好癲啊！6隻啦已經。咁啊，開局咧應該係花牌優勢，即係6隻狼。即係最緊要就係揾咗咁多狼嘅同時，佢仲揾咗咁多羊。
Your opponent can't do it, well, maybe you do it yourself. Maybe you don't do it yourself. Maybe you just get more units. But that's definitely going to be one focus.
先啊，咁啊上面嘅碌都揾到噶啦，咁啊剩低就係睇下係咪清咗噶啦，已經上面啲碌。
Like you have the bounty bonus. You're getting food faster. You have the wooden fortress influence bonus.
哇，等陣先，依家啲人係升續輪先噶都。
In my opinion, make a lot of sense to go for knights. When you get wooden food faster, just go for like horsemen and archers.
真係好癲啊！你睇下，即係啲經濟。咁你見到 Viper 咧，大家做同樣嘅嘢咧，然之後佢黃金多幾十，即係暫時。哇！真係又可以升封建，又可以升咗個續輪先，真係勁有錢。即係雖然兩邊都差唔多。
Yep, all wildlife has already been wiped off the face of the earth in this game. There are still the boars. There's probably
睇下先啊，花牌已經升緊封建時代啦。咁啊，而對面咧都係慢少少啫。但係呢個都係優勢嚟嘅，因為你如果黃金你升咗逐輪之後，你能夠升到專業斥候咧，即係都係個優勢嚟。即係你見到花牌咧，好明顯係啲經濟會舒服啲，即係咁多狼。
Yep, now both players looking to advance to the next stage. It is going to be the golden gate for both players. I don't think there's any surprise.
咁啊，雙方升封建之後咧，佢第一件事應該係加馬房啦，咁然之後就係升專業斥候啦，即係招到咧係咁樣嘅。我見過有人加長槍兵嘅，但係我唔知喎，即係加長槍兵係咪一個好選擇？即係因為長槍兵行得太慢，即係但係有人會咁樣做咯，即係比較中意。咁啊，雙方加個木塔咧喺墳墓嗰邊，咁啊提升收入嘅同時去防一防個騷擾嘅可以。
What do you think the chances of seeing a double town center or a second town center coming out for either of these players?
先啊，花牌好似執得好啲啲嘢。咁啊，花牌黃金多少少。
I think it's too soon to get one right now, but with the golden gate being so flexible.
先啊，係咪升緊嘢啦已經？咁啊，佢使喎，唔知升咗啲咩？即係佢買咗石頭喎，原來。
But it'll be once the game has kind of unfolded a little bit more, I think. It's not going to be something
有啲神奇
into part of their build order, I would suspect.
但係佢有冇升執六啊
The opportunity arises and they take it.
Well, Viper's already bought 150 stone. So
okay, well there you go. I'm completely wrong.
The opportunity has definitely arisen, it seems.
哇，就有啲神奇。佢呢個買石頭開 TC 咁啊買2次，啱啱好300石，咁啊剩低就係要木材。咁啊黑車佢喺度升緊呢個伐木1級。
That's actually a really great spot for a town center.
但係呢堆村民太明顯啦，咁啊但係先佢想開 TC， 但係開咩位啊
？I don't know if you can fit a town center in between all those
得唔得
gear.
哦，咁啊冇計啦，起唔正中間就唯有起側邊。
It's gonna be pretty close anyway.
咁啊雙 TC， 咁啊 Mirror 咧都係一樣嘅，即係基本上，即係你貪啲啲咁多經濟係 OK 嘅。咁但係咧就剩低就係睇下防守個功力啊，即係冇咁嘅自信就應該唔會咁樣做嘅。但係今次咧，因為羅斯咧有金馬嘅，即係金馬殺穿點都容易過呢個玉馬殺穿嘛。咁然之後咧就呢個咩嚟㗎？2個射箭場。2個射箭場，要睇下 Viper 望唔望到先最緊要，同埋。你打工兵嘅話咧，人哋純馬就得㗎啦，即係有陣時我唔係好中意啦，喺個打馬嘅組合上面溝工兵，即係因為咧工兵打馬係冇乜力，咁然之後人哋打純馬嘅話，咁你工兵加馬有咩意思？睇下先啊 ，Viper 即係喺度望緊你做啲咩？Viper 喺度，好似係想偷雞殺隻豬啊！哎呀，射唔到。係啊，想偷雞攞黃金，但係冇計。不過唔蝕嘅呢度，咁啊嘗試咧做。Viper，我唔知佢望唔望到人哋出咩兵啊？
Your enemy has already built up so many military units just simply because of
咁啊 Viper 暫時咩都未起啊
that the civilization has got.
哇呢度仲喺度食緊豬
So yeah, it can be very difficult to stop, but now we see that it looks like Hut going to be picking up a second boar here towards the north of the map.
Viper 唔係諗住升神啩，即係佢呢個資源量。雙 TC， 然之後唔出兵升城啊！
little bit of a mistake normally because the scout will heal up, whereas the knight will not.
等陣先，有啲神奇，好似真係喎。喂，等陣先，雙 TC 星城喎。哇，真係點樣 plan 先可以 plan 到咁貪心？即係咁啊！佢呢個射箭場可能係出馬弓添啊，即係可能。即係你星城嘅話咧，你唯一出到嘅兵就即係一係馬弓，一係裝甲步兵啊，照道理。哇！真係貪到無倫喎。即係貪到無倫啊！即係雙 TC 星城啊，3隻斥候。咁啊，呢個對手仲要係即係衰啲講句，好似懵成成唔知發生緊咩事。即係佢喺出邊喺度慢慢食下豬，好似好 high 咁樣，即係起下獵人小屋攞黃金。但係佢唔知道 Viper 依家做緊咩喎？即係 Viper 依家雙 TC 38村，咁啊對呢個黑赤30。即係佢唔知道 Viper 唔知道 Viper 做緊啲咩？即係佢呢個時候先諗住進攻啊！即係4個射箭場，咁樣太慢啦！即係人哋咧可以係出裝甲步兵啦，可以出攻城單位手啦。等下先 Viper 呢個時候其實都好淆底，佢喺出邊喺度望，即係等睇下你幾時打過嚟。打咩啊？老兵出老兵啊，居然！咁然之後側邊有一個鐵匠鋪。
This is pretty crazy. That's a very fast castle, considering that's a 2TC.
等陣先，即係你諗下，雙 TC 喺9分半鐘升城堡時代。
He got up, so basically about 90 seconds.
大鑊啦！即係佢應該發現有啲唔對路啦，照道理。但係佢呢個資源量又唔夠佢直接打一波，尤其是工兵呢個單位咧，有陣時即係你要夾第啲嘢嚟打一波流，但係佢有26隻工兵2隻金馬，咁然之後佢應該係諗住起衝撞車，咁啊升個科技，即係又要等，唔知打咩可以。咁啊 Viper 咧係處理人哋個咁嘅組合咧，佢只需要有輕頭啫。但係咧就暫時好似睇又未起，太慢啦佢，唉，真係依家加衝撞車，咁啊 Viper 唔知望唔望到啊？咁屋企加咩啊？睇下先，望到，佢要加工程單位係最好嘅，即係尤其是加輕頭係，即係輕頭係可以，即係用一隻咧去處理人哋一大堆工兵，咁基本上就已經係廢咗人哋個，即係一波噶啦。咁呢個係一波流嚟啊！咁啊，睇下有冇機會成功。咁啊 Viper 喺後面加緊呢個Siege Workshop 啦，應該係。即係工程所，咁啊，然之後佢只需要一個輕頭啫，可能拖到時間，可能得唔得啊？得，我覺得呢個 TC 就算俾人打爆都 OK 嘅，即係因為佢唔會咁樣輸啊，因為佢側邊仲有2個地標。睇下先啊，瘋狂走佬呢個時候。佢需要有一個輕頭啊，佢冇資源啊，唔夠木材啊。佢有成1000聖物同埋有600黃金，但係佢唔夠木材出兵。睇下先啊，喂，等先，呢個人有啲濕滯喎，佢唔理自己個衝撞車。佢衝撞車爆咗喎，咁樣佢呢個波咪廢咗咯？喂，呢個人玩乜鬼啊？佢呢個時候咧，我就算俾你射多10隻村咧，都冇用啊！即係因為你嗰個科技落後咁多，即係俾佢射10隻村都冇用啊！呢個位，即係做乜鬼呢個人喺度？輸喎咁樣。咁啊呢個時候咧 ，Viper 終於係儲到啲木材咧，咁啊出咗個輕頭嘅應該係。咁但係咧，你睇下佢啲工兵咧，即係因為佢死咗衝撞車之後咧，呢堆工兵係冇威脅噶啦。睇下可唔可以射死個真 OK 啊，即係賺啲咯，啲嘢咯。
He's still up 15 villagers.
即係你咁樣肥人哋，人哋仲領先10幾隻村民。我諗應該輸喎，即係講真啦，打一波流，然之後你打下停低唔打，咁呢一鋪都冇咗。即係打一波就要狠心少少，即係衝撞車加多幾步，然之後撞鬼晒啲嘢。即係呢個時候起完一部衝撞車衝入嚟，即係俾佢射咗少少村民，咁然之後。又如何
？He's probably going to be outmatched against Viper if he plays heads up. So he's got to try and make something happen.
Try and do something different.
睇下先啊 ，Viper 兄頭都出嚟進攻啦。我望到啊 ，surprise 啊！呢個時候有個兄頭喺度。得唔得啊？咁樣打啊？有成招降啊 ，Viper。得唔得？使唔使得死？哦，咁啊，好似都唔錯。咁啊，小勝一仗，但係就即係影響不大，無傷大雅。應該長遠睇應該都係Viper贏，即係咁啊，去到59村，咁啊對44隻。咁啊，部隊數少啲啊，不過咁啊，Viper其實唔使咁特別進攻。不過送少少兵，又唔會死嘅。係嘛？呢個時候已經執咗2個遺跡。對方掘緊蛇，可能插寶啊，可能。我覺得呢個時候咧，你如果走去開 TC 就太遲啊，即係不如插個寶啊，即係掘石起城堡。但係咧，起城堡咧喺 AOE4咧又係另一個一波流嚟。即係又係嗰句啊，即係一波流失敗咗就冇噶啦，即係 game。其實佢一開始嗰一波都冇咗。咁啊呢個時候咧就出馬弓，居然馬弓係一個唔適合打一波流嘅單位嚟，即係有啲怪雞佢咁樣選擇。即係馬弓咧係一個騷擾性質嘅單位嚟，打正面係有啲廢。咁你做得騷擾，你真係代表你想即係慢慢磨，即係就有啲怪雞。不過佢好似開咗 TC， 即係唔係插寶啊原來。咁啊 OK 嘅，如果起馬弓慢慢磨下，即係喺側邊騷擾下人，咁然之後自己重新發展翻。但係咧，如果佢要追經濟咧，佢應該要有3 TC 嘅，即係2個係追唔到噶啦，因為人哋2個 TC 都即係溫咗咁耐。即係你要追人哋經濟，你一定要至少3個，即係3個4個。即係如果你唔夠貪心嘅話，你追唔翻。咁然之後咧就係靠馬弓去拖時間啦。好似都唔錯，真係暫時睇。但係先呢個衝撞車係即係蕩失路啊！呢個衝撞車喺邊度嚟嘅？即係無啦啦嘥錢起個衝撞車，咁不如起多個 TC， 即係浪費金錢。睇下先啦，咁啊村民70，咁啊對53，好似又唔係落後好多。咁但係對方唔會執遺跡噶啦，咁因為對方起咗另外一個地標。Siege Workshop， 佢呢個時候仲係2 TC。唔知打咩招，佢儲埋一筆錢。唔通想升帝王時代，即係過千食物咯就快。咁啊，見到馬弓過嚟做騷擾啊，睇下有冇反應啊 ，Viper 有。3隻村 OK 啊呢度。咁啊唔蝕唔賺啦嚇，咁啊對方都即係食咗幾下箭。但係呢度衝埋入嚟喎，真係咁勇敢。我覺得佢咁樣衝入去死咗啲兵有啲蝕底，但係 因為咧兵換兵咧肯定係唔賺嘅，因為人哋村民多嘛，即係你唔會想兵換兵，即係你會想換村民。但係呢個喺度射市集啊，即係哎呀，俾人哋有個反應機會，即係喺度射市集。啊，成間衝入嚟換村民啊，真係見到。睇下先，好似都換得唔錯，暫時睇。睇下先啊，呢個塔咧收唔晒咁多村啊。喂，好似唔錯，佢換落嚟，咁啊暫時村民已經係拉翻近啦。咁啊，而且咧呢個即係呢個玩家佢真係3TC，非常好啊！真係講真，好似唔錯啊！突然間又咁啊，起一個城堡喺屋企保護自己，咁剩低就係3TC發展。喂，追咗咯啲經濟可能。但係呢個時候佢送晒啲兵，佢冇兵啊。咁啊，部隊數係34對4啊，即係 Viper 有34隻部隊。周圍狂起 TC。我覺得佢咁樣送兵咧，雖然殺咗好多村啦，但係可能唔係一個啱嘅嘢嚟。冇反應喺呢個位。幾多隻兵啊？幾多隻村？佢咁樣送兵送咗一波咧，有啲蝕底。但係咧就好似唔死。喂，等先，呢波村民啱啱望到啊！哎呀 ，Viper 可能唔夠市啊，又或者咁啱望。等先，啊？頭？直接投降。冇計啊！佢太少兵啊，佢基本上處理唔到人哋嗰堆嘢，40隻兵啊 ，Viper 有。
What did we miss?
He must have just felt like he was further behind than he was. I mean, Viper still has 5 relics at the end here, right? And a strong military. I think.
睇下先啊。
Just felt like he couldn't come.
冇啊，佢部隊數佢送晒，然之後攞去殺村民。咁啊，係就係殺到村嘅，但係就之後就乜都冇啦。
We didn't miss anything, did we? There's. Yeah, look.
咁啊，呢一條線咧就係佢送兵去殺村嘅，咁然之後就一路直插落去啦。咁啊，村係殺到嘅，但係就叫做拉近咗個經濟差距啦。但係就部隊嗰個差距就永遠都追唔到。睇下先啊，5遺跡啊 ，Viper。不過冇計啊，即係佢打一波就一定要打到底嘅，即係如果唔係嘅話咧，後邊都係浪費時間。即係一波流就係咁，即係咁嘅意思。咁啊，但係唔緊要啊，佢輸咗之後咧，就喺敗者組咧可以繼續打。睇先 ，Wham Wham 01喎。我哋有 Wham 睇啊，居然死啊！即係有機會有排打。Wham 01，我哋睇下先啊！哇，佢揀蒙古啊，居然即係蒙古冇得喎。睇下先啊！嗱，對手嘅 home map 咧有 Altai 啦，所以你見到佢有中國同埋神羅啦。咁然之後最難搞應該係佢依家阿拉伯居然係用咗呢個羅斯先。長哥係啊，好耐冇見呢個長哥，但係。我覺得對手嗰個文明選擇有啲怪雞。
2-0 against 2 people who went to N4C. One of them came in second place. That's a really impressive run for sure.
阿長哥佢呢度就係有即係蒙古起唔到場。
The winner of Nevix and Marine Lord. Like that is just highly likely to be Marine Lord. Nevix obviously still an incredibly good player. But I mean, could you imagine if he goes up against Marine Lord and then like we crown a new king of Age of Empires? It's Who would have expected it? But yeah, Puppy is Puppy
羅斯
right now, that is for sure.
我唔知點解啲人即係打阿拉伯呢個文明，即係用羅斯。
We've also had 3DB。
阿拉伯嘅羅斯應該係比較廢，即係尤其是佢仲要對住阿拔斯添，即係仲更加廢。羅斯依家好渣啊！呢個版本佢基本上係等同於係可能比英國好啲啲啦，但係應該係即係最底嗰2-3個文明嚟。即係依家最廢嗰3個文明咧，應該係中國啦、羅斯啊，同埋邊個？英國，即係最廢呢3個。但係問題就係中國都有自己強勢嘅地圖嘅。即係可以一用嘅，但係羅斯同埋英國咧，應該係即係盡可能，即係除非冇得揀啊！即係如果唔係嘅話，盡可能都唔想用。
But we will be back very shortly, and we're going to be jumping into Wham. I think it's Wham. Are we jumping into Wham? We're jumping into Wham versus Neutral Bear.
睇下先啊，佢呢個係小組入邊嘅最後一個啊，唔係即係唔可以叫小組，應該係幾多強？我數下先，1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14。哦，呢個係16強，勝者組16強。有陣時我都唔知啲人點解揀羅斯，我覺得羅斯唔係即係喺呢個版本佢輸太多嘢，即係佢唔係話真係超級渣，但係問題就係佢對住好多文明佢都唔夠打，即係呢個先係凄涼。即係佢呢個文明咧，要經濟又冇經濟，即係要兵又冇乜勁兵。即係唯一勁嘅地方就係打條河，即係打條河嗰度咧，因為佢升風快少少啦，即係同埋佢本身前期斥候多啲啲咧，即係又有個控圖啦，又可以升得快啦，即係打河呢啲係唔錯啊！即係打河打海，但係除此之外就即係好似一無是處。即係只要個地圖冇水咧，即係羅斯就好屎。VPN。依家啲人好似都即係好似都係就係用呢個 VPN。83% off 好似有啲少啊。83%，我記得有啲 channel 好似仲多。即係呢個 VPN 咧喺 AOE 嗰啲直播都成日見到啊！即係我諗其他 game 都有。即係求其一個直播主都有個即係有個7至8節曲。咁啊，又要等。咁啊，長歌可以俾定啲心理準備，會即係打得幾慢，即係因為佢係手速唔太快嘅玩家啦，所以佢係好中意起場，即係圍場就係可以確保自己唔使咁辛苦啊打得，即係唔使打多線。 又要等，真係抄啲嘢食先。之前又話嗰啲咩全民檢測，即係搞到我買咗勁多嘢翻屋企，即係依家即係大把嘢食嘅，真係。即係搞到依家我諗佢嗰個檢測應該都唔搞啊，即係可能。即係個疫情都完啦，仲檢乜鬼？即係。啲百佳惠康嗰啲，即係最後嘅，即係劃成最後贏家。即係睇下先啊，羅斯老炮係啊，羅斯嘅老炮係幾勁嘅，但係你要生存到嗰個時間就有啲難度。因為咧，羅斯佢唔算係一個即係爆經濟好快好勁，所以咧你喺城堡時代嗰陣咧會有少少即係玩落咧，好似冇錢咁樣成日都。咁啊，更何況又要出兵又要升帝，咁啊，所以咧要生存到帝王時代出個遠程老炮咧，就有啲難玩。但係捱到之後咧就好着數噶啦，咁啊呢個優勢，呢個優勢係幾乎好多人都投訴，真係太勁。但係問題就係個羅斯有冇辦法生存嗰個時間。
All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and it is not long before we head into this next game. So I hope you've got your beverage. I hope you've got your meal because it is absolute time. Mido, I hope you're unmuted because we are ready to go. Game 1. 睇先啊，羅斯打阿拔斯，我中意阿拔斯多啲。但係亦都冇計啊，有啲人即係唔中意打得太老土。
Rus HRE and China, but yeah, we'll jump straight into the game. It is going to be Wham spawning on the right side of the map here as the blue Abbasid. And will you introduce our opponent?
Of course I will. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Canushal Bear playing as the red Rus player who is going to be spawning on the left side of the map. Now, for anybody unfamiliar with these players, we'll talk a little bit about them and explain who they are, where they're from, and what are they known for.
先啊，賽事開始。咁啊，右邊咧係 Wham01，咁啊左手邊咧就係點樣讀啊呢個名？
Who took down Lucifron and who will most likely
咁啊，羅斯我哋唯有叫佢簡單啲，即係唔識讀。
His brother. So these guys are practice partners. I would expect. I would suspect. But Mido, can you tell us a little bit more about Canushal Bear?
Yeah,
應該點樣讀
He's a top AOE3 player, been in the top 5 for probably the last 3 years or so. Now playing AOE4 a lot more and looking to be a little bit
好複雜呢個名，佢仲要上面加2點，係真係係咪發音又要少少改變
？Looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it as well.
即係好似嗰啲非洲人嗰啲名。
Now the question is whether he can get to the end of
睇先啊，羅斯咁喺出邊揾緊資源啦。
Wasn't too successful. Tried out an N4C, didn't have too much luck.
但係行咗咁耐，就係揾咗3隻狼，都 OK 嘅，不過一隻羊都冇。
Couple of friends over here. Obviously, Hazza has jumped across as well. Still missing out on some of those old-time friends. People like
北國人唔知喎，唔識讀啊呢個名。
But I guess that's a conversation for another day because we got Wham back here who's collecting up.
睇下先啊，我比較中意阿拔斯啊，所以羅斯就
plenty of the Gaia here as well. So opening up with
呢個時候咧，就係要睇下個羅斯可唔可以阻止呢個阿拔斯喺度開 TC， 喺度即 即係喺度做自己嘢，即係有冇辦法阻止佢？定係還是
Look at all these wolves. Oh my lord.
羅斯直接升城？
These guys mean
Yeah,
business.
there are some packs of wolves out there that Knusha Bear has
咁啊，我咧曾經咧見過有羅斯咧係直接升城啦，咁啊然之後就去執遺跡啦。
How do you think
但係問題咧就係、
Bruce
個螺絲執到5粒遺跡都好咧，個阿拔斯一嘢揩埋佢咧，個螺絲就死咗。
I don't know.
即係最大嘅問題就係咁樣。
Rus to be a
但係呢堆村民啊
good
罷工
guys,
啊
not pretty. This is one
Oh
of the
no.
This is one of the worst.
哎呀，
things
佢
about it. This is
揾唔到
something that
羊啊
happens very often as the Rus as well. There's this weird timing where because you're
真係
collecting
尷
all
尬
of your Gaia out on the map.
即係揾唔到羊啊！佢呢度。
Your
咁啊，拖啲人翻屋企先啦，你啲村民冇嘢做喎。
Yeah, so interesting question. I don't really rate the Rus at the moment, especially on Dry Arabia. I don't think they're particularly strong civilization.
佢會唔會斷村民㗎？佢得10植物。
If you put a gun to my head and told me, Drongo, you got to play the Rus up against the Abbasid. What's your strategy? I really don't know. I
但係
guess
先
you'd
佢
probably
斷
play
村民
for
喎，
him.
好似
That's probably going to be the best way to try and do it. So I would be going to town center into fast castle into fast.
死啊！呢個螺絲冇食物喎，屋企。
I would put my keep down. I'd make a whole bunch of springalds. I would wall up like a madman, but even then,
呢個螺絲
it's a
我覺得
consequence of
輸咗
Dry
9成
Arabia.
啊！
I don't know how I feel about the map. I don't know how.
佢
how
喺
would you
冇
play
任何
this
壓力
map?
嘅情況之下，佢斷村斷咗2隻，即係
Yeah,
我諗第3隻應該嚟緊，因為佢仲要慢慢採集。
approach. I think if you go for a
即係
second
乜都
TC,
冇打嘅時候，佢落後2-3隻村喎，即係打鬼啊咁樣。
they can do second TC.
你睇下人哋17村，佢14村，佢斷咗3隻村。
The advantage Roos really has in this
啊
matchup is that they have a pretty strong like feudal
超級大
age
危機。
army and economy.
你停3隻村嘅時間咧，即係代表相等於人哋喺呢個時候殺咗你3隻村。 即係咁樣嘅話，仲有得玩咩？18喎，你睇人哋。
I'm not sure what the best approach is either. But
嚇
let's see what, Knusha Bear has in mind.
佢應該落後3.5隻村左右，
係
係咪咧？
Slow start for him.
係啊，差唔多3.5村啊。
Yeah, that looks
喺
really bad.
喺未打交嘅時候落後3.5村。
compared to Wham who's on 18 at the moment.
冇啦冇啦冇啦，咁樣。 唉，
and missing out that timing.
冇計啊！即係有陣時，
As the Rus, you
即
are
係
pulling in as much.
又唔係話揾羊嘅，但係你可以食果噶嘛。即係雖然話就話揾羊可能係運氣啦，但係你可以食果噶嘛，即係唔夠食物你都要食果啊，真係冇計。但係佢完全唔食果，咁然之後斷村斷3.5隻。
2 minutes later,
唉，冇啊，咁樣打鬼。
out of food underneath the town center.
即係你諗下，如果你嘅對手可以俾你少3.5隻村都贏得到嘅，咁你就真係超級勁。即係但係依家打比賽啊，即係對手唔係即係唔係嗰啲喺街邊遇到嗰啲路人對手嚟，即係佢係 Wham 01啊，即係你讓3.5隻村可以贏得到嘅就都幾神奇。
A second scout from his town center, right? But Knusha Bear didn't train any scouts from his town center.
咁啊，村民數咧係18對22啦，已經打鬼。
Did he really have 2 minutes of idle time or 120 seconds of idle time? Hold on, 80 seconds.
即係未打就落後村民。
I guess so. That's a rough start, but
即係雖然好似好衰，但係就我覺得機會唔大，即係贏嘅話，尤其是係前期已經落後3.5隻村。
from Wham's second hunt over there.
咁啊，呢個落後咧會係慢慢滾雪球嘅，
Give him an advantage as long as he doesn't lose any.
即係 RTS 就係咁樣，即係前期係唔可以斷村，即係呢個係超級低級嘅失誤嚟。即係如果有一個對手可以你落後3.5村都贏得到嘅，咁即係你贏就真係證明你嘅實力係領先對手好多。
Wham is a very talented player, really good player. It's important to note that
咁啊，21村對24村啦已經。
he is definitely not a slouch.
即係人哋先啱啱起第一個 TC。
Incredibly good player. He in the
睇下先啊，咁啊羅斯係出咗隻馬嘅，咁然之後咧就睇下佢可唔可以殺到嘢啦。即係如果佢能夠殺翻可能5-6隻村啦，如果喺呢個時間點，即係你能夠殺到5-6隻村嘅，即係應該會打和。
Yeah, and Wham is on that second TC now, so he's working his way up to
即係假設可以嘅話。
we've been seeing from Abbasid, just get a second TC, make lots of villagers, and
咁啊，村民咁啊，對方已經雙 TC 啊，咁所以村民會一路拉開嘅。咁而且阿伯斯嘅經濟咧就又唔係話同呢個俄羅斯相差好遠咯，即係佢只係爭少少黃金，基本上就大家升神個時間應該唔會差好遠。頭先殺唔殺到嘢啊？呢度好似冇啊。咁啊，相差6隻村啦已經。
Probably just wants to avoid dying, which is always a good thing. You want to avoid dying.
頭先點解加射箭場出駱駝啊？諗住。
His base also got the barracks as well, so he's going to be able to produce a fair bit amount of or a fair bit of defense here.
冇計，即係
好
可惜啊！咁啊，我哋唯有睇下下一場有冇辦法贏到先。
Wham's going to play this, stacking up about 400 food at the moment. Obviously, with the 2 town centers, he's going to be feeling pretty good about it.
殺唔殺到村啊？殺唔到啊！喂，殘血嗰隻唔好再掘金啊，大佬！
Chasing away the lancer or the knight, but he does get his charge off, and that villager might go down if he connects.
哦，咁啊，一隻村都冇殺，咁啊死埋金馬，又蝕咗。即係一隻都殺唔到，就還不如唔好起嘅，即係直接升城。
But he has successfully got a lot of these animals back to his base at least. Basically his 2 hunts, and now he's going to try.
即係唔應該斷村。雖然咧好多人都喺即係都初玩羅斯咧，都試過喺嗰個時間斷村嘅。但係咧就即係去到依家，即係隻 game 都成4個月啦，即係4、5個月啦，即係仲有呢啲失誤就真係唔應該。咁啊，一隻村咧係大約40支嘅1分鐘。即係3.5村咧，即係每分鐘落後幾多啊？即係140左右，差唔多。即係呢個仲要係滾雪球。即係好似啱啱咁樣，應該係3分零4分鐘。咁依家已經過咗差唔多6分鐘時間，即係嗰度差唔多成1000資源。即係過多一陣間，即係有陣時幾隻村民就係咁多支，即係，所以前期咧死村同埋斷村民都係好蝕底。咁啊，你講6分鐘時間，咁啊6×4=24，咁啊840支啊，即係乜都唔使做啊，即係落後800幾資源。睇下先打咩招？咁啊有2個射箭場，打馬弓啊！因為以我所知啊，馬弓係即係打阿伯斯係最慘嘅，即係用馬弓，因為馬弓都算係騎兵嚟嘅，咁然之後就有減攻擊力。咁然之後咧就正如啱啱我所講啊，就係阿伯斯升級嘅時間都唔會慢好多，即係依家都轉緊圈。咁然之後咧就係經濟領先咁多。睇下先，呢度冇反應唔係啩？咁啊俾人攤兩隻村。咁啊剩低咧就係執遺跡啦，唯有即係佢應該可以執到5粒嘅，即係如果佢真係有俾心機去執嘅話。咁啊，執到5粒遺跡嘅話咧，叫做勉強可以同阿伯斯打嘅。但係以我所知咧，就算你執5粒遺跡咧，阿伯斯都可以隨便 A 死你。即係呢個係即係阿伯斯勁嘅地方。呢度應該冇反應控噶啦，就咁睇。即係使唔使全部擺低啊？真係。但係冇計，咁啊執唔到。不過呢個係人哋嗰啲碌嚟嘅，冇乜所謂。暫時睇。咁啊，村民數係相差18隻啦，咁啊部隊數係差唔多嘅，但係遺跡就應該啱啱攞咗1粒先。
So let's take a look and see what he gets. Phalanx, veteran spears, veteran archers.
啊，冇計，阿拔斯太有錢。
Of knowledge, and now it looks like the knights do manage to connect with villagers, but not.
咁啊，長哥，咁啊，直接圍牆。
Take them out, but look at the pressure that's going to be applied very shortly from Ganushal Bear over towards this.
啊先啊，嗱，以我所知咧，阿拔斯係打馬又得打，但係如果佢純長槍咧，就唔係太好嘅感覺上。其實佢應該要溝第二啲兵嘅，即係至少出多少少工兵去處理個馬弓先。哇！點解長槍可以搓到馬弓嘅真係？
But yeah, a lot of damage though.
即係我覺得佢射嗰隻雖然唔係好賺，但係本身係唔使死嘅。
Being picked up behind this, so Ganushal Bear already's got the one relic in the bag. Second relic going to be coming through now, and we see all the villagers moving out to get this wall built up.
先啊，瘋狂圍牆。
其實
佢插支塔咪得咯，真係。
And yeah, definitely the correct play here.
癲佬啊！一次過拖8隻10隻穿起牆。
It's just going to save him so much more heartache. And villagers going to be making their quickest trek down towards that position, trying to seal it up. But might actually pick off a couple of villagers here.
好似都殺到出，但係冇乜用，真係一隻半隻。
Mangonel shot. Jeez Louise, imagine riding on a horse.
本身咧，阿拔斯咧打雙 TC 咧，佢就係建立喺呢個預咗自己冇遺跡噶啦。 但係呢個螺絲執遺跡太慢啦，即係佢呢個時候先得2粒啊！即係1粒遺跡咧係等於係咪4日穿啊？即係你執咗2粒加8，你都係50穿啫，人哋60幾隻。即係所以咧，阿拔斯點解話即係佢建立喺嗰個即係預咗你個螺絲執晒啦，即係啲遺跡，佢都仲有優勢啊！ 所以咧，去到依家呢個時候咧，就羅斯係超級大劣勢。不過冇計啊，佢本身走去打馬，即係又蝕一筆錢。即係本身隻金馬應該連出都唔出，咁樣就可以慳一個馬房，兼且慳一隻馬。咁同埋佢本身如果唔斷穿就更加好。 即係唔斷穿加唔打馬嘅話咧，佢應該係7分零8分鐘就升神。先啊，阿拔斯係即係慢慢發展，即係唔理你。同埋佢啲兵都足夠防守噶啦，咁啊加上佢側邊都有圍牆啦，就應該即係都係慢慢發展，即係等你慢慢執遺跡，即係對佢嚟講冇乜所謂嘅。咁啊，剩低就係等佢慢慢發展完之後覺得 OK 啦，咁佢就出門口打你嘅，即係阿拔斯就係咁上下。即係呢個時候佢覺得唔 OK 就唔打住。嗱，所以呢度唔係又死2隻駱駝。 有啲蝕底，即係駱駝有少少用嘅，但係就送咗就冇計啊。不過佢本身經濟都即係可以支援佢咁樣，即係咁樣死少少嘢。頭先呢個螺絲做乜嘢？佢儲到2000食物啊！ is going to come out, and this is where I really think like a keep could have been incredibly helpful. 咁啊，阿拔斯覺得 OK 啦，出門口啦。咁啊，人口咧180唔係132啦，咁啊對羅斯81人口。咁啊，村民係差20幾隻，部隊係差1倍。咁啊，另外2個遺跡仲攞緊翻屋企嘅。有啲凄涼，佢應該要加弩炮開始。睇下先啊，弩炮2隻，唔係好夠多。同埋馬弓咧打正面係好屎㗎呢隻兵。咁啊，自從改弱咗之後咧，冇咗個攻速之後咧，馬弓基本上打唔到正面呢隻兵，佢只能夠遊走。咁如果人哋有駱駝嘅話，仲要減你傷添，真係好慘。 哇！呢個插寶啊，居然！就算前面冇失誤都好咧，即係本身羅斯打阿拔斯都好難打。 即係更何況仲要斷村。睇下先啊，過嚟想偷笑村民啊，但係基本上殺得唔夠快啊，完全。睇下先點樣啦。哇！你睇啲馬弓，即係俾個城堡肥，即係好似啲豆腐咁樣。咁啊，而且佢個地標喺前面啊，即係啲遺跡都會喺前面。即係佢依家雖然執咗5粒啦，但係佢前面個地標俾人打咗之後，佢就冇噶啦。哇！呢個2個 situation。
So just get a couple trebuchets underneath these underneath this keep, and what do you do?
點樣可以反打啊？
I guess he's got 4 springolds now.
4個老炮。
That's definitely going to help him. He's got Wham is only on the 1 springold,
4
so
老炮。
it's going to be a little bit tough to deal with Knusha Bear's springolds.
咁啊 ，Wham 咧應該係要諗辦法咧去，即係老炮數量多過人哋少少就得噶啦。咁剩低就係即係任你出啲兵，因為佢有經濟。等陣先，呢個螺絲升緊帝喎，居然升帝王時代，唔知 work 唔 work 嘅咧？咁樣打，即係部隊數差咁多，人哋即係你就算有老炮啊，你有啲勁嘅老炮啊，咁。人哋夾硬衝入嚟打你嘅話，你吹佢唔脹㗎，即係你截佢唔到。Situation 咁啊，睇落似係想升呢個老炮射程啊。咁但係就，但係好似都唔係好掂，真係就咁睇個部隊數差成唔配啊！即係你老炮點樣射，即係你就算有優勢射程都好，好似要處理咁多兵有啲難。即係最大問題就係，如果你想打交，人哋如果衝過嚟貼面嘅話，你點樣停低佢？即係點樣阻止呢個阿拔斯？哇！即係圍死呢個羅斯啊！諗住。睇下先啊，咁啊前面3個遺跡應該係冇噶啦。咁啊村民74，咁啊對人哋94啦，暫時睇。咁但係 Wham 咧已經係隨時可以升帝啦，同埋佢人口已經滿噶啦。即係可以嘅話咧，佢應該想打一波先嘅，即係 trade 一 trade 先嘅。即係反正有錢。咁啊你見到衝入嚟啦，咁啊老炮升射程，咁啊佢有射程啊呢個時候。咁剩低就係睇下正面會打成點。人哋一定會貼面打你嘅，如果你想打交。咁呢個時候咧你就冇射程優勢，即係因為人哋衝過嚟啊嘛。有啲凄涼。睇下佢可以摸得幾多嘢，即係呢個老炮。即係咁啊，慢慢喺度射啊，得3步好似唔係好夠。睇下先啊，阿拔斯3000成埋佢攞市集調一調知要。
But yeah, losing the relics here is pretty painful. This is just a lot of trebuchets and a lot of units from Wham. He's nearly at 200 population behind this. He's got the resources to go Imperial himself in a moment. Just waiting on that to come. And yeah, Knusha's going to have to make a miracle happen with
wow, 3個巨頭.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the case. And it's so hard sitting underneath this keep. This is exactly why this type of push is so difficult.
即係佢呢個時候唔知點樣可以打破呢個局面。佢係咪應該出火炮咧？即係至少清咗個城堡，然之後佢先有得即係衝出去打。哇！圍射場啊，直頭。咁啊，石場咧，好似話喺 beta 嗰個版本咧會起得慢啲，即係改弱少少。但係就基本上都係一樣咁勁。即係點啊？咁啊，好想拆個城堡啊！咁啊，射咗一炮啦，咁啊，縮翻轉頭。 人哋太多兵啊，佢一定會貼面打你，即係你冇辦法永遠喺一個好靚嘅位慢慢輸出。睇下先啊，衝一波先。係啊，咁啊200人口佢一定想同你打交先啊，佢唔會想慢慢等。咁啊吹你一波先啦，咁啊呢一波咧係至少換啲嘢先，諗住。
Managing to come through here, but at the same time, bit of a choke point that he's going to be able to get funneled through all of the units.
哎呀，佢呢個啲馬唔應該衝上前。
And despite just having a larger mass，
其實馬咁樣衝係冇乜用，但係就好似都唔錯，咁樣吹。
Yeah, there's just not enough units here from.
但係唔錯都冇乜用，真係人哋領先太多經濟。哎呀，佢唔識得利用自己射程優勢去即係打賤啲。即係射程遠人哋少少，跟住打淫賤啲，即係仲同人哋打正面，即係你慢慢摸下人哋，人哋過嚟你啊向後走嗰啲嚟，即係正路應該要咁樣。咁啊，但係佢太正氣啊呢個人。咁啊，打完一波之後就正面啲兵死撳咗一大堆。就係呢個火槍兵啊！火槍兵好似打唔贏老公，仲要差咁遠個數量。咁啊 ，Ram 咧升咗帝王時代啦。咁啊，村民數量就爭少少，但係就都夠用噶啦已經。咁啊，可能等投降。咁啊，人口係100對143。
One trebuchet alleviated a little bit of the pressure, but
但係先呢個羅斯仲有冇地標啊？佢已經死咗。哦，仲有個金門。睇下先啊，個金門就快殘血咯。佢會唔會地標俾人打爆晒，然之後輸
？Because it'd have an extra 50% damage, but that bombard is going to be able, or that keep brother is going to be able to get up. He's going to garrison all the villages inside.
睇下先啊，好夾硬地起個城堡喺度，但係其實呢個城堡唔係必要嘅，即係唔需要咁樣起嘅其實。但係可能心急得滯。
On this keep, so a little bit of an early call, but look at the population counts.
睇下先啊，呢個肉馬嚟
嘅。110 versus 138. And I feel like
即係揸住個火把向前衝。
He should ideally be at 130 villages at this point. He should be at 130 villages.
Ram 零一手速唔夠快，即係佢經濟執得麻麻地嘅，但係就希望佢呢個優勢唔會打下輸咗啦。佢村民唔係好夠多，即係109隻。同埋去到後期咧，應該係羅斯小優勢，即係至少係兵種小優勢嘅，即係尤其是佢遠程老炮，大鑊啦！好似有啲尷尬，即係雖然優勢嘅，但係好似有啲唔係好掂當。唔係打輸啊嘛，即係咁大優勢。佢呢個時候要加村加到至少130啦，但係就佢正面嘅部隊唔夠打啊，去到後期。咁啊呢個先係阿拔斯即係比較不利嘅地方嚟，但係正路係唔應該俾人生存到呢個時候咯。What the fuck？死！阿拔斯經濟執得唔好，佢冇後續咁嘅好似。佢仲有經濟啊，但係就好驚險下打得。
Some warrior monks and go place them in that monastery in the back of his base. That would also help.
同埋佢本身唔使前置城堡，真係又嘥一筆錢。因為咧，人哋已經升咗地啦，人哋有火炮咧，你前置個城堡基本上等於送錢俾人。
Maybe lacking a little bit in the military right now, but well.
睇下先啊，暫時嗱羅斯啦，因為佢經濟麻麻地咧，佢暫時雖然啲兵係幾勁嘅，但係就數量上唔到去啦。 咁啊，亦都唔會有下一次噶啦，就咁睇個經濟。咁啊，70村。
Beastie Cutie, thank you for the big raid coming through, bringing through all of your friends, all your family. Welcome, welcome, fellas. I hope you guys are enjoying the tournament so far. Beastie Cutie undoubtedly having a very successful.
咁啊，阿拔斯呢個時候終於喺度升科技。哇！我發現原來個羅斯一個攻防都冇升過，真係有啲癲。即係你睇下佢幾鬼窮啊！真係冇食物嘅，即係30每分鐘啊！真係咩意思？每分鐘有30食物啊！真係完全冇知啊！咁啊，剩低就係木材同埋黃金去出工程單位。但係咧，純工程單位咧係好怕呢個肉馬噶，因為你冇嘢去頂住前排咧，即係人哋一嘢貼面，你又吹佢唔漲。我覺得羅斯要有少少兵去頂一頂啲肉馬，然之後就大部分都工程單位都 OK 嘅。但係佢啲部隊唔係好夠多。咁啊，13個火槍兵啦，有8隻馬弓，有2隻肉馬，1隻斥候。佢正面打交嘅部隊唔夠多，即係你保護唔到啲工程單位咧，人哋嗰啲肉馬即係貼面嘅話，你點算？但係呢個人好似完全唔打算貼面喎，佢直接搞你屋企，即係兜個大圈。佢係想打地標啊！等先，好似係喎。喂，等先，好似衝入去打地標喎。咁啊，唔知 work 唔 work 啦。咁啊，呢個時候咧，工程單位嗰個即係嗰個缺點就出咗嚟啦，即係行路太慢。等先，阻止人哋招降。OK 啊，先打個地標先，得唔得咧？究竟？好似唔得，即係 OK 放棄啦佢呢度。咁啊，吹你一波兵都 OK 啊！你見到啊，即係你冇正面嘅兵去停住佢哋啦，佢咁樣貼面咧，你係阻唔到嘅呢一波嘢。同埋要記住咧，就係呢堆馬係好平，即係唔值錢。秒㗎。冇計啊！即係佢，即係只能夠講就係前面嗰3.5村係唔應該停。本來有，不過我覺得其實佢都打得好好啊，至少即係佢本來前面咧係超級大劣勢，即係個3.5寸，但係就叫做都拖咗咁多時間。睇下先啦，咁啊佢嘅 home map 咧係 Altai 啦。咁啊，佢有中國有，咁對面係阿拔斯英國啦，應該係，即係是但揀一個啦，係咪？即係阿拔斯冇咗啦，咁即係得翻英國啦。咁啊，英國嘅話揀中國同埋阿拔都可以。真係慘。嗱，招到你係揀中國嘅，中國係打英國咧，應該係5-5波或者小優勢啦。但係有啲人咧會覺得英國着數啲嘅，但係咧就招雞，等先。等先 ，Wem 嚟因為揀蒙古喎，居然。我以為佢攞英國出嚟嘅，但係佢又攞蒙古出嚟，佢係咪諗住照版主碗塔攻咧？諗住。唔通嗰啲神奇嘢？Who hasn't got the best spawn, I would say. Town center 蒙古咁啊！之前咧 ，Lina 咧就係俾塔攻一支塔咧就搞到廢咗。 即係雖然有少少係關於個人失誤啦，但係咧就我唔知 Wemling 會唔會照跟。睇下先啊，咁啊先加個牧場先啊，所以應該唔係half fight啦。
Okay, all right. Well, there you guys have it. The official verdict is in, and
咁啊唔係打half fight。但係照道理冇理由，即係 Lina 嘅失誤，然之後呢個人都照樣失誤啩？即係人哋打得唔好嘅地方，佢應該會自己吸收改善啊。照道理。同埋呢個圖好似越嚟越窄嘅，係咪我睇錯啊？喂，點解中國嗰個位咁窄嘅？
If you're going to do that against anybody, you just don't do it against the Mongols. But he did, and it didn't. Do you think we're going to see
地圖嚟睇咧係蒙古超級大不利，中國咧係越搭越着數嘅，因為佢只需要一個地標就守死晒所有位，即係個地形咧應該係越窄越着數啊。咁但係咧就蒙古係咪有4個木位啊？我唔知有冇睇錯。即係個地圖咁奇怪啊！但係咧就前期嚟講咧就應該係越窄咧就你只要個地標擺得好咧，基本上人哋係冇可能打你嘅，即係咁然之後咧就大家即係發展上城堡時代。咁然之後咧，中國因為城堡之後就即係經濟好好咧，咁就基本上係碾壓其他文明，即係勁嘅地方喺呢度。睇下先啊，呢個地標位置好似都唔錯，因為最緊要就係太窄啊呢個位，佢雖然唔係擺得好正中間死守，但係佢呢度有一個高地咧，其實有啲奇怪呢張圖。哇！你睇下佢呢個圖，佢無啦啦中間有個咁高嘅高地咧，即係令到佢中國咧好鬼容易守啊！真係。真係好着數啊！同埋照道理應該唔會好似 Lina 咁樣俾人一支塔打殘嘅，應該。
In that game, we saw Linot go for the second town center. Yeah, it was a really greedy play, but also he built the second town center on top of a tower that was 99% complete and didn't deny the tower. And maybe if you go for a second town center,
先啊，咁啊掘石啦，咁啊雙 TC 上送。
Just place it a little bit less aggressively and something like that. Like maybe you have a much easier time.
咁啊，有啲人咧會諗咧就係先送先啦，定係先雙 TC 先嘅，但係就始終直接兩個 TC 咧，應該係點都快過即係一個就咁送出村嘅，所以應該都係雙 TC 轉送條，就點都好過先送條轉雙 TC， 即係出村民會快少少嘅。咁因為雙 TC 咧就係簡單講就係直接快1倍，咁但係你先送潮嘅話咧，你村民唔係快1倍嘅話咧就即係點都慢過呢個雙 TC 出村。同埋雙 TC 可以加官員又快啲。但係試下呢個村民係想圍牆啊，唔知行出去做乜鬼嘢？死唔死？唔死嘅好似。應該死唔去。首先呢個插塔嘅原來。喂死喎！呢隻村好似呢隻村會死喎。走去照版主會。其實中國應該要圍一圍牧場嘅，即係你呢個位咁窄咧，即係冇理由慳皮啊！即係圍少少先啦。係佢啲圍牆啊！睇下呢個中國識唔識玩，即係識。
I swear he had one a moment ago.
Yeah, I swear as well. It doesn't look like it's been.
試下 Wem01係再加個牧場，應該係升城啊諗住。咁啊3個牧場，然之後就係咁揾食物同埋黃金就得噶。
the destruction. Well, anyway, he has 2 passes.
等下先，又拖隻村啊！
And he is sending a Vil out to go try and finish that tower now.
That tower did not get cancelled. It did not get cancelled. The tower is not cancelled. The scout manages to survive on 19 health as well.
人哋工兵都出到嚟咯。
So Canusha looking to
其實呢個位真係可以圍牧場咯，真係你睇下呢個圖咧，中國好着數啊！等先，呢個村偷雞喎。等先，佢有少少似啱啱嗰個人嗰個大圍金咧，走去喺側邊起馬房。等先，又唔係喎，即係轉咗個大圈，咁然之後就好似係靜雞雞數翻去起翻支塔。哎呀，呢個人啲工兵咁啱望唔到，唔係啩？咁樣俾人起到，大鑊啦！唔係俾人起到啩？得唔得啊？望唔到啊！冇意識啊！佢暫時。哦，冇啦。咁啊，呢支塔起到啦。咁轉一轉個金位咯，唯有。冇計啊！咁啊，轉一轉位啦。但係呢支塔咧唔係啲咩好大威脅嘅嘢嚟。咁啊，更何況咧，對方係死村嚟到起呢支塔咧，就可以接受嘅。即係呢支塔其實對蒙古嚟講都唔係啲咩賺嘅嘢嚟嘅，講真。咁但係可以攞個視野。頭先後邊有個黃金位，你睇下呢個位真係好靚啊！真係呢個地圖，佢圍一圍牆就得噶啦，上面。咁啊，雙 TC 有冇升到宋朝？哇，好似宋都冇升喎，直接升城啊！
Wham's actually looking for a castle age, so he's got 420 gold in the bank at the moment. Very nice. Still yet to gather up that 600, but he's got 1300 food in the bank.
睇下先啊，呢個蒙古加個馬房，加個鐵匠鋪，應該係等 upgrade 啦。咁咪見到佢依家爭啲黃金。
So Wham gonna be looking to put on the hurt early castle.
其實中國只要唔係差太遠咧，佢都係優勢。因為始終雙 TC。
And Canusha Bear himself is going to be saving for that age up as well, so he's going to be up pretty quickly with his villagers constructing that.
先又俾人發現一隻村啦。
More quickly, wow! Spots another forward village.
呢隻村應該係偷雞起嘅，但係應該俾人發現咗噶。咁啊，正路係要掉頭走嘅。
But I think this is the same one, probably.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Yes.
係嘛，守得好好。睇嚟 Wam01都唔係穩贏嘅，就咁睇。
Taking it down, but now you can see the
等下先，佢爭啲黃金啊，俾人搞住，有啲濕滯，爭幾十。
As the economic units here try their best to do what they should be doing, which is gather up gold.
咁啊，蒙古咧係儲咗700幾石頭，咁啊已經升緊城堡時代啦。
But now we see that that Khan gonna just be microing in and out, but I suspect we're gonna have double Lancer coming out ASAP. And then
點解佢嗰個地標唔起靚啲啊？真係佢喺隔離起完起歪咗，然之後移位啊！
Yeah, would not be surprised to see that for sure. Yeah, it's
睇下先，呢隻係諗住送㗎。
Canusha Bear is up himself, likely with that astronomical clock tower going down.
好似唔係。
Back at home, and that's gonna at least give him some flexibility with that stronger siege. If Wham is going for that advanced siege engineering, as you're mentioning.
咁啊，中國咧係直接升城嘅，咁然之後咧就係應該係老兵加長槍，就咁睇好似。因為咧你點都係預蒙古打一啲需要黃金嘅部隊咧，即係老兵就可以處理晒裝甲步兵同埋騎兵啦。咁然之後剩低咧就睇下要用啲咩兵嚟到夾呢個老兵啦，即係正路係咁樣嘅，但係就因為中國經濟太好啦，其實蒙古好蝕底。
Relics looking relatively even as well.
咁啊，執遺跡。
He'll be happy with that. But Springald Emplacement going to be coming through and doing plenty of damage now to that Barbican of the Sun. Slowly but steadily working its way down, I suspect.
即係你睇下呢個地標，因為本身個路窄咧，即係呢個地標可以守好多位。
Maybe an indication that we could potentially see
但係蒙古咧應該係強勢係依家呢個時候嘅，即係盡可能咧應該搞掂所有經濟之後就應該要進攻噶啦，即係再抌落去咧就。 即係贏嘅機會都冇，即係中國經濟太好啦呢個時候。睇下先，哇！真係喺後面周圍圍牆，咁啊非常醒目。蒙古唔打進攻啊，又係喺度成日喺度自己發展啊。
I would honestly just go chokehold Mass Lancer and just try and raid my enemy to death.
But you've got to think about. Sorry, I was gonna say you've got to think about controlling these back corridors though at that cliff. Like there's a large gold mine back there. It's pretty easy for. 睇下先，加射戰場。唔知咩諗法咧？佢本身已經有一個喎，再加一個，即係老兵加工程單位啊。
Well, now we see a traction trebuchet actually coming out for Wham. So looking to do a bit more damage, but yeah, we see the outpost is going to come out for Wham here as well.
唔知咁樣得唔得嘅咧？講真，即係你睇下中國依家領先你20幾日村，同埋佢前面啲嘢全部都係抌時間，即係任你肥。即係越抌得耐咧，中國經濟就越好啊。咁基本上剩低就係攞啲錢嚟出兵啫嘛。
So finally, he looks like he's going to be able to get this one down. He's going to be able to secure up a lot of resources behind this as well. Gets the sacred site. Looks like a boar. Also going to be able to grab the stone, the relic, the berries.
咁啊，出一個巨頭，咁啊慢慢摸。但係呢個慢慢摸咧，中國都係覺得冇所謂嘅，應該。即係拖得就拖呢個時候。
Yeah, it looks like. Kanush Bear trying to wall off this area as well, but there is one tower that already went up in the back there.
等先，呢個走嚟招降啊，諗住。
It doesn't. It's just one tower.
定係 high 大咗，即係翻屋企啊，即係應該。
And another tower going up on the berries here.
He's just
walling in.
圍射牆啊！
He does. I mean, that's exactly what you want to do with Mongols, right? You want to set up the YAM network. You want to control the resources, get all that vision. So he's doing the right thing.
村民數相差就快30隻，30隻咧已經係差唔多，你執咗5個遺跡都追唔到嘅呢個經濟係。咁但係咧，因為本身蒙古係1.5倍黃金啦，所以村民數嗰度咧可以會喺黃金嗰個位會乘1.5啦。咁啊，暫時應該都仲係中國優勢。 哇！呢個塔係幾時起出嚟？有陣偷緊村民喎，佢有冇反應呢個人？但係呢個好小心啊要。
But yeah, outpost. Look at this outpost coming through right now. Kanushal Bear just being under attack from all different angles.
突然間俾人喺側邊偷起咗啲老炮，唔係老即係射箭塔。
Right now, and look at this, just slowly but steadily taking out his villagers. He was down to 69 villagers right there. Kanushal Bear was, but now managing to climb up to 71.
但係佢依家仲有70幾寸。
Yeah, and the push continues for Wham here. What's the Springald count? Like, there's one extra Springald for Kanushal Bear. It looks like.
等下先，原來我發現原來啲塔升完嘢之後，啲老炮面對佢哋都幾頭痕。
The traction trebuchet for Mongols, it has less range than.
睇下先啊，一炮50啊，定係打25啊？即係佢扣咗50血。等下先，忍唔住啊，衝上前，但係就好明顯，蒙古啲兵係比較多啲啊。OK 啊，真係諗多咗，翻轉頭。 打啊，唔係啩？我記得老兵打長槍都唔渣噶。大鑊啦，開始有危機啊！我發現。嚇？頭？喂，反擊下好唔好啊，大佬？ 即係種田種咗10幾分鐘啊，真係膠都唔打，即係求其射2箭就投咗啦。
So there you go.
Wow, I'm really surprised that he chose to resign in that situation. I mean, I know he
我覺得仲可以打㗎，但係投咗，即係奇奇怪怪。
wasn't in a losing position yet, I would say.
It definitely felt like a position that he could have prevented.
不
Obviously,
過冇計，有啲人
it's so
係
frustrating when you've got
即
these
係
little
心
channels
態唔
around
係
the
太
edge,
穩
and
定，
you go to put up a wall there.
即係咁樣投
You get
咗
the。wall up, and then all of a sudden,
即係領先差唔多30隻村民喎，即係
and it's sprinkled in
你
place,
攞
but
啲
on
資源拎去出下輕頭，其實你可以處理咗嗰
you
啲，
just lose so much
即係嗰堆老兵啦已經。
patience. But yeah, it's it
即係長槍呢隻單位咧係唔需要衝上前嘅，佢只需要圍住你自己啲工程單位，等啲工程單位安心輸出就得㗎。
You're like, oh, he's got everything everywhere all the time, no matter what I
即係
do.
奇奇怪怪呢一鋪，即係嘥大家時間。
Like 2 TCs with Song Dynasty, I've got tons of villagers. Who cares if he's killed 10 vills? But yeah.
咁啊 ，Wam 01輕鬆2比0。
going on. You've got alerts going on everywhere. You've got siege pushing your base. You just forget about that.
That's the big one for me, the alerts going off anywhere. So that's definitely my suggestion to the devs. I'd love to have a little button that you just say ignore alerts on a building. And you know, like the mill that's getting attacked by an outpost with arrow slits all of a sudden, I don't hear
睇下佢哋下一個
you know, I don't care if that mill dies.
下一
so
pair
be
人
it,
好唔好
but,
睇啊？知
you know, when that starts clouding up my ears and I'm listening and I'm hearing and that just attack and then all of a sudden I've got 12 dead villagers and I'm like, oh god, this has happened again. But yeah, all right. Well, we're going to talk a little bit more about tomorrow. So for anybody
等先，唔係打完啦啩？
this event, it's going to be running for many weeks. I think we're going to be running for about 10 weeks, maybe 11 weeks in total. I'll have to double check that. But tomorrow, same time, I will see you guys here. Well, I won't see you guys here. Actually, I'll probably
嚇咁樣打完啊！即係喂啲勁人都睇唔到啊！真係有啲蝕底。
Going to be hosting, going to be talking you through the day, and we have got a heck of a day for you guys tomorrow. So the first
如果佢呢度完嘅話咧，咁聽日我都唔會播啊，因為即係禮拜1要返工，
We've seen these guys go up against each other.
即係通唔到頂。
So Viper up against a Muslim. There's a whole bunch of
咁但係聽日咧應該係 Winner Top 8開始啊，但係我見佢分4日嘅，我唔知佢係 Winner Top 8播晒，然之後播足4日，即係可能。
And no real surprise there, but Puppy Paw obviously took out Lucifron. He took out Lee Knock, 2 heavy hitters. And so obviously
試下 Lina 佢係應該，我唔知佢敗者組打成點啊。
He looks like he's growing into a full-grown dog at this point. We've also got Beastie Cutie going up against 3DB, and then of course the final it would be the
睇下先啊，敗者組 Lina 佢係未瓜嘅，哇！等先，敗者組全部打1場啊，原來。
We witnessed just take out Kanushal Bear, so a lot of great games potentially.
全部打1場。
Definitely coming to you tomorrow. Now keep in mind that's only the.
等先 ，Hera 仲未輸喎 ，Hera 打贏咗個中國玩家。咁然之後咧，面對咧係日本仔，但係日本嗰個應該都唔勁嘅。
This is a losers bracket. It's based on you know the fact.
咁然之後咧就打上面嘅敗者。
We might have Wham going up.
咁啊 ，Hera 仲有機會啊，暫時睇。
And then Vortex beats Wham. But then Wham goes down to the loser.
咁啊，而且敗者組應該有 Recon Lina 係比較難搞啲嘅。
That is one of the options. So make sure you guys check or stick around. But yeah, that is it, ladies and gentlemen.
That is it.
Thank you for joining me this evening. It's been an absolute pleasure. You were a wonderful cast.
咁啊，今日應該完咗啦。咁啊，聽日咧就係睇下有咩人先。Beastie Cutie 打 3DB 啦 ，Marine Law 打呢個。
Yeah, it was an absolute.
應該係大衛金啊，照道理。
To Lidicor as well for all the camera work and all the behind the scenes stuff that he did today. Really good job from him as well.
Yeah, it was absolutely well done by Lidicor.
大衛金幾勁喎，佢殺埋呢個 Lucifron。
You guys know that we were having a little bit of technical difficulties in there, but you guys.
但係先啊 ，Viper 就打呢個
and of course,
The Muslim
Lord Potato working behind the scenes non-stop, and Pesty for those glorious shout-outs to Surfshark. So, fellas, we'll catch you tomorrow. We'll see you here, same time.
咁啊，同埋 Vortex 打呢個 Wam 01，咁呢個係8強勝者組嚟嘅。咁啊，敗者組就應該仲有排打，但係佢應該唔播啦依家。 catching you tomorrow。咁我都完啦。咁啊，今日嚟到呢度先。咁啊，下次可能下個禮拜。咁啊，下個禮拜再諗啦。之後就咁啊，咁先啦，拜拜啦。